wetusinzidde tuli mu National Science Week. Yes, powered by Ministry of Science and Technology. Ate President luli yali abuuza nti oba bano mbasuula eyo olaba Katonda baleeta ebintu President yali abuuza oba mbasuula eno
batusuulayo nga sente zize biliyoni 5 oba nga tezinnaba
asooka atuwe alyoka atusuula eno
President kyaba akola ebiliyoni 5 tuzirinze nnyo era kati buli gwe tugenda okwogerako naye wano ngenda muwa obubaka asooka okulaba omukulu amutugambire tuludde nnyo atuyambe ekyasooka akijjewo
sente zazituwe
esente asooka azituwe ffe bonna bwatusuula tetugaana ne bwatusuula mu yekkaramoja naye nga sente zizze.
Ministry eya Science and Technology ekulirwa Dr. Musenero era olunaku olwaleero tusuubira okuba nti Dr. Musenero agenda kusanga wano bakulu banne ne bajenizi abatini bakulu banne ne bajenizi abatini agenda kubeera nabo olunaku olwaleero. So Eddie kamalirize and of course twagala okwebaza baganda baffe okuva mu the garage abatukozeeko. Yes, it's very important to have people like the garage. Senga ministry zonna zikopa ekintu kya garage ne babawa emirimu ne babeera nga bakola
baba ministry ne basigala ku police
ba ministry basigale ku police ebyokutegeka babirekere the garage butereevu abaana abo kye bakola bakimanyi nnyo 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 bwe banaagendera awo
lwakuba nsaba
bizinesi bajja giwamba
abantu abakolagana ne the garage temwefuulanga mukasa ne baati kye bakoze omu ku bakozi ba garage aleese omwana atugabula ekyayi mukasa n'amaamira omwana bw'ati nga takkiriza abantu kutuuka ku mwana kuwaayo oda za kyayi nengamba kati onaafaaki
omuganda agamba nti gw'omanyi enfumita
tomulinda galula
naye okimanyi singa wamulese singa ne wano tetunnatuulawo
nga singa tuli ku
singa yakoze eki
yakusaba kyayi.
Okay. It's been quite the week. Later on, we are going to be joined by Dr. Musenero. Tuyinayo omwami omulala gwe tugenda okuba naye yakola akadagala ka hangover ak'okunywa
ako nali nkanoonya kuva dda
akajjawo hangover
njagala katestinga.
Tuyinawo ne baganda baffe okuva mu tooke waliwo omusajja wange Matovu aŋŋambye ajja wano aleeta product
tooke bakola kekisi crisps buli kimu naye nabo bali under
Science and Technology Ministry. So kirungi nnyo okulaba nti Ministry ya Science and Technology esazeewo eyite mu bantu nga ffe ate okubategeeza ebintu ebirala bye bakola wabi
si wabi n'akatono
naye bwe tunaatuukawo awo tujja tandika. For now njagala tusooke tutandikire bulijjo ntandikirawa waki otudde wano
bulijjo waatuula
oneyo zereeti
bulijjo ntuula ku
ye right hand man wo
right hand man
ye second wo
on my right Jenkins Mukasa Hotel Lubala like pepper.
Yes sir.
Never play with fire cause fire burns. Buza kubatulaba n'atuwuliriza
abatulaba n'abatuwuliriza abaze wano olunaku lwaleero tusanyuse nnyo okuba nammwe era tugenda kukola ebintu nkateekebwa wano
yogerera awo
wano bwe wati
mutereevu
tusanyuse nnyo okubalaba n'okubeera wano nammwe era nga tugenda baweereza nga bulijjo. Yes.
Amudiridde wali bulijjo nsookera eno on my immediate left Eddie Sendi Kadiwa Tata Al Bawa Mama Al. Yes, buuza kubatulaba n'abatuwuliriza.
Abatulaba mbalamusizza nnyo mwebale kubeerawo. Tuli ku National Science Week. This is a new innovation. Nsaba government departments endala kati Ministry ya Science and Technology kyekoze nammwe mu kikoppe. It is the new trend. Abantu wensembi okebereranga online abatulaba kuliko abantu 100 ate gye bugenda bagenda kweyongera. Already maze okufuna message okuva e Bungereza waliwo maama wange Rita Namboza ali Oxford ampereza wano message. So kati ne government agencies endala ministry kino ekitandise juzi president yatusuubiza billioni 5 zetukyalinda kati government agencies temukola kya president mirimu gye bamutuwa mukolagane ne company bagiyita the garage feja tutuusawo nawe mwagala. There is no better way than following a path already tested. Tujja kwogerako mu maaso awo n'aba e-bus. E-bus is a new concept. Bagonjola byantambula osanga e-bus enaakendeeza ku jam. Ate nsaba aba e-bus mutuyambe mugobe ne taxi enkadde. Sometimes you have to take the bull by the horn. Aba e-bus mugobe taxi enkadde. Nina musajja wange, this is my rant today. Obubbi bweyongedde. Waliwo musajja wange yalinnye taxi Kabuusu ku Masaka Road ng'agenda Bunnamwaya mu Ngobe ne bamubba. Era kati essimu ze 2 baazibye na buli ssente ze yabadde alinamu. Naye kati singa e-bus etuyamba n'ebeera nga yeeplayinga oluguudo olwo, awo kiba kitegeeza nti omuntu amanya this is a company bus number 11 yeeyita wano tekusobola kubeera mubbi. So government bureaucracy should calm down. Waliwo abantu nga Elias Lukwago mubadde muzizika innovations ngezo. Kati wano nsabirawo mayor elect Balimwezo. From the onset, don't frustrate companies like e-bus zireke zithrivinge abantu bafunemu. Gwe oli mu AC from home to office to the barrio where you go politicking. Munna Uganda wa bulijjo ali ku luguudo bamusala ensawo. Olemesa e-bus sigamba nti mugiremesa. Naye Elias Lukwago, you frustrated such a concept during your time. Kakati engineer Balimwezo ekirungi gwe weddira mamba.
Atoyo obi wange.
Obi wa mukasa atoyo engineer Balimwezo. Ayinza n'okubanga ali mu siga lyaffe. Erya bukulu bwawadda ayinza okuba nga mpita jjajja kuba eri mu kikandi mukulu.
Bakusa.
Toli mukulu, Beni ye mukulu. Toli mukulu.
Muganda wa jjajjaawo abeera omuyita otya? Gwe omunubbi gwe.
Toli mukulu.
Muganda wa jjajjaawo oba omuyita otya?
That is impersonation.
Bw'oba omanyi Oluganda, muganda wa jjajjaawo oba omuyita otya? Kakati engineer Balimwezo mpita jjajja. N'olw'ensonga eyo, by virtue of that, government technocrats support e-bus. Mugireete ne mu Kampala South, applying routes eziriyo.
Entebe Kampala. Naye ne zino endala nga bw'olaba nti okuva erwe ekajjansi paka erubaga ekwate Munyonyo ng'oyo. Okiraba abadigize abava e Munyonyo okugenda Entinda. Awo e-bus ebeerewo. Baba e-bus batukolere kimu. Embrace technology. Nga nnyingira buyingizi n'essimu yange nentaapingako wali. Tip! Sente ne ziva ku mobile money. Nezigenda nga ne bemba sirina cash. Ate onokubbibwa kiba kitono.
Anti oli talina bwakubba. Kuba talaba kavanga tangu omuntu akatoolako. Anyway, tugende maaso.
Betyo betugenda okuba nga tutambula olunaku olwaleero. Njagala kusooka gundi
sebo bati tomwanjudde.
Post tukyali mu kweyanjula.
Ne bamumanyi.
Kasalekerawo ebyekisiro. But Badru, formerly the East African, then the South African, now locally here with us.
East Africa yamazaawo.
The South Africa n'amazaawo n'akomawo ewaka wano.
Mbadde nzija nga ndi ku bitaala wali. Oli n'ambuuza wali ne mugamba nti ndi ku robots. N'ayomba nnyo. Nerabidde nti feri ewaffe South Africa tuziyita robots ebitaala.
Genda eri. Ewammwe wa.
Nga bakwata ku nkoona ate gw'ogamba wammwe.
Tunyumye envaayo gye wavaayo.
Abantu tubabuulire engeri gye wavaayo.
Obwedde abantu boogera nga temuba injectinga. Kale, assalamu alaikum abatulaba Kasuku Live Talk and Talk Show tuyingiddewo ffe tujja na information. Mwagala okumanya abanja nga tabanja byonna biri wano. Bwe babanja nga tebamubanja byonna biri wano. So
eyakukumba
ate ne yeegaana byonna biri wano. So tugenda kuba tutambula wamu National Science Week wano wetuli Kololo nataddeyo artwork ajjo omuntu omu na commenting anagamba mpa ku ssente mugenda sinkana president wano mu president mulabawo tuze kuweereza ggwanga eno patriotism
abantu bave mu ebyo
bino byakuweereza ggwanga.
Okay. Ali ku kyuma kya sound otukoze otya mukwano tusooke tutereeze nga tetunnabatandika ne honorable minister
oba naye walukokola
honorable minister atuuse olunaku olwaleero Dr. Musenero. Yes, as you can see, hello. Fantastic. We are mwana muto. Very young and able. Honorable Minister, you're good. Fantastic. Mami.
Okakasoba kyagala.
Wamula, banaye. Muleke mbasakire. Mulindeko bannange. Bemuvaawo nti tubalese emabega. Ntandise ekintu nkiwadde omuliro mulimu ebyo bye mulimu.
Essaawa eno kyokola oggyeeyo kano ke bayisaawo nga bagenda okuba empiso.
Butereevu.
Kapamba. Ogunoonya omusuwa.
N'okoonako onoonya omusuwa. Olaba omusaayi we gunaava. Banaye mukulu Ronnie Sound omutereezezza. Atudde wa Ronnie otudde wa?
Ali wali eri emabega.
Sound eteredde. Wangi?
Netamanyi mu kusign language yonna.
Awo ne saawa yonna omulimu mmye.
Mutyaba? Mutereezezza?
Mutugende maaso.
Aba ttiimu ya garage nsaba mugende ku Kasuku live musobole okulaba feedback. Tugendagenda mu maaso nga bwe mutereeza.
Saagala honorable minister ajje wano ekintu kibuukebuuke.
Tukoleyo topic ndowoozeemu.
Njagalayo sigino eva ewaabwe nti tutereezezza sound.
Mutyaba agambye kiryoke.
Mutyaba sound eteredde? Okay. Ogiwuliraawo?
Kwetuli bulungi.
Tuvaayo bulungi kati.
Bulungi temuli yadde akanyenye nkule.
Wangi? Okay.
Abagamba sound is not good. Eri okay.
Sound eri okay. Murefreshinge app zammwe bannange muleme tubonyaabonya misana because our lovely mummy Dr. Musenero is here. I'm seeing you for the first time live. You look every bit. Bula wabi. Kuba njagala kati n'omulimu omulala era mbasi bannaye mamba yisiza bubi. Mukiwa ku muliro bannaye, mukiwa ku muliro.
Nkwongere gundi spirit.
Kino kye bayita okuuma omugaddawo.
Bayisaawo ki nga bagenda okuba empiso.
Spirit.
Nkwongere oba nkwongere pamba.
Kijja kumala. Okay. This week tubadde with so many things that have happened. Of course tuli wano Kololo ku National Science Week. Abali you can join us. Lojja n'olaba some of the things that are happening here. It's butereevu.
Abantu kwekumira mu butamanya naye bw'oba ozze wano.
Yeah.
Ogguka amaaso.
N'olaba Uganda is doing so many things. Naye lwakuba nti maybe mubadde temubimanyi. Naye ke tuzze wano tugenda ku making sure nti tunaagenda ova wano ng'otegedde ebintu ebyenjawulo ebikolebwa wano mu Uganda. Ndabye bus, electric bus ziri wano emabega. Banaatuvugamu.
Gundi ngambe mwajidde.
Ani?
Brian
Mulondo. Bus ezo nno zaagenda paka South Africa last year. Zaava wano Uganda paka South Africa nga zigenze.
Brian Mulondo yaliko.
Brian Mulondo yaliko.
Alinako eyakola. Nina omulimu gwe namuwa. Ye muntu eyakasooka okurefundinga 100%. Agende mu bus omulimu n'agusuulawo. Nange nengukwata nengugabira Simon Kagwanjala.
Tazza. Oyo ate atwala ntwale tazza.
Yakola ye yakola.
Ya refundinga Mulondo.
Mulondo ya refundinga 100%. Nga teyeesise namu olwamugamba mukulu mbadde njagala tukole program nanga nti ndi sore mpita Namanga nyingira Tanzania naye kwene namba kwe mbanteeka
ntiteeka okwo
zonna ne zijjirawo alabika yakwata eddene kuba n'eddoboozi lyali likkakkamu nga taliimu nga si waakukaka.
Ekintu kya refund omusajja yapangisizza emmotoka ya mukwano gwange eggulo naye kati aba agenda program n'ekyuka kati n'akubira gwe yagipangisizzaawo n'amugamba owaye bikyuseemu wano naye emmotoka ngikomyawo badde nsaba akasente aba tannakimanya n'agamba akasente nga mbadde nakakajjawo naye abantu tebaagala ku refund.
Ekigambo refund abantu tebakikola nnyo e Kampala naye nina ne by the way Ronnie, you people emmotoka yange waki temugizaayo side mirrors?
Nedda ssebo.
But I gave them the car to bring equipment here. Ngenzo parkinga wali ndaba emmotoka tebagizizaayo side mirror.
Buli emmotoka eddayo side mirrors automatically.
Naye kati emmotoka gy'otambulamu yeetambuza ebyuma.
Kali akalala ka Mazda ke kabaddemu ebyuma.
Nsaba mukulu.
Naye tebazzaayo side mirror.
Nsaba ogule emmotoka nga side mirror ziddayo automatically.
Tukole bwe tuti Kasuku Live bagiweeyo bbaasi y'amasannyalaze.
Bagiweeyo bbaasi.
Oluseke lw'oyagala okuba minisita n'akasomyo tookatwale.
Anti kati honorable minister ebyo bye bimuli byalonda.
Abeeraawo n'alagira eyo bbaasi egende wali.
Ng'ekyo kivuddewo. Kale
kulikayo musapule tutwale musapule.
Kulikayo musapule wagisalidde n'enviiri.
Abatuliza leero tubadde tusabira jjajja wa Kasuku
eggulo
byabadde
kati bw'olina otuwa information
tekyetaagisa
katukyogereko. It was a national occasion. First May ebadde.
Ekyenjawulo ekyadde ku sapule gye kitaaliwo mu kuziika amata gaabadde mu bungi.
Naye ekyo kyasobose
mu kuziika lita 2 zaabula.
Ekyo kyasobose because abantu abaali mu mataluli ku luno twasaba ne batagenda era tebaabaddeyo.
Gaabadde mangi.
Ng'omu ku bo essaawa eno ali wano aweereza sigina ezitategeerekeka era abaŋŋambye genna akafuna abantu banywedde obuugi nga omanyi bw'oteekamu amata kati bwe gabimba n'oyiwamu obuugi n'otandika okutabula meaning temuliimu yadde amazzi. That's how it has been. Bafather babadde bameka? Babiri. Ezo misa 2 kati next Sunday ne bw'otasaba.
Atasaba.
Bano abasonda gundi kyaki bakuweereza father?
Baweereza bazze ne bayimba n'okuyimba. Abe Kalambi sub parish wali Buloba bazze ne bayimba n'omufather najja. It was fantastic. Ne sapule ne bagisaba.
Emmere yo yabadde etya?
Abantu baalidde ne banywa.
Kati ffe tugenda beera baafuta pate kuba munnaye tetwalidde.
Okay, kati eyo tuvuddeyo
nga tetunavaayo. Osobodde okujjukira father yagambyeyo kyawo.
Omubaka bwe yabadde essomo.
Father yatwebazizza okujjukira olunaku olwo era n'atugamba tugendere ddala mu maaso beetu.
Yasabye ebikolwa bimeka?
Sijjukira.
Wangi?
Sijjukira.
Exactly, gwe lwolwoyo yabadde ki mu kusaba okwo?
Kukutegeka. Ne nkwatagana ne guruupu y'abasabanga ne jjajja wange bannajje. Naye bannajje bakadde.
Anti era omuntu abeera n'aba agemates.
Nalabye bannajje bakadde. N'abajjeemu bannajje basanyufu.
Jjajja wange wuno mulabye akubye akagoye ka yero. Naye ali era mabega gy'akomandingira ekigenda mu maaso.
Ebirwane nga tubiraba wano. Information twasendiseeyo kigatta.
Wabula bannange.
Abali mu kontro kye mukola kirungi nnyo mwebala okututerayo ku bifaananyi ebyo.
Okuva mu sapule olunaku olwajjo Jamikalo kyabadde ne maiden concert ye.
Si maiden.
Eyolenga yakubiri
yakusa yakola ebivvulu 2. Ne Jamikalo kya.
Kati bw'abanga eno yadde ne baba abantu ababadde bwe batyo.
But who says ategeke ebivvulu ebyo? We need to ask.
Michael Bana yamutegese.
I think yategeka olw'okusaba kw'abangi.
Abantu tebakitegedde. Abantu badde bakuba bankanagano bwe tutudde wano ku podium.
Jamie Culture muyimbi mulungi. Naye amutegeka si mu bubi ali yala. Kati ate ye amaanyi ge weegali wa concentrating. Alinga bano abantu nga bw'abeera producer nga amanyi gita buli luyimba ateekwa okukubamu jjita n'ebeera y'amaanyi n'ewoggana. Singa otunuulira ennyimba za Alan Okiya ze yakola ezisinga eza Sweet Kid nga beese eba y'amaanyi because ye instrument ye gy'akola ki gy'amanyi. Kati Michael Baana olw'okuba yali awandiika Baana ye kasita yakuba Baana ze 6 n'aga nti ekyo ekivulu nkimaze n'ateeka ku venue ku Labonita n'ateeka ekabuusu wali awasimba takisi ezibba abantu emunyonyo n'ateeka n'emakindi. But trends are changing. Ate naye kirala eyo theory mbu Labonita erina abantu baayo nfu
tebakyaliwo
diro baali babaddewo kyotwalawo kyekitwala abantu okitegeera. Theatre realistically theatre yagwa.
Jamikalcha teyabadde musanyufu yamugambye olulala bw'aba yeetagayo ku ssente.
Advice yange Jamikalcha akyalimu omuziki and akyalimu ssente. Theatre abantu bagiyige. Theatre yakutuula. It is for sober heads. It is for sit, watch, appreciate. Abantu abaagala music tebaagala mbeera eyo y'obwo butebe bwa theatre naki. Jamikalcha asaana papazi sport ng'omuntu amanyi nti atuma wali mangu ne baleeta ekyokunywa. Okitegeera nti the feel is musical. Era baba kubanga bamutadde ku papazi sport kyandibadde kikola. Ekyokubiri Jamikalcha alina musajja we bamuyita Dr. Kwef ku CBS. Tebaamu involvinga. Yet he is a very big fan, he is a friend. Bakozesa social capital y'omuyimbi okiraba to tap in wasobola okufuna obuyambi.
Anti abantu okwawula edi abantu baagala okwawula.
Yafunyeyo abayimbi abamuwerekedde n'abe Mary Butter ne gundi ne Mickey Wine Sweet Namada.
Akayimba mutabani wange yali akaagala nnyo.
Yakakubye ne beekunkumulaawo.
Naye nga people tewali.
People tewabadde.
But Jamikalcha togwamu maanyi because I think ezo show bazitegeka for him like to be on road to recovery, full recovery. Naye nga Labonita temugiddamu. Mutegeke eyo olunaku olulala ku papazi sport. Ate naye kirala Friday muzireke. Ezo shows ezo ezimu bwe zityo. Kati singa baali bapimye bulungi ne bamanya nti Friday is a public holiday ne balanga Thursday. Okiraba? Naye Friday kubaako competition nyingi. Eno kati tebereze eno Friday yabaddeko birthday ya Chameleon. Okusinziira ku bantu ababadde ku birthday ya Chameleon nga obalaba ba potential ba show ya Jamikalcha. Kati awo oba oluzinze. Yet Thursday eyabadde nga bwevaako Friday eddako public holiday nga tewali bantu kama twabaddeyo event. Naye maziga gabadde wali
wabadde tokirabangako
naye byakutte esente mu kiveera kiki yakufunyeyo ku ssente
okakasa zabadde sente.
Okay, then we also had Jose Chameleon's birthday.
Eyo twaliyo. We were represented.
Ku Thursday.
Wali ku Paradigm.
Ye Paradigm eyo.
Ekansanga.
Ekansanga
naye baasooka mu dina omugagga wa Jet yabawa dina.
Jet
gundi Forex Bureau.
Eyoyo.
Akolera Vira. Forex Bureau gyakolera bagiyita Vira.
Vira wa Jet.
Vira. Gyakolera. Naye n'omusajja wange gwe nalabyewo Mugisu. MP yayitamu eyo embaale gayo jjukira gayo yakola ekifo eno Bulenga bodda nga adda ku saidi ya Watoto nodda munda eyo so twatwalayo Ready and Wizo nga bakironkinga Ready and Wizo Mary Butter emotoka yaabwe esooka efiira eyo
efe ebyo ebimu bitugamba ogenda bugenzi
naye omanyi nti kyonyumya kya myaka radio yafadde
I think that was 2015 I think around there kati omugagga wange oyo yasooka n'awunyamu n'addayo, yali akolera Sudaani eyo mu PricewaterhouseCoopers, n'avaayo n'akomawo wano n'azimba woteeri eyo e Bugisu, kati yeesimbyewo yayiseemu. Alina woteeri gye yazimba awo waggulu awo e Buziga. Namulabye mu bifaananyi
ku ddina
ne ndowooza kyekyo ekifo kye bwe baabadde
ku ddina gye walabye gundi Buchaman gye yagenze n'ayogera olujama feke. Walwidde ng'alwogera
olwe bayita olujama feeke.
lubeera fake Jamaican language, lujama fake. yagambye ata
ng'abuuza Chameleon.
Me come out of Bwaise, Pandi Bwaise, and Mama call me. He said, why you hate my son, you brother? Ebimusabitegedde naye maama nga ndaba asanyuka busanyusi, ndowooza maama yali mu oto
ye yabimanyire
ne baba tategedde kyogera asanyuka busanyusi.
Mama Mayanja
naye mukyala musanyufu emirundi egisinga. Nze lumu natya mukyala Mayanja oyo waliwo birthday oba Chameleon yagamba nti ali 34 oba 33 omanya emyaka gye anti emyaka gye eva ye yakugamba.
Naye Chameleon yabadde emeka gwabaddeyo?
Anti nze ebintu by'emyaka binsumbuwa.
Keke baataddeko namba ki?
Tekwabadde. Naye maama lumu omwana amugwamu amugamba, gwe maama Mama Pros jebaleko nnyabo. Nze maama.
Gwe maama. Mama Pros mujebaleko.
Kale munnange. Muli mutya eyo? Mwebale kwagala baana bange.
Obagala nnyo maama.
Munnange nammwe mwebale.
Mwebale omukolo.
Amina maama.
Maama kakati yo omwana aweze emyaka emeka?
Ani?
Chameleon owa.
Chameleon.
Joseph.
Joseph. Seerabidde nno munnange oyo bannamuzaala mwakati. Kaakati wabula njagala neddaago ono naye mumulage ng'okwagala nga bwe mulaga Joseph.
Maama tuddeko wali katono emabega ku ky'emyaka.
Ne Payasi naye mumulage omukwano gwe gumu gwe mulaga. Maama yatukakasa nti tamanyi myaka gya mwana gwe yazaala. Katusooke tufune video etulaga ebyabadde ku ddina eyategekeddwa. Tujja na kulabako awo ku video endala nga tuli ku Paradigm. Nabadde wali ku high table mu packing order. Chameleon yabadde atudde, Kasuku watudde ng'amuddiridde Misa Kisemakula, wali n'enzirako ne kuddako Dr. Kwefulukuta, Scorpion Shaba n'addako, wali ne wabeerawo Fiki Gaza.
Ate Basiima
yabadde akola guno na guli nga ye yeetalaatala eri ebbali.
Bamanaja babadde beetala ne Mutima Namulabye akuba obwama bw'agenda.
Mutima akoze eddoboozi
lyagezeemu
anti twali wali mu kuyingira nga waliwo eggaali nga 3 nga bwe zira nga Mutima agamba kimu mulekeraawo.
Kigato wange yabaddewo yaŋŋambye nga Mutima adduka dda adda wa Chameleon ng'alina kya Chameleon abantu nga bazze bangi nadduka nadda Chameleon abayimbi batuwagidde tewali kyayogera kyama
ng'apika kipike.
Lwakuba mmwe temumanyi mirimu gy'abantu. Abantu abamu ogwo gwe guba omulimu gwe, kuwa boss update na kukuuma spirits za boss nga ziri high.
wali omusajja wange Kizito oli omuzungu omubirigia nomulabye yefudde bouncer ku mukolo.
Naye Kizito banywa ebbaala y'omusajja.
Gundi DNA be baginywa.
Nze kasita nagenda ku DNA awo lumu nina omwami mukwano gwange nali naye n'agamba nti bampe black label nga tewali. Nakka n'agamba nti kale bampe red label nga tewali. Nakka n'agamba nti kale Uganda waragi nga waliwo entundutundu. Ne tusaba eyo ne ŋŋamba eno ebbaala egudde. Ekkololo ng'ebbaala temuliimu John Walker yenna. But anyway, katusooke tufune video ezo ate tukomewo tweyongere mu maaso naye nga tuli wano Ekkololo ku National Science Week ebatuusibwako Ministry ya Science,
Innovation and Technology. Powered by the Garage. Yes, fantastic.
Minister Jakati.
You can attend.
This God is beautiful.
Tochikola.
Kati akasuku ke katono.
How is the going?
It's good. It's good.
Wali tuba twefuna.
Alongside Jose Chameleon. Yes, I remember them days, there's a day Bobby Wine fight with Chameleon. You remember them time there? You remember them time there? In a lion club in a what? In a Boise. So the mama stopped me on the road and said, yo. She asked me, what your name? I said, Mama, me call myself Butcher man. But she never knows, sir. She never know my name. But after the fight in the night, the mama stand on the road and say, what your name? And he said, me a Butcher man. Why you fight me, son? Chameleon is your brother too. Why not let go him? And I say, Mama, me can't fight Jose Chameleon. But she was kind of business in the road.
Together?
Me not bad mind him, but me love him. And Mama was like, yo, I want to talk to Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine, he start the car and he ball out and just one. He never talk to her.
Okay. So, mukulike eyo nnyo. Video eyo girabye. Happy birthday, Jose Chameleon. Yakati yakutte 49?
Omukulu agambye teyagitegedde.
Ebyokunywa byabadde bingi. Kati ku time y'okwogera emyaka nabadde ngenze mu washroom.
Neka gye twakusinza okutukiikirira yo information gwe wajjeyo.
Abuze kwefulukuta abe nga alabika ye anoonyereza.
Kwefu yabadde out of place.
He was very out of place.
Nga buli kimu asonoolera kitonoolera.
No, anti embeera yabaddewo yabadde ya kunywa. Kalabe nga kwefulukuta ali ku kyayi.
Okay.
Ne sowaani y'enkoko ne chips.
Okay.
Kati maybe that's what showed him ngali out of place.
Okay. Today we have the honor of having the Honorable Minister of Science, Innovation and Technology, Dr. Musenero. It's nice seeing you, Madam.
Thank you.
How are you?
I am good.
You're looking radiant.
Always.
Ah, fantastic. You're looking innovative.
Very.
Aha. So should we say Dr. Science?
Mama
Because now
Science.
Mama Science.
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. First, we use English or Luganda. Which one do you prefer?
Whatever you
Hey, you can do.
Uganda kyebanateekiro.
Oh, tugenda mixing Oluganda n'Oluzungu. Soko obuze ku batulaba n'abatuwuliriza ku Kasuku Live.
Bannange mbalamusizza mwenna mbatumidde mwena gye muli mukalire temuva ku mukutu.
Aha. Nina ekintu kye ndabye wano kye njagadde. Waliwo games. Olabye games za meta? Wali.
Nzirabi.
Badde sinnamanya. So we have a gaming hub here. Abali ewaka in case you want to, you know, PS nzirabawo, GT mulabaawo, GTA waali naye. Then ndabye gundi zino bino bye bambala bimetta mbira byawo. Kintu nga kyamaanyi nnyo. Tubadde tumayite ekintu kikwatidde ddala akati.
Era bwe nva wano ngenda kuzannyamu awo.
Nange, Honorable, you can play the PS?
ngezaako naye nduddewo naye emabega wali nali manye nga nzannyazannyamu
PSC abaana bato
zire ez'emabega ziri zaali zikyali nkadde naye kati zino simanyi oba obupeesa bukyaliko nga bukyali
kati owulidde omusajja omukulu byabuuza mbu PSC abaana bato n'owulira ekibuuzo be basinze otubonyaabonya bano
Kasuku gwe mulamwa gwa Sheno n'okuba nti twaze wano okwongerayo information ku bantu abatamanyi
kati ndowooza okitegedde otegedde Dr. Musenero PS agimanyi era yagizannyako
olw'okuba ali mu science and technology ate nga musawo abimanyi naye kati bwe nsanga omusajja omukulu alina envi mu kirevu mba musuubira nti kati PS alina girekera baana be
naye ffe wano tubikola
ndowooza okiwulidde
naye nga
tugiteekako kale nange baba bagukoze wano omuzannyo nina okugezesaamuko kati ngamba abalala bazannye omuzannyo gwesimanyi
kati the title doctor scholarly wabisoma
ndi musawo wa vet
kyembadde njagala omanyi ennaku zino nina kye natandise sikyayagala kuyita doctor honorary degree eyo abantu bazigula kati njagala mmanyi oba oli yagisoma n'akwalifayinga
nagisomera emyaka 5 beddu ne bagintiikira n'endayira n'okulayira
so you are oli wamuyita ki cat doctor
yogera kyoyagala okwogera
tulina minisita kyembadde nina okukozesa pussycat doctor
Dr. Monica Musenero tusanyuse nnyo okulaba ku lulwo amannya gange nze Edward Sendi omukulu akuliraanye awo ye Kasuku amuddiridde ye Jenkins Mukasa ate asembyeyo eri ye Bat Badru Dr. eno show bagiyita Talk and Talk Show nga tuli ku mukutu guli ku YouTube
nabalabako
watulabako
bambalabako ku mukutu
ennaku ezo Kasuku yaliko mu State House era nina essanyu okutegeeza nti President n'atusuubizaayo biliyoni 5 kakati nsaba lwoddayo ku cabinet meeting bw'oba oyita bwoti mu lukuubo nga President ali kumpi
ku Monday
funa engeri gy'okisuulawo gwe tofaayo bwe kigwawo naye gwe kikwata okisuulewo tuyiseewo akaffe
omugamba bugambi Kasuku yakutumidde nti ezaabwe
Kasuku yakutumidde gwe funa engeri gy'okisuula ng'omusawo omutendeke
ate kati engeri gy'oli ku YouTube kati naawe ofuuse content creator ku ssente kw'oli osobola mugawaayi ssente zaffe
era bw'akubuuza ng'olagirawo mangu omwana linki eno ejja kubaayo
anti olaba ba creatives era babateeka wano mu science technology ne innovation
boogera na muntu mutuufu
the last time we were there the president was yali abuuza oba mbateeka eyo baddire eddala eyo oba mbazzeewa so I think it will be a pleasure today no
anti naye temwamugamba singa mwamugamba waziweereza nga zatuuka dda
kati gwe oba mulabye ku Monday
gwe funa engeri gy'okikwata okisuulewo
omuga nti ffe ba content creator
era kati ngenda kusaba abakozi ba garage
butereevu
honorable minister
Minisita bamusalireyo ka clip katambula nako in case babuuza obujulizi
nsaba omukulu wa garage the garage minisita musaliremu akantu mukamuwenga bw'abeera wali ayanguwa okalaga omukulu nti sente zaffe ffe ba content creator omukulu atera okubuuza ate kati gwe bino wabiyingiddemu ddi ng'okamulaga naye bwe tudda ku mulamwa honorable minister wategese science week wano e Kololo exactly omugaso gwayo guli ki science week
kati obulamu bwaffe bwonna butambulira nnyo ku science era gwe buli bw'osituka ku makya wasuze mu saayansi, oyambadde saayansi, ogenda atambulira ku saayansi, naye saayansi oyo avaawa era akutuukako atya mu ssaawa gy'okozesa, mu ssimu gy'okozesa, mu lugoye lw'okozesa. Ate saayansi ono aba atukwatako nnyo, tumukozesa, naye ate mabega wa saayansi eyo waliyo emigaso emirala, waliyo emirimu, waliyo by'osobola okutundayo, naawe waliwo by'osobola okuyiiyayo, naawe n'ofunayo kyokola. Kati naye ebiseera ebisinga obungi abakola saayansi baba bamukolera eyo mu biyumba, mu laabu eyo, muntu wa bulijjo tagendayo okutegeera ekigenda mu maaso. Kati wiiki eno gye tuyita science week tubijjayo byonna ne tubireeta wano ne tubyogerako nga wano ku Kasuku, naawe ng'obirabyeko, kubanga eri mugamba bannange biki ebyo bye mukola eyo, naye mutugamba nti mukola vaccine, naye vaccine ezo muzikola zitya, ziriwa nga tetuziraba, oba mulina ebirala bye munoonyereza nga tetubiraba. Kati kyeva tukola wano science week ne tuyita abantu bonna bannayuganda n'abalala bavaako ebweru ne bajja ne balaba bye tukola, naawe n'ogamba nze nja kukolera wano, n'ofunayo n'omukisa okugamba nti ba content creator, naffe tujje tukole ki content creation tuyita mu science week. Kati eno tubanga tukola interaction n'omuntu wa bulijjo, naye n'alaba wanaagenda tuba tu interactinga n'abasomi okuviira ddala mu primary paka ku university, n'omuntu wa bulijjo naye alabe ekyasobola okufunayo, ekyasobola okukozesa. Oba waliwo eyo abantu manyi bannayuganda bayiiya nnyo, bannayuganda bayiiya, waliwo abali eyekatwe, waliwo abali mu bitundu bya Uganda byonna. Ajja n'alaba ekintu kyange kye mbadde njiya nfuna nti obuyambi n'enkitereezamu bulungi ne kivaamu ekyamakulu. Kye kituleeseza wano science week, mwoleso mulabe ebigenda mu maaso mu science, technology ne innovation.
Dr. Munnayuganda atulaba, essaawa eno njagala kutegeeza nti live katikati we tulinako abantu 108 batulaba era bakuwulira. Waliyo abantu bangi abayiiya. Oli atuukira wa, ajja wa, aba akusanga wa, oba bw'aba alina ekintu kye kyayiiya, what is the entry point okufuna obuyambi okuva eri gavumenti, kuba eno ministry ya gavumenti?
Kati webale nnyo ekibuzo ekyo, abantu abasinga balowooza kizibu nnyo ate abamu batya. Kati waliwo engeri amakubo abiri. Esooka tulina ku mukutu, tulinako
kabeeremu wano abantu bakuwulire, koogereremu wano.
Hello?
Yeah, there like that.
Kati tuli ku mukutu, tuli ku gwe tuyita email. Ate email eyo nyangu nnyo okukwata, info@sti.ug. .go.ug. Info ekyo kiri INFO @akakabonero .sti.go.ug.
info@sti.go.ug.
Kati oba otuteekeramuko obulayino obulaga oyagala tukuyambe tutya oba olina ki kyokola, n'otuteekeramu, of course ejja kugirako email yo n'ennamba y'essimu. Kati abamu bawandiika naye tebatuteekerako ki kontakiti zaabwe. Ekyo gwe omukutu ogusooka bw'oba tosobola kujja. Ekyokubiri tulina office eri wali Naguru Katalima Road.
Ngimanyi oba wakava ku poliisi okkirira booti ogwe wano wansi, kino kidda wa General Tinyenfuuza, kino kikusuula wansi ku stretcher. Office eri awo, ekipande kinene weekiri,
ate gwe wootuukawo wobanga ekirala kyonna tokirabye, buuza Charlotte. njagala kulaba omukyala gwe bayita Charlotte ate ali awo
mukyala mwangu wa kutuukirako minisita
Wali wano Charlotte.
Omukyala oyo yafuna abantu bonna oba gwe oyogera lulimi ki Charlotte yoyo bw'oba oyogera Oluganda
Charlotte kyuka owubire kubali emabega. Fantastic.
Kyakabi.
Bonna abaniriza abantu bonna oba oyogera Luganda. Even if you don't know Luganda, you can speak some English, but ne bw'obanga tomanyi Luganda, ku secretariat tulinawo abamanyi ennimi endala basobola okuvunula kubanga ffe twagala nnyo okuyamba abantu abalina obuyiiya. Kati egyo gy'emirundi ebiri naye abasinga baagala nnyo okunkubira. Kati bwe bakuba essimu yange nga teriiko oba nga ndi mu meeting nga bagamba abasayansi tubalabye.
Baki babeera baagala kukubira? Baki babeera bakubira ggwe?
Baagala kulaba nze. Naye nze kati abantu bangi bamanyi bwe twali tutandika nga tukyali batono nnyo kati balabanga bamanyi nnyo esimu zange ziri ku intaneti basobola ozifuna. Buli akuba njagala kulaba naye njagala okugamba Munnayuganda bw'obanga olina ekintu kyonna ky'oyiiya oba kyeyagala okwebuuza kozesa gino emikutu gya mirundi ebiri. Kozesa email ku info@sti.go.ug oba jangu wali ku secretariat buuza toyagala kwogerako n'omukyala gwe bayita Charlotte. Ne bw'osanga omusirikale ku gate mugambe bajja kunoonyeza Charlotte.
Ndowooza ffe era kati ffe tetuli baakuyita wa Charlotte. Ffe tusigale naawe.
Kati tuli ba content creator.
Nyinza okukubirako nga njala kunnyonnyola biliyoni zino be zijja gwe ng'eyakajja ofunako mmeka
nekyo tojja kikola mu content.
Butereevu. Kati ffe ndowooza tujja yita wa Charlotte.
Bajja tusaba bangi.
nsaba bwe tunaava wano nja kusaba Charlotte ampe ku nnamba ye nsobole okubanga mutuukako
bakulagiriddawo musanga bannaye mutuyambe ensi egenda twogerako.
Uliriza minisitule eno
tuddeyo mu bibuuzo.
Charlotte tunanyumya nga
Don't talk to him. Don't talk to that guy. He's a married man. Mukyala we mukambwe yakava ekitalya.
Ate ne jjajja kaseera kwali.
Jjajja kaseera tamanyi kukozesa smartphone.
Mubakuba n'abaana babaamu baprotectinga maama waabwe. Babonaze.
Minisita omanyi Munnayuganda kati twayingira nnyo ekintu kya ssente. In the corridors of parliament you are talked about ng'omuntu asinze okufuna ssente nnyingi okuva mu gavumenti in the past 5 years nga zijja mu ministry yo naye tutemeretemeremu kaawo kuki what have you done in the past 5 years Munnayuganda amanye kiyimiridde kitya?
Madde simanyi nti ndine mu korido za palamenti nga boogera ku ssente sinabagattagattamu ebitongole engeri gye bifunyemu ssente naye ffe ssente ze tufunye tulina ebintu bingi nsonyiwe kakantu kangudde mu lisso tulina ebintu bingi bye tukoze okuva lwe twatandika 2021 njabimenyaamenyamu nga mu clusters. Sente ezo waliwo ezijja ewaffe ku secretariat ne wabeerawo ezigenda mu bitongole ebitali bimu ebikolagana ne science, technology ne innovation. Kati sente ezo kantandiike bwe nti sente ezo tuzizimbyemu zi factory.
Okay.
Nga factory yaffe esooka simanyi oba Kasuku wali ogenzeeyoko.
Eriwa?
Eyakira Motors.
Ey'Ejjinja.
Factory ennungi ya mulembe ya mutindo gw'amaanyi esinga ku lukalu lwa Africa.
Kati ndoza nja kuyita wano minisita nkusabe otugambire MD wa Kira Motors atufacilitating tugendeyo
ebintu bino tubirage abantu.
mwagala kgenda yeeri.
Yeah.
Omanyi twali twogerako ne gavumenti abantu abava mu gavumenti ku nsi za Africa. Nambuuza nti minisita factory eno ogizimbidde sente mmeka? Nemugamba nti nkozesezaawo nga miliyoni 10. N'agamba singa mu yaffe singa mu nsi yaffe nga tukozeseza miliyoni 4 naye ffe twagizimbira miliyoni 10. Kati factory eyo yesinga ku lukalu lwa Africa yatukolera baasi zaffe nga bwe muziraba, baasi za mutindo. Twagitambuza Brian abuzeewo, twagitambuza nga Brian yakuba olwali ne content nga yatubulira content ne tugenda paka South Africa ewali baasi ya masannyalaze yali ekikoze. Ezo sente zezimu
ku sente zezimu ku sente zemufuna
ku sente ezo ze bampa.
Ekyo kyekya baasi kyo nkimanyiiko.
Era ne tukolamu ne baasi ezo zonna ze mulaba ezitambula.
Nalabye ne KCC egamba erita electric buses nooza zezijja.
Zeezo. Era enkya tujja kuba wano enkya ku Sunday tujja kuba nga tukitongoza. Tujja kuba nga tukitongoza tutambulire ddala mu kibuga ezo ze sente ezo.
Brian, making sure Kasuku Live eriwo okulaba baasi ezo
nga tukitongoza.
Ekyo Honorable Minister yakingambye nkikugambye. Make sure we are here to flag off those buses.
Baasi zonna era tujja kuba nga twongeramu baasi nnyingi. Kati sente endala ne tugizimba mu factory egagadde ekola eddagala. Ye factory esinga obunene ekola eddagala ku lukalu lwa Africa. Bagiyita Biopharma. Eri wali Ematuga. Simanyi oba wali oyingiddewoko.
Kati nabo nsaba oyogere nabo
tujja kgenda
tugende tusobole okulaga bannayuganda kiki ebakola.
Era mbadde ngamba bannayuganda nti bw'oba ogenze ku famasi kati bw'ogenze gula Panado sooka olabeko nga kuliko akabonero ka Biopharma. Tetukyatawaana nakugula ddagala nti ate liri feeke ate jingirire livudde tetumanyi oba ekisipayare yaggwako. Tulina factory yaffe etukolera eddagala wano. Sente zenjini ezo nenjizimbamu amakolero gye tuyita industrial park. Kati simanyi oba wali ogenzeko Embarara. Kasuku watwalayo kosho Embarara saizi awo wakati wa Lyantonde nga wakava Lyantonde ng'oyisaawo ku Courtyard Hotel ng'ogenda Embarara ku mukono ogwa ddyo waliwo awo ekintu ky'olaba kinene nnyo tukiyita Engineering Development and Innovation Center. Kati eyo kifo ekyo mulaba tubadde tufulumya abaana baffe bangi nga bava mu zi university basomye obwa engineer naye nga tebalina kifo we bagenda ne bayiyiza ebintu byabwe ne babikola ne babiteeka ku mutindo. Kale ekifo ekyo kyonna kijjudde byuma ebya engineering. Tukwatagana ne zi university n'abo abaana abamaze ne Institute of Professional Engineers abo abamaze nga beetaaga okweyongeramu agenda ne tumukwatako n'ayiye ekintu kye n'akikola. Era kati tutandise okufulumya ebikolebwayo ng'abantu babikozesa. Ekyo kyekituyamba kati gwe bw'oba ng'oli eyo wasoma bwa engineering oba n'obivaako ng'omulimu gubuze jangu tukwatagane tulabe engeri gye tusobola okuyambamu.
Omwana asomye njagala kutegeera bulungi minisita omwana asomye ng'afunye degree ya engineering naye ng'ayagala okufuna entry point
kati amanyi engineering kosi ya eri practical kati nandibadde nsobola okuba nga nze nasoma electronic engineering naye nga nsobola okukolayo akazindaalo kano naye nga sirina buyambi ngeri gye ntandikiramu babukolera wa machines ziriwa ati anankwatako okundagirira nti akangu kano kayiiya otya era okashepinga otya eno material njijjawa ate mbugatagata ntya.
Pereza email ku
info@sti.go.ug bonna baweereze ogwo gwe mukutu gwaffe kati bwe bakuddamu tuba tukulagirira gy'osobola omuntu mwenyini
contact person gwe weetaaga okufunzira ku kizibu
kwekyo gwe kyoyagala ekyennyini ekyo kubanga abalala bajja abalala abasabo ba kinaasi balina eddagala abalala bayiyeeyo katwe balina ekyabwe kye baagala omuntu abakwatireko bajja n'ebyetaago bingi nnyo nnyo kati tulina okukisootinga kati ebyo Charlotte yabisootinga.
Minisita, Uganda erina abantu abalina ssente naye olwaleero bizinensi abantu abasinga gye bettanira kuzimba apartments kuzimba arcade simanyi oba minisita otera okuyitako mu Kampala wansi eyo nga ku Luwumu ne Nakivubo arcade ku arcade arcade ku arcade abantu abo abamu bandyagadde okuinvestinga. Tulina ne bannayuganda abali e Bulaaya bakola ssente zaabwe naye eva buli lwe nfuna omukisa okutambulako ekimu ku bibuuzo bye nsinga okufuna, what can someone do in Uganda to make money? Where can I invest my money? Bannayuganda bakibuuza nnyo and nina essanyu okutegeeza Honorable Minister nti abantu abatulaba essaawa eno oba n'abanaalaba sheeno nga tumaze abasinga bangi bali Bulaaya. Mu docket yo it is science, technology and innovation. Omuntu alina ssente z'ayagala okuinvestinga mwamulowoozaako mulinawo omuntu ono investor wayinza okujja ye nga zze na ssente si muyiiya yaleeta ssente ze mulinawe mumulaga nti bw'oteeka wali oba wano kifuna ate nga si kyazaala nti kano kafuna kano tekafuna.
Kati weebale nnyo ekibuuzo ekyo. Kugamba bannayuganda era nange nga kwendi bwe nali nga sinaba kuyingira innovation nga wantu bw'oteeka ssente kujjako okuziwa muganda wo n'aggulawo wali akaduuka oba akasecuritariat n'atypinga ebintu emikisa egyo mitono naye kati tulina abaana abakoze ebintu by'okuyiiya tetubagamba kadde kano tetwagala muteeke nnyo essente mu bintu ebitanaba kubanga tuba tubatereeza naye waliwo abamu be tumaze okutegeka nga kampuni kati ogiraba essente ate ng'ekintu tukitegedde kirina akatale tulaba abantu bakyagala ng'ekimu ndowooza nnema okuliikinga naye waliwo akantu kaffe wano ke tukola mwami ali wano bakayita pombe gaadi.
Nayogeddeko naye wa pombe gaadi kosookayo n'onywa totamiira.
Kati gwe ogenda ne weeyagala abamu tebeeraliikiranya ate baagala nnyo okufiiringa tipuse naki naye kye batayagala kyekiri okubeera nga ozuukuka ku makya ate ng'owulira omutwe gukuluma obwongo amaaso tegalaba bulungi
hangover
kati twabakolerayo akantu naye ndowooza mwenyini ajja kwogerako gwe kasita oyinza okakozesa ng'onywa oba enkeera n'okanywako mu dakiika ntontono nga kyonna kiweddewo ng'otambula
ako nkeetaaga
kati bajja kuba nga tubanyonyola kati nga kampuni eyo tumaze ogitegeka bulungi kati omuntu bw'abajja tumaze okulaba market eri etya abantu baagala kusasula ssente mmeka tukozesa ssente mmeka okukakola naye nga kati twetaagayo ssente ba investors bakiteekemu ssente ate ekintu kino nze nandyagadde bannayuganda mweka mwe muba mukiteekamu ssente kubanga amanyi nti kigenda kola ssente. Kati waliwo kampuni bwe zityo waliwo ne kampuni endala nga Kasaiba bw'olinnya ku baasi zaffe za e-bus express ife tetukwata minusu
temukwata ssente.
Tetukwata ssente. Ojja n'akakaadi ko oteekerako ssente ku mobile money, oba ogenda wali wa mobile n'azikuteekerako, gwe bw'oyingira nga otapingako.
Ng'akatemako.
Ng'otapingako. Kati kampuni eyo nayo eri investor ready. Kati tujja kuba waliwo awo omukyala bamuyita Kase. Kase nze omanyi mbalaga abantu bennyini. Muleme okugamba nti minisita atukubira tatukubira. Oyo omukyala oyo Kase ali awo. Gw'olina okontakitinga. Yamanyi kampuni zonna eziri
ayimirira awubire ku bantu abali emabega.
Wubira ku bantu.
Abantu
Yakulagira wooteeka ssente zo.
Fantastic.
Era wuyo atudde ne mwami Pombegadi. Kati nga yamanyi kampuni etuuse. Waliyo kampuni endala etukolera shoe brush. Shoe brush ye kampuni esooka ekola shoe brush eziva mu Uganda. Ate ng'omanyi tukozesa ki? Bwoya bw'emikira gy'ente.
Bwoya bwaki?
Emikira gy'ente. Emikira gy'ente mulaba kuliko obugundi obwo obuwanvu. Kati twali tubusuula. Ate bw'ogenda kulufula nga butufuukira ekizibu. Naye kati ffe tubukwata ne tubutereza, oyo omwami abukola n'abutereza n'abukolamu the best shoe brush gye wali olabyeko. Kati eyo n'eyo kampuni eri investor ready.
Okay. Minisita nga tumaliriza.
Kati abantu abatulaba kamalize kano mutukontakitinga era gwe bweweereza information yeye wa Charlotte. Info at sti.go.ug n'omugamba nti nze njagala kumanya information about investing. Charlotte agenda giwa Kase. Kase agenda akukontakitinga.
Kati kino minisita nkikubuuza nga cabinet minister. Not actually nkikubuuza nga abuuza government. Personally I've been in production. Nakolako ku mazzi. Naye nasanga okusoomoozebwa kungi. Byonna by'oyogera bisoundinga bulungi. Njogeddeko n'omwami wa Pombegadi. Alina products 2, alina Pombegadi, alina endala erinnya ndyerabidde eya painkiller. Eri so strong. Okusinziira ku ye aŋŋambye eringa bw'olaba morphine. Morphine is very expensive. Naye alina something ekiri equivalent to that, which is brilliant. Oyogedde kuwa brush z'engato, oyogedde ku ibas, oyogedde ku ddagala. Naye wano mu Uganda
ibas nayo bw'oba olina ssente leeta tuziteekemu jakola ssente.
Beautiful. Naye wano mu Uganda, Honorable Minister, tulina ekizibu nga ba local manufacturers or local producers. Bwe tugenda okgenda mu market, kati oyo akola brush mpa kyakulabirako, but I'm speaking from experience having been involved in production. Akola brush asobola okuba nga gye tuyita RRP, recommended retail price ye ya siringi 1,000. Naye brush y'omu China oba ey'omuyindi nga bwetuukira wano nga RRP eri siringi 5. Kati agenda okuyingira ku market nga tasobola competinga. Now, you as the government, what have you done to protect Ugandan innovators and companies against the foreign players? Because bw'oweeyinga ebirungi oli mu China sente zonna azitwala waabwe, emirimu gigenda waabwe. Ono munnayuganda akoze brush, abaana akozesa baawano, ennyumba mwe basula sente zidda wano, brush bw'azitunda sente zidda wano, ebulaya ayinza n'okuba nga tagendangayokko. What has the government done in protecting our indigenous businesses, producers and manufacturers?
Webale nnyo. Kati tulina local content policy.
Yeah.
Local content policy.
Yes.
Local content policy. Era kati ekintu bwe kiba nga kitandika butandiisi kati tonaba kufuna capacity ekola nga bwe tusalako ab'ebweru tujja kubanga tukozinga scarcity ng'abantu tebakyakifuna kubanga abantu bakyetaaga okukikozesa. Tuba tukuyamba oterere ofune obusobozi obufulumya ekintu kyo naye kati
Obuyambi in form of subsidies.
ekisooka ebintu ebikolebwa wano tetubijjaako musolo for 10 years. Tukuwe price advantage kiri ekiva ebweru kasita tutandika okikola wano nga tusaba gavumenti ng'eyongeza ki omusolo
Kukyo.
ku kiri ekiva ebweru. Naye kati waliwo ebintu we tutuuka ne tugamba ekyo tekyayingira era ndowooza mubiraba ebintu si bino ebyenjogerako byokka naye kasita tuba tutandise okukikola wano nga tumanufacturinga nga tugamba nti kino musooke mukole ki tusooka misolo ne tugenda nga twongera emisolo oluusi si byangu kubanga tulina East Africa tulina amateeka ago muba munegotiatinga naye epolisi eri bwetyo era emitenda gyetambulirako nti waliwo we tutuuka ne tugamba ekyo tekikyayingira
nga fridge enkadde ezo
kuba wano empya zikolebwa wano
NEC-TV, by the way,
ne
NEC-TV.
computers ebyo tebikyayingira.
naye bamanufacturers bano ne producers mubawaayo ku subsidies besides the tax relief
Uganda
tax holiday.
Investment Authority erina incentives zetuwa abantu abaleeta ebintu okukolera wano. Kati nga president yawa bano ba Innovate myaka 10 nga tosasula misolo. Tosasula misolo. Okulaba nti n'emisolo najjo tuba tulowooza musolo ki na guno okulaba nti oli competitive. Naye ekintu ekirala nti engeri ebintu byaffe gye biba bitandika nga bitono kati bw'okwata brush y'omwami ono n'ogenda n'ogitimba mu supermarket awali brush endala eneebula kati tutaddewo kye tuyita made in Uganda ndowooza simanyi oba
Waliyo made in Uganda.
Made in Uganda supermarket nagiraba erugogo kuwuma.
Ate kati eri wano gaggadde
Ne wano weeri
Na wano weeri
made in
kati
Uganda.
made in Uganda tugikoze nga ye egenda kwefaananyirizaako Alibaba wa China naye nga yo erina wano n'amaduuka tulina warehouse wali Lugogo gye bayitanga Wuma Hall awo we tulina warehouse kati naye erina ku mukutu gyonna kati era twagala tugenda kubanga tuteekawo ne physical stores mu buli kibuga. Gundi eyo twagikola made in Uganda okuwa bannayuganda omukisa nabo balabike kubanga twagendanga mu supermarket nga osanga omuntu asiisa obuberenge bwaffe bulungi ate tubwagala naye bw'otuuka ku shelves bakwata kaffe ne bakateeka wali wansi mu koona kati nga abalwadde b'emigongo temusobola akatuukirira temukalaba nakalaba kati naye guno omukutu made in Uganda platform tutundirako buli kimu twagala ebintu bya Uganda bibere popular si wano wokka naye mu nsi zonna ate tukola emyoleso kati nga si wano wokka kati nga mu Gulf Food Expo tutwala ebintu bya Uganda birabike bifuna akatale ebweru so tetukoma wano kukuyamba naye gwe bw'onyiikira n'okola ekintu kyo bulungi ffe tukuwa sapooti eyo ne tugenda ne tukimarketinga gavumenti eteekamu ssente ne tugenda ne tukimarketinga kati bwe bakola oda eyo bagikolera ku mukutu ogwo gwa made in Uganda so twagala Munnayuganda alina obuyiiya akuguke ate nammwe abali eyo kati okola mashini yo naye teri fine nnyo abantu bakiraba ekikyo nga kyamagezi g'Abaganda jangu tukutererezeemu engeri gy'okiproducinga kisobola
Minister nsonyiwa interrupting nsaba ogamba omwana oli yaba ayereetera caayi
soke tukole edi
kaba nsavinga ecaayi
leka naawe maama kaseera kwali
kofi
Honorable Minister, as you leave, this is going to be the last question because now that we have you here, the business yange ya digital content creation, you know, involves using the social media and the digital space. Like I told you, when we were, last time we went for Jazz with Jaja, of course, waliwo okusika omuguwa bichi abantu sente, so he was like, I'm thinking, should I send you to Dr. Musenero? Should I send you under State House? Should I send you where? So it got me thinking, and of course, you know, the times I've dealt with Brian, talks about the ministry and all those things. But now that you're here, I want to ask, under your docket, I want to have digital media, digital content creation. Where do they fall? What exactly do they do? How do you enhance them?
Nina ekitongole kiramba oba kye tuyita bureau.
Bajita?
Tugiyita bureau.
Yes.
Ffe tetwaziyita department, omanyi tuli bayiiya. N'amannya tugayiiya. Naye bureau kubanga bino bakola nnyo, tulina department ekulirwa omwami gwe bayita David Gonahasa. Mulabye ng'ayingira awo. Gye ngenda obateeka. Gye ngenda obateeka. Akuzanya ebintu bye mangu. Kati nze bangamba nti bano ba creatives bajja mbadde mbalinze nga sibalaba. Manyi ba creatives mulimu engeri nnyingi. So business yeeyo tugenda ne tugitunuulira ngeri gy'ogitambuzaamu, abo wagifomalizinga, oluusi temufunamu nnyo kubanga ekintu okikola ne kibeera so popular wano naye nga tekiri fomu. Ate nga tosobola kiteekamu magezi mangi n'okijjamu ssente eziwera. Kati awo David ne ttiimu ye baba bakuyamba okukitongoza bulungi, okukikola emabega eyo ne kibeera bizinesi entuufu, ate nga oyongeramu okuyiiya kubanga naddala bino ebya digito bikyuka mangu. Bikyuka mangu nnyo. Kati tulina okulengera ki ekijja n'okibuukirako mangu n'okifuulamu bizinesi. Kati ffe bw'ojja already nina ekifo bwe ngenda okubateeka.
Minisita
agenda okubatongoza bulungi.
Akasembayo but Badru alinayo ekibuuzo ndowooza kye kijja okusembayo ate tweyongere mu maaso ne talk and talk show. But Minister
agende ku co.ug abulizo.
Kakati waganye okumpa ennamba ya Charlotte gwe nandibadde nkukwasaganya naye kale buuza.
Naye twagambye tetugenda kuwa namba ya
Charlotte muleke. Charlotte muleke. Ayinza n'okuba mufumbo.
Nange ndi mufumbo.
Muleke tomusumbuwa.
Njagala twogere science si kirala.
Honorable Minister, ebibuuzo biringa bibiri but ngenda kuba brief. Ekisooka, omuntu amanya atya nti ngwa mu ministry eno because tulina abantu nga abakola obugaali bw'ebibaawo n'agenda eyo, mulimu ababaza kugamba nti akameza ako nakataddemu science mungi naye ajja n'aclaiminga nti agwa eno gye tuli mu science and technology. Then ekirala, mode of communication, si buli innovator nti yasoma, mulimu abali just hands on nga bafunye ebintu byabwe ne babikola. For instance, nagendako eyo mu Kisenyi bakola amaseppiki gano agaddongolo ne bateeka mu ttaka ne basaanuusa ne bagijjayo. Kati abo communication ayinza batasobola sindika email. Is there any other way they can reach out?
Kati okujjako egyo emikutu tugendayo nange kennyini bwe nali ntandika ngendayo era nteekateeka mu gavumenti eddako nina okugendayo kubanga
enejja kaakati
kino sikyenda kyogera nnyo onsabire tugendayo. Nze nange kennyini ngendayo. Tosobola kuweereza abantu nga totegedde mbeera gye balimu ate nga era bwe nali ntandika okuba minisita Oluganda nali sirwogera lungi. Nalina okuluyiga kubanga nina okutegeera omusuubuzi wa downtown lwaki atunda ebintu bya China n'atatunda ebyaffe wano. Ne mulaba bali ababazi abali wali ensambya
Yeah.
Twagendayo ne tutegeera ensonga zaabwe ne tubatwala awantu naye juzi nafuna message nti beetaaga nzireyo ntegeere ebiriyo okubateeka ku mutindo yetwagala. Kati olaba njogera nnyo ku beekatwe kubanga nagendayo ne ntegeera ebizibu byabwe n'ebyetaago byabwe. Kati ffe mu kuyiiya tetutya bizibu kubanga ebizibu bye tukozesa ng'ebirungo okuggyayo ebintu ebipya.
Actually okuyiiya kuba kusolvinga bizibu.
Kati watabeerawo bizibu mba sirina mulimu. So omuntu wa bulijjo alema okutya kugamba ekibi nti email tetuweerezaako voice. Simanyi oba basobola okuweereza voice mail kubanga bwe mba nkolagana
bagende balabe Charlotte wakitaddewo
kubanga bwe tuba twogerera ndi ku mikutu gy'abasuubuzi mingi naye tutera nnyo okukozesa audio.
Honorable Minister, nja kuyamba mu kino. Omuntu yenna olwaleero mu ggwanga alinayo ky'alina oba kyayiiya ateekwa okubaawo n'omuntu gw'ali naye oba gw'amanyiiko asobola.
Ate balina obukulembeze.
Ne bw'ataba na bukulembeze ng'oli ali eyo ayiiya nsuwa ze ng'awulira yeetaaga obuyambi agambe omwana w'omwana we abatuukeko. Minisita tweyanzizza nnyo. Bw'oli musawo kano njaka kubuuza minisita emisuwa gyo myangu gyakulabika. Do you have a problem with your veins in mizibu oba byanguwa?
Emisiwa gino kati waliwo bye tukozesa n'egiba gibuze.
So omusuwa gwo tegusobola kubula minisita.
Fantastic.
Kale katusooke tugendeko.
Lindako. Honorable Minister oluseke yalugaadinze mangu n'ajjayoko n'ebintu byaffe n'ozoobiraba. Leeta Honorable Minister bituwe. Fantastic.
Olaba oluusi tukusibako ka rubber band awo.
Tosuula taabu.
Kati muno mulimu obuntu bwaffe mujja bulabira eyo sigenda abwanjuluza kati
kiri mutu
naye kyenjagala mulabe nti buli ekirimu kiri made in
Uganda.
Mulaba ne ka packaging ka mutindo kubanga tukola ffe ku science ne technology atugamba nti twagala Uganda ebeere nga yeesinga, making Uganda the best. Ndowooza omusuwa gujja kulabika.
Omusuwa gutandise okulabika minisita. Tweyanzizza nnyo.
Mwami Kasuku.
Nsaba omukulu wa Pombegard tujja kwogerako naye aleeteyo ku kantu ke nina kyempulira njagala kitereereza wano oba ye mwami Kayondo.
Kano kava mu ttooke lyaffe naye bw'okasomako ku kabokisi kano kuliko endagirira omukyala muyambe
akwe ka Pombegard.
Kano ka keeki mixi kano abaana baagala nnyo obukeeki buno. Ne bw'oba nga tolina oven osobola okububeekingira mu sigiri wali wansi naye ng'olwedekaliddaan otakamu mazzi gokka n'otabula ng'okafumba wali nga bakalya tokateeka ku sepiki naawe kava mu matooke. Bannange kambongereko.
Nsaba owa kamera kano wandikakozeemu close up minisita ng'onkwasa ali ku kamera kwa close up
teweewolerako
the garage. Naye muli sport on aba the garage. Thank you.
Honorable Minister obadde okyaliwo?
Honorable Minister katumusiibule
oba oyitamu
nga bw'agenda ngenda kusaba the garage tusooke tugendeko mu Bulango tusobole okwogeramuko ne minisita nga tetuli ku mpewo.
Sokolindeko kati minisita adde ayagala kwebaza ku bantu, then we can go for the break.
Njagala kwebaza bannayuganda okuwagira kwe batuwadde emyaka gino 5 kutusobosesezza okutambula ne tugunjuula ne tujjayo obuyiiya bwaffe, era mbasaba mujumbire okugula ebintu bya Uganda ate bwe muba nga mulina ebibuuzo mubituweereze tubaddemu kubanga twagala mwena muyiiye mwena mubeere nga mwenyigira mu kuzimba eggwanga lyaffe. ne mwami Kasuku mbeebaza mwebale kunkyaza ku lunaku lwa leero n'okutukyalirako wano ku National Science Week. Mwebale nnyo, tuli bammwe bwe tuli, tetuli bazibu okwogera nabo.
Okay. We are going to take a break. Betukomawo, the discussion continues. Tuina story ya Shiba, tuina story ya Bebe Cool ne Gravity. Coming up, ngali tunaleta ate musajja wa Pombe God. Yeah, so Mr. Ronnie, take us away, then tukomewo. Fantastic.
Thank you so much for honoring our invitation to come and have what I would love to call the most important conversation. We use technology. We use technology. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation to come and have what I would love to call the most important conversation.
We use technology every day without thinking about its origin. And yet we have grown to trust that technology. And actually, the value of most of our businesses in the financing sector is embedded in technology.
A nation of memorizers will always be employed by a nation of inventors. We must raise inventors.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the STEM engine session. This is where we want to see children learn how to code, build and create. We want to see engineers, especially young ones, turn ideas into real-world solutions.
We young minds of Buya Parent School have brought you the solution, which is the Pest Guard robot. So, this house here is a smart house. It has everything to detect a thief.
We are grateful for initiatives like STI and STEM Engine and all the partners that have supported this.
Have brought you the solution, which is the Pest.
Se
Okay.
Mukulikeyo nnyo, welcome back from that short break. Now, we're moving to the action. We have two stories nga tetunnaba kweyongerayo genda wala. Nsookera wuwo Jenkins Mukasa.
Yes, sir.
Naye akantu kano koogereremu wano kasemberere.
Ngezaako naye maama.
Aha. Jenkins ne Bat, you have seen the story that has been going around. Bebe Cool ne actually Gravity ne Bebe Cool. Gravity agamba sente ze tebazimuwanga. Agamba ye contract yagisayininga ne Bebe Cool. Teyagisayiningako ne government oba NRM. Okitegedde. Then ne yegattibwako Buchaman. Musajja mukambwe nnyawo. Kwegasse n'abayimbi abalala.
Abalala baluwa?
Abo ababiri. Abalala bali mu background.
Tewali balala beegasseko abo ab'omululu babiri.
Mbadde njagala nga tonnalindako.
And I'm telling you, tewali balala
nga tonnasumulula lindako.
Oli yabaddeko yakuba oluyimba olumanyi oluyimba lwe yakuba?
Nedda.
No sex, no condom.
Ani oyo?
Oyo nuclear.
Ani?
Yayita nuclear.
Yani nga simuwulirangako.
Anti ekimbanne nga muntu obateekamu tusigaze bano bokka.
Ronnie, njagala mutuweeko ku buvidiyo obwo. Gravity ne Buchaman nalabe ne Bebe Cool yabazeemu.
Toteekayo nga
tannabaddamu. Eri vidiyo yabadde
vidiyo nga Gravity awemula.
Vidiyo eri nkadde. Tuwe Gravity ne Buchaman nga bakutte akaliro baagala sente. They want their money. Baagala sente.
My youth. Me want me money, my youth.
Teekayo. Nga tetubiraba wano.
Nga tebijja.
Nga bwe bijja.
Gye bali naye.
Gyebiri. Twetaaga walkie-talkie.
Waliwo nno zentunda naye ma.
Enki.
Walkie-talkie.
Kolanga gundi bwe yakola. Jjajja wange. Yakola jackets, press jackets.
Yalaba zirwawo.
Naye n'asigazaayo emu. Kolanga gundi bwe yakola. Jjajja wange. Yakola.
Oba ndaba oba tandaba alinga amazzi. Nakola pasente zange kisajja gwe tomanyiira. Pasente zange, I want my money.
Tuyambe.
Pasente zange.
Tuleka awo tweyanze.
Biki byonnyumiza ebyo ebintu byonna.
bannaffe mam
In the interest of time,
nedda leka bazanye video waliwo abatagirabye ffe weetuli wano olina omukolo olina omukolo gwe genda bw'oba olina omukolo wano wetulaga wakambwe nnyo
temujja kulinnyira musajja nga tulaba
onakkiriza n'oddamu ku bibuuzo by'omusajja oyo
alwaina
bebe
tugenda bidda mubuuze ebibuuzo toddemu ebibuuzo tobimanyi information nawe ali wano
okay waliwo videos ezikyazanya
bagenda kubuulira nga tukomyewo
naye adimini atereere ku mulimu ali mu kulamusa abagenyi
alina ba obi be basisinka
kati ndowooza makerere yonna yagigambye nti ali wano abirisitedde yandibadde mu kontro ate ali ku kyayi
ffe empewo gye tuwulira wano tetukiwuliranko wantu walala wano naye gwe wanywedde walagi
kati yetaaga pombe
njagala owa pombe gaadi aleeta akantu nteekeyo We are helping the beer industry to grow.
If it is street, me I go deal with the blood clot street my youth. Ronnie, a long time me no like them behavior of
No. Butcherman, tulemere kuteganya bebe ku butcher.
Bwe tunulawo nawe oyagala naye ng'oliwo nti
tunulemu bwe bati
teri ayisizaamu mulema maaso ye yeeyisizaamu amaaso omulema aganye okuwa endagaano y'ekitiibwa bw'oba olina endagaano kyekikuyombya
endagaano gye mwogerako ng'endagaano emyaka giri mu kugenda Museveni agenda kulayira
anti genda mu kooti omuwaabire bw'olaba ng'endagaano yo yagibleachinga yagyonoona
Pusiwala me go take him to the court blood clot.
It's okay.
To the court blood clot.
Butcherman, I want to ask you something.
Street.
Tom Sobola. Butcherman, baby,
me a Batman. Me a Batman.
Tokanga. Butcherman, Tokanga, baby, cool. Butcherman, Tokanga, baby. Tom Sobola.
I'm not scared of blood clot. I'm not scared of blood clot. Why the blood clot don't hear me?
Butcherman, I want to ask you something here. Okay, kankubuzeyo butcher. Kankubuzeyo butcher. Butcher bw'alijja mu campaigns ani yakuyita?
Ani yampita?
Mbuuza kibuuzo.
Ani yampita?
Mbuuza bw'alijja mu campaigns ani yakuyita?
Gw'omanyi ani yampita?
Yakuyita. Butcherman emirundi gye weegayirira bebe kulu akuyite mu campaigns gyali mingi.
Goso kulumuma. Nze neegayirako bebe kulu mu njala kujja mu campaign.
Kale ani yakuyita? Ani yakuyita Butcherman? Mbuulira ani yakuyita?
Kati kankubulire gwe. The first time,
yes,
bebe kulu yankubira essimu n'aŋŋamba Butcherman, kyenjagala tukole ŋŋenda kukwogera ne muzeeyi.
Okay, ndowooza obiwulidde Jenkins.
Mbiwulidde.
Over to you.
Abavuka nabawulidde.
Eddie alina ebibuuzo bye naye musooke mu kigaayi.
Abavuka abo bebe kuli yali boosi waabwe ogenda campaign trail. Jjukira nti mu mbeera ya campaign eyo abayimbi abo baali tebalina kujja. Kubanga federation yali egambye bakozesa ba regional artist baayo bakwe mu regions. Bebe kulu n'aleeta unstoppable okuyingira campaign trail eyo. Era muzeeyi n'abakkiriza bakole. Bosi waabwe ye bebe era facilitation gye baafuna is out of the roof. Sente ze bafunanga zibamala, okay, if it was me, zimala okuba nti wakola. Bakimanyi bulungi nti bebe tanafuna sente ezo. Even the week before, yakola interview ng'agamba bannamawulire temunnafuna sente, muzeeyi sinnamulaba n'abayimbi sinnazifuna. Era abo kyobola gundi yevuddeo gundi ani Little Puzzle ye yavuddeyo ng'abakakkanya mukakkane tulinde. Walabye Ndawusi bwe yagambye, Ndawusi yali MC, tulinda sente zijja kujja. Bano abaluva ababiri be bazze nga bafuusa ekizibu. Bw'oba ng'obanja sente ogenda ku TikTok, bwe bali bafuna ddiiru bwe bayita ku TikTok. That is the problem we have with
tubuuze ku bibuuzo
with those boys. Nindako onakuwulira ate ekyaliyo.
Njagala kubuuza ggwe.
Abo abamu ne sente tumanyi ze baafunako. Buuza totiisa buuza.
Njagala kubuuza. Bebe okwogera nabo yayogera nabo muntu ku muntu. Lwaki alina bad dressingira mu press conference? Ogambye yakoze interview. Lwaki ta reaching out to these people individually?
Bagambye tanagikola.
Katubuuze ku bibuuzo.
Ati kankuddemu nti bebe tanakola interview yonna. Video gye walabye yagikola luli nga tugenda mu MK Run. Abo yali abakontaktinga buli kyo Wabuyu yagamba bayogedde.
Andi lwaki tasobola kuba nti ayogera na buli muntu kubanga si bayimbi bokka be babanja sente. Ne bannamawulire alina bannamawulire nga 9 tagenda ate mulimu by the way ababayimbi
ani yayita abayimbi abo si yabakubiranga n'ayogera nabo individual.
By the way bebe kulu abo abayimbi alabika ayogerako na basatu
abamu be baamukubira nga Buchamani yakubanga nyambo nteekeko kyokka kati omusajja olw'okuba yalina ekisa n'amuteekako ate amwekyusiza mu lujama feeke minidi bimone mayuti afuse mayuti.
Waliwo endagaano ebadde eragibwawo mugimanyiko?
Baba wendagaano
kati kimenye bamenyeremenyere naye kankive wansi kuba nabyeko faces nga 3 Buchamani, nuclear ne gravity.
Nedda nuclear mujjewo.
Naye kamujjewo kansoke mukugirewo. Nuclear yajja ku kameme ka Fikigaza yajja kufata talina ndagaano na bebe.
Talina ki?
Talina ndagaano na bebe. Yafata bufasi. Nga bonosanga ekimotoka n'ogamba kanzije nkube.
Yalipira.
Kati nagirako ennyongeza ya nuclear nga nuclear yasookawo Fikigaza n'ayimba. Kati abo tetubabala. Buchamani ayinza okuba nga yasinga okusibanja sente entono ennyo mweyo campaign trail.
Kubanga ye yakubanga kitundu kya luyimbo olwa principal.
Sinakyo ekyo. Ekisooka Buchamani bamuwa sente deposit. Omanyi bebe yabawanga deposit n'ojja n'okubanga bwe babala bwe batoolako. Yamala weeks mu Kampala ng'azunga buzunzi n'alyoka n'ajja. Nga bw'ajja ajja ku stage n'agamba give me this, get him duty, give me this. N'amala n'agenda. Ng'ezisho ezisinga teyaziyimba. Ng'omubuuza Bucha tewayimbye kumaca. N'agamba jjo nabadde mu lukiiko lw'abaana ba ghetto eri wansi. N'omubuuza kyekyakuleeta. Kati talina authority ebanja sente kubanga zabanja ntono nnyo.
Akti yeyo.
Oyo Buchamani asobola n'okusasulwa nga ne ziri tezinnajja kuba busente bwe butono naye talina mpisa tebajja zimuweerawo kati naye alinda eziri. Oyina ekibuuzo ekirala?
Tugende ewa
Wabuyu.
Namulaba ng'akola
nga mukambwe.
Ngenda kuwa
example. Wabuyu.
Mulimu abaana asobola ofuna chance n'agenda alya mu staff room n'alya ku mmere y'abasomesa. Ate tasobola kuvaayo n'ateeka chefu ku nninga mbu sinnalya mmere nina okulya emmere.
Ng'ate abasomesa
oba nze siwulire oba gwe atatunula bulungi mu kazindaalo
tompulira. Ngambye mulimu abaana abafuna chance n'agenda alya ku mmere y'abasomesa mu staff room. Tasobola kuvaayo nga yekalakaasa n'emmere kadi mbu omanyi nze nina okulya emmere era nze mumanyi nina okulya emmere. Wabuyu kyakola. This is what happened. Wabuyu yafuna chance meeting president ogwasooka nga yakagenda nga ne campaign zaakatandika. Mu meeting ye yasuggestinga president nti ye sente ze ziyite wa president okutuuka ku ye.
Teziyita mu muntu yenna.
Okitegedde? Era bebe bwe yakyuya n'amugamba engeri gyewagambye muzeeyi yakusasule gwe kati ne toliiyo oli wa muzeeyi n'agamba kiri okay. Kati bwe kyasitoolingamu ne kiba nga tekitambula n'akomawo n'agamba bebe ate kati omanyi naye kati nkomyewo eno ndaba erize kitambula namugamba fine bwe yatuuse n'asasulwa bamuwadde miliyoni 65 650 millions
omuntu gwe bawadde 65 abeera mukambwe bw'atyo
ayagala kuba ddabo
ayagala kuweza kawumbi kyova abanja bina mwataano.
Aren't you trying to blackmail the guy nga tanafuna ku ssente?
I'm on Kasuku Live. It is watched all over the country and outside. Sobola kujja wano sala bigambo. Za kubikira nze naziika. Ebyo ebintu by'okuva ku unstoppable. Okutuuka waba bayimbi we bajjira naliwo. N'okuleeta Wabbuyo. Okumukuleeta okukuba okumukulembeza okukuba because alien yali tazze. Ate nga yali. Olaba alien yasasulwa n'atajja. Bebekulu yakubako ku nduulu. Teyamuleka ne miliyoni 4 n'agenda nago. Ono ne bajja n'abatemera empenda mujje muyimbe nakola dize ne bamuwa ssente Wabbuyo ngendo kukakasa bwendi Bebekulu tagenda kuwa yadde 10 ne bonovaamu
akagatoneka kwa amagezi buli amujjonkedde zaabika emipiira zaabika emipiira ate bakati bakuyamba
ate olabye video eyo gye tumyutize oyo ayinza okuddirira liwilite bw'ategendereza oyo Wabbuyo ayinza okuddirira liwilite embeera si nnungi era nasanze omusajja ali
kitokota tekuli cover
ate noli teyeefiirayo ali mu kwenywera shishawe ka champagne ataddeko headphone alaba firimu emmotoka akabokisi wakalabye
yaleese jiwago ne wagirabye
naye mabizu agitulaga
1.2
obutabagamba nti sente zammwe kweyaguze
1.2 nga
nezinajja
jiwago niye yavaako obuzibu
era gira enkiza eggulu
ate si yeyo kaliwo n'ebirala ebiriwo bye tutanabagamba ekyebwebajja bakimanyi
tebalina kye bamanyi
wali ekiri ebwebajja
nsaba tukolere ku bantu tukendeeze ku weeweeta
atayagala kuwagira babbi
kale jiwagole teriyo batojagala teriyo
gravity ensonga gyawamba omanyi omuntu wengenda ne bampa akasente kange bale Museveni tasaba president tagaba sente za bwereere you have to explain abo batwala nti tukoze muzeeyi tukoze enchapye ondabye enchapye sente zange ne bazimuwa ate ayagala nenajje bamuwe tagenda zifuna ezo zo
tugende ku kirala
kati soko Eddie opapa olagawa
ate ebibuuzo tubimazeeyo tewali
ebibuuzo abasajja baleke batunnyonnyole kati obuzibu wamma bwavudde ku ki njagala kumanya
mulugube
gravity yabadde amanyi nti bw'anaafuna ssente z'65 nti eno bebe tagenda kumanya nekyaba amanya nti vidiyo zigenda fuluma nga bamukwasa ssente
kati soko olindeko bamuwadde 65
nga bwe yasaba muzeeyi amusasule
kati
ayagala bamuwedde zino ebina
bw'afuna zino ebina mu 5 aweza 1.1 si bwe kiri ojjukira kamiri ze bamuwaza yatwala mu banka ayagala zenkane okitegedde
kati ye agamba nti 65 yakolera ki president sikuperforminga kikyazimuweesezza kati ayagala endala zaaki tagenda afuna yadde 10
naye but ayina contract ne Bebekulu kati contract yo
yagisomamu bulungi oba awuba mpube bw'ati
era agikola bukozi bw'ati
agikozanga faani
eringa faani akola bukozi bw'ati
addemu agitunulemu
wabula bannange
kati anti oyo ajja kuba ali awo ebbaluwa ya pulezidenti egenda kujja eraga nti yasasuddwa ebyo akyabiyita byakuzanya nokuba kerere kuwemula si wekikola omuntu alina contract ajja n'akuba kerere eyo
wabula
tojja na contract ng'olina contract n'omuntu ng'ojja okuba kerere genda mu kooti
ate bw'ogenda mu kooti togendayo ku tiktok bameka bagenda okuwaba emisango nga beekwata
bebe bamusamoninzeeko
okitegedde
wait this is which flavor
wenywa bunywa ebyobwerere bibaako ebyo
naawe leka kumanyiira ekyobwerere oyongera
ono omwana mpa enamba ye so that bwe naaba njagala smoothie nsobole omukubira ndeetere.
Excuse me please open for me. Yeah, then you go
and then you don't go any further
but send someone else teri kubasajja bakola mu company yeyo
fantastic. Yeah, get some, you go with it, you open it, you come or you want to open it from here.
I can open it for you.
Linda kogenda wama ono ajja kweraga mbu ajja kasumulula kamuleme.
Bwe tofaayo.
So what's in
Omwana
here?
kage.
Mango and what?
Gwenywa bunywi.
Mango and passion only.
Owa kamera kwata bulungi kamera naawe the garage owa kamera kiki kwata bulungi kamera
Thank you. So
the
you say-
garage close up
Leka tunye anedda bambi. So you
nze
say
bannange
Nindako Eddie. So you said this is Ugandan, made in Uganda. Babaita mixed. Oh.
Ayitirivu.
jangu oyogerereku eno microphone
Naye nze kati bino
abantu
byonna
bamuwulire
but bino byonna biremesa kunnyonnyola nsonga ya bebekulu ne bwabuyu.
Tetugyako.
Diversion.
Batwongere okutunda
Eno diversion yennyini ewedde emirimu.
Tuula wano.
Tunnyonnyola ensonga kati laba bye muzzeemu.
Tunnyonnyolako okunywako.
tujja kutuukayo ku bebe amannya go gwan do you want to speak English or Luganda?
Tetwaze mu kumanyigana.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm from, like, our company is called Mixed. Yeah, it's an events managing company that deals on events, and we work in cocktails. We deal in cocktails, smoothies, and coffee.
You also you bring them packaged already?
No, we can them from there.
You can them from here.
Yeah.
You have a machine.
Yes, please.
Ulira about technology ali e Uganda. Ana.
Thank you.
What can never ogenda?
Before you go, where can I find this other than here?
The what?
Speak in the microphone so people can hear you.
Yeah, we are located at Kanjocha Street, opposite Kanjocha House.
Opposite where?
Kanjocha House.
Okay.
Yeah.
Owa kamera omwana ono muwe close up ogyemu mukasa
Kanjo kyanjimanyi nja kutwalawo.
asaagala kuntwala omwana kandagirire naye bannange the garage ali ku kamera tuwe close up to promoting a business ya Uganda. Wamma Kanjocha Street company yammwe weeryawo?
Yes, it's called the Pearl Guide.
Pearl Guide.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We shall pass by when we are done. Eh?
Okay, thank you.
Soka tumalayo ensonga. Diversion eri
ensonga ya bebe mwebale nnyo tugitegedde.
Ogikuse bulungi.
Egguse.
Okyalinayo ky'obuuza ekirala kyonna?
Sirina.
Aha. So ye embeera nga bw'etambudde.
Sooka okanyweko. Wakahuura.
Fantastic. Nabino ebintu nga tubaite tubimanyi.
Tubeere ne tubonaabona oliyamba.
Ne tubonyaabona n'otula.
Oliyamba bijuyisa ebiduze ono ali wano.
Bano aba mixed baliwo batuweeyo be tunaatuulanga nabyo ku seeti.
baleeteyo obubokisi
anti batuwe tukole product endorsement.
Butereevu.
Batusasule.
Naye kati bali eyo beebase.
Adimini aluwa guno mulimu gwe.
Minisita abonaabona. Amazo bitunnyonnyola tebaliiwo.
Adimini mu kifo ky'okuyingeejinga abaze garage abamanyi bano ali mu kulamusa ba obbiibe.
Kati gundi oli alina obuzibu. Adimini. Mu kuva eggomba yali aŋŋamba ayagala kukola ne Mulondo.
Kakati atunuulira.
Benkubira Mulondo nanga talina opening. Ne muga jangu tukole. Kati asanze Mulondo anuuna ennywanto.
Mu kifo ky'okukola.
Human.
But unemployment is eyeing him down.
You're staring unemployment in the face.
Adimini yavagomba.
It is giving you a hand you want to shake unemployment's hand.
Adimini
ojja genda mu garage
oteekwa okuva wano
osooka ositule sitaandi ggwe otuyita bya saaga eno gy'otudde emmotoka yange temugizaayo saidi mira.
Wulira adimini olina okuva wano ng'olinayo bizinesi bbiri z'oleese ate zonna olina zijja ku the garage. So tonyumya nakula nkuwulira I follow you a lot.
Mbadde njagala appraisal ye gwoba ogikwatamu. Media appraisal zijja next month. You appraise that man.
Ngenda muwa targets.
Nabagamba bonna ne mutyabawaako ne Roni ne mbaga ngenda bakwasa sendi. mumuwuliremu.
Mu kifo ky'okuengaginga omusajja amuggyeko bizinesi eno bw'abuuza obbiwe eri bw'amugamba I've been following you. He doesn't want to be followed.
Ebyo byonna nno obiraba okyabyogera. Naye waliwo mutabani wa Baati ye atudde tabakigenda mu maaso.
Mutabani wa Baati ali starstruck. Buli kyalaba kipya.
Alinga kwefu yabadde ku paradigm.
Yekubiza ekifaananyi wali eri n'assaako wano captain finally abroad.
Now, awo nga tuvuddewo.
Quick one, waliwo asudde kaadi ye Makerere University. Ishami Kwisanga Andrick. Kaadi yo eri wano ogisudde.
Muwala mulenzi.
Mulenzi.
Eyo yagikimeewo.
Njiwe Eddie.
Sijagala.
Eddie.
Banayo.
Anoonye ka police post akali okumpi.
Just okukkaatiriza ekintu kya gravity.
Nedda kimala.
Ate kijja kumala.
Kakkaatirize.
Ebintu by'okuvaayo okumanyira omurasita nga talina kyabakoze, nga talina kyabagambye, gw'ogenda okuba ekyokulabirako. Twateesezza nti ono yadda wali awaluyilayiti we yava. Ono yaddawo. Ate nga ne sente tagenda zifuna. Kuba yasasuddwa. Bebe yamuwa 10 deposit. Secretariat nemuwa 10. Muzeeyi yamuwadde 650. Ye sente azikuŋŋaanya azitwalawa.
Akukumbye sente.
Ali mu kuzimba nyumba ya sente.
Nyumba yagambye
ngamba nti ayinza okuba mu kifo kya buloka akozesa sente.
Ate awo.
Now, ate ne tokability yaleese obuzibu. Omanyi kati oyo mwana engeri gy'amaze ennyumba ye naye ayagala okuvuganya kuba Saha yabadde n'ennyumba ye. Naye kati mulimu bino osimanyi abantu abagenda ewa Saha bavaayo nga simanyi bawunya omukka nze ekyoto kyange kya gaasi. Oyo propaganda oyo nonsense gwe balimu eyo wansi oyo. Gye baagala
bayimbe ennyimba.
Bayimbe omubali. Naye sente teri.
Money no.
Mie.
You don't want your money.
Okay. Awo nga tuvuddewo Queen Sheba yazze mu kantu. Yatandise akantu. Akantu yakatandise ayambalirawo spice.
Naye katono kamutuge. Abantu abajja mu kantu muketege katuga. Twakola program ku Vibe Life Ruli. Abantu nga kakuli wano. Okola abantu ofuna 2, ofuna 27.
Naye Sheba ine emitwalo 37.
Yalinye.
Wanodde.
Kasooka kulaalira. But this is what I have to say. I welcome Sheba to the podcast business, over to the Kantu business. Omanyi olumu engeri gy'osobola okwawula boys from men when there is competition. And abantu bangi balowooza nti bino ebyokudda wano n'oyogera kyangu. Until nga ze n'atuulawoko n'asooka awulira nga tekigatta. Ekyokubiri, alina okubeera very careful. As a student of history, abantu bangi noonya eyasucceedi nze sinnamulaba. Nja kubawa abantu wano wammanga. Bebe yakolako ku Capital Radio. N'ata radio, kariya ye n'egenda maaso ne music.
Ne
Juliana yaliko ku Capital Radio. N'ata radio, n'asobola okugenda maaso ne singing kariya ye. Sam Gombia was at his peak. N'afuna temptation, n'agenda mu radio. Radio Simba. His career, realistically and without bias, nosedived. To the extent nti abantu abasinga waliyo n'abaana kati abatamanyi nti Sam Gombia muyimbi. Nojja ku Titi.
Tabel.
Ku piiki ya Titi nze nali manager we. Nga tulina contract ya MTN. Which I managed to renew 3 times. N'agenda ku beat. Contract nebaawo. Okuva lwe yagumizaamu ku radio, bwe yava ku beat yadda ku CBS. Her music career went down.
Rebecca Jingo,
olwaleero bw'omwogerako abantu abamu tebakimanyi na kukimanya. nti muyimbi muyitirivu. She has a very beautiful voice.
Ainako ne female artist of the year Palm Awards.
Abantu tebakyamujjukira.
Knows an album of the year.
Now, Shiba alina okutunuulira history. Yes, trends are changing because manyi waliyo kati abantu abamu oli ajja kuvaayo agambe ebyo mwogera ku bya radio eno kati digital eno social media naki. Yes, njagala ddemu anyumyeko ne Juliana kuba Juliana naye yasooka najja n'atuteekamu akantu but later on yakizuula nga it's not sustainable. I welcome her, but I want her to know it's not going to be a walk in the park because okumaintaining obumaintaininzi abagenyi tolaba nti muyimbi ate alina okukimanya ekirungi naye muyimbi. Abayimbi tebaagala muntu afuna kavimbo ku bo, okitegeera, tebaagala kugaba masannyalaze. Kyova olaba abayimbi interview baagala zikola nga apromotinga kivulu kye oba nga apromotinga alubamu, naye awasigadde yeebuzaabuza n'akatagga. But in a nutshell, Shiba Karungi, welcome to the industry.
To the Kasingi.
Akantu tukalinze and amaanyi watandise bulungi. Ffe weetuli.
Right. Some people have come out to say she ignited her war with Spice Diana. Ngabagamba yabadde anoonya masannyalaze. Will you agree with that?
There are two things mu kino ekintu kya Shiba. First of all, shortcut y'abantu okwagala ofuna sente. Naddala zino 5 billion. We are going to see a lot of people coming into Kantu edition. Okwagala okufuna attachment ku sente zino ezijja okuva president. Ekyo kimu. Ekyokubiri, Shiba oyabeerera ng'ayina music, nga music yayogera.
Kati bati ogamba mbu Shiba yazze mu kantu lwa biliyoni 5.
Yes, sebo.
Oli mulalu.
Bwe bagambye buli omwana akugamba.
Era ku sente.
Welinda petition nga zizze ewuwo. Ojja gamba noono yaweereza. Okitegedde. The other thing kyembadde nkugamba, Shiba oyabeerera n'omubale. Oh, thank you. Can you open it, please?
I've loved your service. Kati tufunaawo akatebe such that bwe tubaako ne kye twagala tukufuna mangu.
Wabula bannange simanyi oba tunaakola leero.
Ekirungi ekitugaana okukola naawe okiraba.
Temuli kituganye kukola tukole bannange.
Aye n'obanga atalabangako.
Okitegeera.
Mubeere bantu bakulu bakkakkamu. Bati obadde ogamba
nti Shiba oyabeerera n'omubali ng'alina music. Nga music we yayogera ye teyalina budde bwogera. Right now music tewali. Ate yeetaaga talkability kubanga amawulire agali wabweru. That's why asobola okujja n'ayogera ku Spice. Kuba ekintu kyabwe kyalingamu ebyo ebyokulwanagana abaana bajja kuvaayo ba Spice.
Ate luli emabega nga tamuddamu oba ojjukira?
Yali tamuddamu because Shiba yalina music ng'alowooza oli yamulippira. Kati yeesaze ng'oli talina mubali naye talina n'agamba katwesitule. Katwevulunge tulabe oba tunadda mu bbanga. But at the end of the day,
you also agree with that,
yes,
that narrative?
Katugende mpola. Shiba oluyimba lwo olupya lugenda lutya?
Tewakoma kuwankoona gwe.
Luliro wazina wali ekitende.
Ebyo bye weefukula.
Wankoona ke kayimba ke omusajja temumwogerera bubi.
But do you know the name of the podcast? Let's talk about it.
I don't know the name of the podcast, but I saw it. I saw the content, not the name.
And the name will struggle because the person presenting the podcast is a big brand.
Yes.
So oli kasita amanya Shiba kiwedde agenda ku YouTube agenda ku channel ye. By the way, I hope Shiba will appreciate the publicity we are giving your podcast here. Juliana waliwo wano amanyi erinnya lya podcast ye?
Wamulaba
ng'ofollowinga. But anyway, n'ekirala ekiriwo, music industry is on the knees essaawa eno. Kubanga ekibuuzo nakibuuza ne president wa federation, ekibi teyanziramu, yayingira basajja b'akadongo kamu. Government teteekanga ssente nnyingi mu performing arts for the 40 years ne bw'oyongerayo 60 years since independence nga bw'etaddemu in the past 5 years. Naye ate music buli government lweyongera sente music lwe yeeyongera okuba omutono. Olwaleero tuli mu mwezi gwa kuna naye ennyimba z'oyogerako n'oga nti ezifulumya omwaka guno obalambale ku ngalo nti emu 2 3 4 okumanya ennyimba tezifulumye. Kati tutandise na kwogera mannya g'abantu Kapeke, Tracy Melon,
Kafodo,
awo n'otandika okuwuuna. Oba ntegera kye ŋŋamba? So it is okay era okulaba omuyimbi nga anoonyayo alternative income si kibi, but nakyo kijja kwetaaga amaanyi equally nga gabadde ateeka mu muziki.
Kale ate waliwo ka trend akalala akaze abayimbi batandise okwerwanya then oli n'ateekayo ati wakawo oluyimba. Ndowooza okiraba ennaku zino kigenda mu maaso ne Puzzle yatandise ne Gravity olaba yatadde oluyimba ogenda laba nga Thingi Shiba naye ataddeyo but si bwe kigenda okukola ife.
Puzzle yatadde oluyimba.
Nalabye obu yalutadde ali ne Latinum oyo naye alina kati olutalo luyaguddewo alina gwe yeevuma naye.
Obangi alaga.
Manyiyo.
Mukasa tonneetunuuliza by the way. Tugende mu maaso. By the way, leave me alone, Jenkins. Andeke. Gyalaga mmanyiyo.
Tuyite. Sigaba masannyalaze. Tuyite omwami wa Pombe
bafe n'oluyimba lwabwe bafe nabo.
Yatangamba tetubuuze yakabuuzo.
Njagala kuyita.
Tukirese Eddie.
Thank you.
You are yours truly ours.
Njagala kuyita mwami wa Pombe gadi aleeta akantu ke nkagezese.
Yes.
Tusinziira wano Kololo mu National Science Week ekyagenda mu maaso olunaku olwaleero tugenda kubanga tubaleetera ku bantu ab'enjawulo okwogerako nabo so that you get it from the horse's mouth. Nsaba production team ereeta omukulu wa IBAS gwe tuba tusooka naye akoko tukakwasaganye tukajjewo n'abannyonnyodde nga tutandika abataabaddewo obubbi bweyongedde era waliwo omusajja wange baamubbye kati njagala IBAS eno bw'enaabanga tutandise okwogerako n'abakulu abagitwala batunnyonnyola engeri gye bagenda okuyambamu bannayuganda okubeewonya ebintu bwe bityo. National Science Week ebatuusibwako Ministry ya Science, Technology and Innovation era nga olunaku olw'enkya wagenda kubeerawo ebintu bingi wajja kubaawo n'omuziki kwegamba bino ebyamagezi bwe binaggwa ate ebyokusanyuka akawungeezi bijja kubaawo. Joshua Baraka agenda kubaawo, Elijah Kitaka agenda kubaawo and I think Azawi, Elijah Kitaka, Joshua Baraka bajja kubaawo. So muleete abaana waliwo ebintu ebiri interactive bingi bw'oba olina omwana wo ng'oyagala abeere nti agenda n'omulembe. Olwaleero as a parent ndi mweraliikirivu. Technology is eating away a lot of jobs. Kati abaana mubaleete babeere inspired okutaking on some of the new innovations zibayambe okubeera nti bali relevant in society. Njagala okwaniriza omukungu okuva mu IBAS Sebo webale nnyo okutwegattako wano ku Talk and Talk Show. Nsaba oyambe simanyi oli comfortable okwogera Oluganda Sebo?
Oluganda n'Oluzungu nja kulwogera Sebo.
Kale Oluzungu tululina bw'obanga oyogedde mangu tulunoonya gye luli ne tululeeta ne tuluteeka wano kumpi. Naye bannayuganda abakulaba nsaba obeeyanjulire obabuulire amannya go obabuulire ne kikyokola then otuyambe osooka differentiating. IBAS is the service but what is the company called? Yes, sir.
Mwami Sendi ndi wa mukisa nnyo okubeera wano nammwe mukulu Kuku Wazabanga.
Yes, Sebo.
Mukulu Jenkins, of course, n'omwami oli Mr. Bat, ne Simi okubeera wano. Mbadde bagoberera okuviira ddala nga interview ne Mama Science, Honorable Musenero, era ensonga mbadde nzikwasa era nga nzoota bukerenda. Amannya agange nze Engineer Ian John Kavuma nga nva mu company gye bayita eBus Express Kira Limited. Ngono ye mutabani wa Kira Motors Corporation yasoose gwe tuyita subsidiary. Kira Motors yekola baasi zaffe ez'amasannyalaze, eBus Express yetambuza bannayuganda nga tukozesa baasi z'amasannyalaze.
Kati mu baasi zino nsaba atulaba mwazireese ku luguudo weziri?
Baasi zino zibadde zitambuza bannayuganda okuviira ddala mu mwaka gwa 2024 wansi wa eBus Express twatandikira Jinja era tubadde tutambuza abantu twakatambuza abantu emitwalo 3 e Jinja, naye bulijjo tuli mu kukola entegeka okuleeta baasi zino e Kampala era twasobodde okutandika saavisi yaffe eggulo nga tuli ku luguudo lw'Entinda paka wakati mu Kampala nga tuyita ewandegeya era nga tuyita ne Nakawa.
Nsaba tugende mpolampola. Bw'ogamba nti muli Entinda, omuntu agirinnyira wa?
Baasi zino zitambula, ffe tetulina paaka. Baasi zino za town service zeetooloola gye tuyise Kampala Green Belt Route.
Okay.
So kyeŋŋambye nti ayite Nakawa kuliko baasi 4 mu ntandikwa, naye mu myezi nga 24 eyo route ejja kubeerako baasi 35. Kati ayita okuva ku State Square okudda Entinda nakwo kuliko baasi 4 right now, era osobola ozirinnya ku stage zonna eziri okwo.
Engineer Kavuma, njagala kutegeera bulungi ku lwa Munnayuganda. Nsobola okulinnyira ku State Square n'enzira eBwandegeya n'engoba oluguudo lwe bayita Kira Road n'empita e Kamoocha n'engenda Kira Road Police Bukoto n'entuuka Entinda. Kati eyo route era waliwo n'ezidda oba ekontinuinga neyeetooloola nedda e Nakawa. Kati Nakawa awo evuga Jinja Road?
Evuga Nakawa neyitamu paka awo nga ku Mubzi ne tuyitamu ne tugenda ku Stretcher n'okkirira awo gye tuyita Centenary Park n'okwata Kampala Road era ne weetooloola paka era bwetutyo. So zombi ez'enguudo zeyisiŋŋanya, baasi zeyisiŋŋanya.
Okay. Nsaba oyogere ku by'ensasula. Mukyajinga mutya? Mulinawo nti nsobola okugula tiketi nga ya ssente ntono n'entambuza ewiiki oba olunaku oba omwezi, kiri kitya?
Weebale nnyo Mukulu Sendi. E Kampala tutandise ne system ya mobile money. So buli baasi eno osobola okunyiga ku MTN *165*22# then no following up prompts mu busikonda 4 oba omaze okusasulira route eyo. Tandise ne flat fee bw'oba otandikidde ku State Square paka Ntinda tuli ku 2,000, naye ate weesanga ng'olumu sisitimu eyo kubanga bino bya tekinologi olumu byekyanga osobola okukozesa merchant code eziri ku buli baasi gy'olinnye. Bw'okozesa MTN *165* n'oteekamu ennamba 594-434 oba osobola osasula. Aba Airtel *185*9# n'oteekamu ennamba 85648 era oba osobola osasula. Kye tuleese lwaki tuzze ne mobile money because kati nga nze nina cards almost 8 mu wallet yange. Kati omuntu okweyongerako okubeera ne kaadi tugambye nti already buli muntu alina essimu, either olina smartphone oba olina gye tuyita feature phone, katooki kapeesa. So buli omu almost alina mobile money. So basically tugambye nti tukozese infrastructure already abantu gye balina, toweetaaga kugula kaadi, toweetaaga kubonaabona kaadi baagibye, emmese yagiridde oba omwana yagizanyisizza. As long as olina essimu yo osobola otambula.
Waliwo ebifo bingi ebyetaaga transport. Nabadde wano ne nnyonnyola ne na mukwano gwange bamubbye. Mulina pulaani ki okugaziwa? Kuba nkyewuunya Kira Motors ebaddewo ebbanga ddene, mwatandikira Jjinja Nsubire yabadde pilot. Lwaki bwe mwazze ne mukolayo ako kamu? Lubaga, Nateete, Makindye, area ezo zonna nayo wali abantu abeetaaga okutambula. What is the future?
Mukulu Ssendi ekyo ekibuuzo kirungi era kitambulira ddala n'omugendo ogw'okulaba nga tutambuza Abannayuganda mu mbeera egwanidde era etambula n'omugendo. E-Bus Express ekisookera ddala mu baasi zaffe tulina air condition. Kizibu nnyo okulinnya baasi erimu AC, rather taxi erimu AC oba baasi right now.
Kituufu.
Ekirala tulina wifi on board. Era free. Bw'oba otudde mu E-Bus Express obeera ku Kasuku Live ng'olaba. Tolina kusasula ssente endala okufuna internet. Ekyokusatu osasuza mobile money convenience. Wabula ate ne bannaffe abali mu bugaali buno bannaffe betwetaaga oba abatasobola kutambula bokka mu bwangu. Baasi eno twagikoze ng'osobola n'okuyingiza akagaaliko n'otuula.
Wheelchair?
Yes.
Eka?
Baasi erina n'empisa efukamira n'okufukamira n'oyingira. So kwegamba mu ntegerero eyo zi services zetulina. Service endala tukola public transport, ate era tukola ne shuttle service. Kasuku Live ayinza okwagala n'agamba kamba twaleko out tugende tulye ku ssente. N'ogamba E-Bus Express mujje ne tukola entegeka ne tubatambuza nga mugwammwe gwa kunyumirwa life. Then amasomero, shuttle service, corporate entities, shuttle service. Ate akalala wabadde obuuza ku investment. Tulina kye tuyita franchising. Oyinza okujja mukulu asending olinayo akasente ko ke bakusuubuza mu group gwagenda ofuna mu kibiina n'ogamba nze njagala ku franchisinga mumpe baasi 3 nziteeke ku lw'Nakawa nkole ssente. Ne tugamba kaalo olinawo ebitundu bwebiti jangu tuteese ne tukuwa baasi ku kibanja mpola n'otandika okukola. So njagadde nkyogere ku service offerings naye strategic target oba betuluubirirwa. Twagala tuleete entambula eno mu bibuga 14 ebya Uganda. Awamu tugenda kuba ne routes almost 1864. Kampala yokka erina almost routes 2. And then mu ntandikwa in the next 24 months Kampala egenda kubeera ne baasi za Kayola ezitambuzibwa E-Bus Express 3. So omwaka guno weguggwerako tugenda kuba ne baasi 5 mu Kampala. Nga ku luguudo luno lwetwandiseeko kalokolo olw'Entinda lugenda kubeerako baasi 6. So buli route gwe gy'omanyi nti etambulibwako taxi kugenda kubeerako E-Bus Express. Wabula kano katalekeka. Tetuzze kulwanisa muntu yenna, ffe tuleese entegeragana nti jangu tukolere wamu. Oyinza okuba obadde ne drone zo 5 nga weeraliikiridde ntugenda kugoba mu kibuga. Drone ezo zitunde ab'Ebutambala. Ojje tukuwe baasi y'amasannyalaze ekisookera ddala okugyoperatinga osavinga ebitundu 7 ku 8 ku buli 10.
In terms of amafuta cost
gye tuyita energy kubanga ffe tetukozesa mafuta tukozesa masannyalaze. Ekyokubiri mu service ne maintenance saving almost ebitundu 7. So mugatte obeera mu magoba ga bitundu almost 65. So ebiseera by'okuvuga baasi oba drone ezitwenkana mu myaka ffe gye tuyita kanamba ng'ate bus oba drone yo nkadde biweddewo mujja tutambule n'omugendo ogutambula ku ibus.
Okay. Engineer nsaba kubuuza omuntu ayagala okwogera nammwe ayagala obbatuukako abafuna atya?
Webale nnyo omukulu Sendi, nga nva waggulu ku katuuti kano tusangibwa ku mikutu gyaffe at ibusexpress.com express teina
nsaba genda mpolaawo
ku mikutu gyaffe egya social media ku TikTok, ku Facebook, ku LinkedIn, ku gyonna egiriwo tuli at Instagram at ibusexpress.com. Then osobola otuweereza ka email help@ibusexpress.com oba osobola okutukubira ku namba plus 256 7 9 3 952 6 oba otutuuseeko.
Okay.
Ebisingawo tujja kwogera.
In the interest of time, RDC Namisindwa obadde olina ebibuuzo genda ku TikTok onoonye ibus express oteekeyo ekibuuzo kyo. Engineer nsaba
Edis katono nnyo mbadde ndaba routes zammwe nti State Square ya Nakawa paka Ntinda nga ndaba mukyajinga 2,000. Ekisooka mufunirawo. Ekyokubiri abantu tebabeere bangi, like is there a limit of abantu abalinnya abayingira munda nti ate waliwo abawanisa emikono enkwawa biki babayimiriddemu? How do you control that?
Webale nnyo ssebo olw'ekibuuzo ekyo. Ekisookera ddala tufunirawa naggambye ku bitundu 7 ze tusavinga mu maanyi oba mu energy. Owa taxi we yeetaagira okuvuga emitwalo 10 ffe tuvugawo emitwalo 3 ku yaka oba mu masannyalaze. Olwedde tuli mu magoba. Ekyokubiri ku kikomo ky'abantu baasi zaffe zino ze tubaleetedde zitwala abantu 67. So ku bitundu 5 ku buli 100 kwabo oba be wandigambye abantu nga 35 baba batudde abalala nga bayimiridde era bwejjula kubanga ina counter nga tusitopinga nga tweyongerayo. So ku buli baasi kuliko omugoba waayo n'omulala gwe tuyita steward oba product support avunaanyizibwa okulaba nti embeera nnungi. Wabula nzikiriza mpumule ne mwami Sendi concern gy'obadde naye ey'okubba ebintu. Baasi zaffe zino munda zirina ekitone ennyo minimum kamera 4 wabweru zirina kamera 2. So that's safety and security. So ffe ejjinja twakazaayo entwala z'abantu ze balese mu baasi zaffe ezisukka mu 300
300.
Yes, nga bazeerabidde ku baasi zaffe ne tuzizzaayo. So buli alinnya baasi ya ibus express ne bw'oba olesa essimu yo ne tugiraba manya nti ojja gifuna.
Okay. Tweyanzizza nnyo tweyanzeege.
Olunaku olwaleero baganda baffe ekibuga Nooro kitandise okyuka. Eventually Uganda yonna ekyuke baasi zizze ate nga za okitegeera. Kale twagala okwegattibwako muganda waffe okuva ku Pombegad.
Awo.
Oyo. Noza mukasa gwogenda omwocha ebibuuzo oyo.
Olwale nina
obedda gw'olinze.
Nina kyempulira njagala asooka akampe ntereere.
Gamba. Nina pulani okweyo kyanyeetagayo ka Pombegad ngende nako.
Kale.
Tuli Kololo eya strip era nga nyongera okubajjukiza nti kino kye tuliko wano National Science Week ekyagenda mu maaso olunaku lwaleero lwonna era n'enkya ejja kubeerawo. Twegattiddwako mwami
Pombe.
Roni Kalyango.
Mbadde manyi gwe Pombe.
Bampita Mr. Pombe.
Mr.
Yanguyire ensi.
Njagala mwami Kalyango Roni onnyonnyole munnayuganda atulaba Pombegad kyeki.
Neyanziza nnyo bannakantu ndi follower wammwe nze mba followinga okumala emyaka nga 10. Toko show mwebale gikola ate gikuumira ku mutindo ebbanga lyonna mweyongedde nnyo tweyanza era tusiimira ddala. Atulaba ali eyo Pombegad ze zimu ku innovations za Uganda empya ze tuleese eri ensi. Pombegard kirungo kyonywa ne kijja mu mubiri ne kisobozesa omubiri gwo okumenyaamenya omwenge. Pombegard targeti ye y'abantu abanywa ku mwenge, enkeera n'ozuukuka ng'olina hangover, oluusi n'otasobola kukola mirimu bulungi olwa hangover eyo. Kati kwe kuyiiya ekirungo ekyo ekya Pombegard ne tuba nga tusobola okidevelopinga obulungi, abantu bakikozese banywe mu ngeri eri smart drinking.
Okay, njagala kubuuza Pombegard ekwatagana na bulamu bwa muntu.
Yes, sir.
Ebitongole bya gavumenti ebikwatagana n'ebyeddagala n'ebyokulya, National Drug Authority, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, UNBS, wayiseeyo otuuseewa bakumanyi?
Yes, sebo. Neyanziza mu Kulusendi olw'ekibuuzo ekyo. Nga tuli wamu ne Science, Technology and Innovations, tusobodde okukola n'okuyita mu buli mutendera gw'olowooza oguyitibwamu okutuusa product ku international standards. Tukolaganye n'ebitongole bya gavumenti ebiriwo mu mateeka era ebyatongozebwa okukola product development bingi ddala. Twatandika n'ekitongole ekya NCRI, ekyo kyekitongole ekisookerwako kikulirwa Dr. Grace Nambatya, kyekisooka okukebera eddagala oba ebirungo byonna. Ne tukolagana n'ekitongole ekya Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, nga kino kyo omulimu gwakyo kukebera kutubuulira buli compound eri mu birungo ebyo mu product eno. So okuzuula compound zonna ogwo omulimu gukolebwa ekitongole ekya DIGAL, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory. Bwe tuvaawo ng'emaze okukola omulimu ogwo egenda mu maaso ate neekebera product eno teyina bulabe bwonna ku bulamu bw'omuntu, era bakola tests eziwerera ddala 5 n'okudda waggulu. Omwo nga kwe muli okukebera obutwa, eyo tugiyita toxicology analysis, okukebera oba product teriimu butwa. Ekyo twakikola kwe kweyongerayo. Ne tukebera heavy metals, ezo nazo tests zikolebwa awo ku DIGAL, okukebera nga product temuliimu heavy metals ezikosa obulamu bw'omuntu nga lead, mercury, mulimu products ezijja nga zirina ebintu ebyo. So ebyo byonna twabikola nga product eri bulungi terina heavy metals.
Okay. Mwami Kalyango, olw'obudde njagala ebibuuzo biringa 2-3. Ekisooka, Pombegard yatuuse katale, omuntu amusangawa? Ekyokubiri, what is your retail recommended price? Yadde nga nkiwa bw'onaagenda awalala oli ayinza okwongeramu ku bbeeyi nga bw'olaba soda, naye gwe omuntu amusangawa na bbeeyi ki? N'ayagala okulaba Mwami Kalyango oba ayagala okwogera ne kampani ya Pombegard abafuna atya? Nsaba wumbewumbe.
Tweyanziza. Pombegard agenda okubeera katale essaawa yonna. Twamaze okufuna ba distributors abanene abasobola okumutuusa buli wamu mu nsonda y'eggwanga lino. So bwe twamaze okubafuna ba distributor, retail price ejja kuba ku siringi 600, which is equivalent to a bottle of beer. Siringi 600.
Tokatadde waggulu mu ntandikwa. Mr. Mukasona akasobola ku 600?
Ate baba nga bbiya amunywera ku mutwalo. Ate ono akulwanisa after effects. Tosobola nywa bbiya wa mutwalo n'olemerera oggulu akaka.
Tulinawo ku timelines bw'ogamba essaawa yonna.
Tonywa bbiya emu, wabula obeera mu bbaala n'onywa eccupa 10 ez'omutwalo. Kati kano akantu ka 600 tekasobola kulemerera.
Kati ako kajjako eccupa mmeka?
Kano kisinziira buli muntu geegi ye gy'anywa. Waliwo omuntu anywa eccupa 2 n'afuna hangover. Bw'akakozesa bw'anywa eccupa ze ezi 2 tafuna ki? Hangover. Kati nze anywa eccupa 5 n'enfuna hangover. Nange bwe nkozesa akantu kamu ako era sifuna hangover
ne bwe nnywa wala gy'omuzingira nkozesa kamu
bwe kiri.
Okay. Contact ya kampani yo kwoli ku TikTok
kwetuli naye ttiimu yaffe ekola egenda okuhandolinga social media ekyakola erina byeteekateeka.
nja kusaba nkuwe tulina omwana wano ayinza okwegatta ku ttiimu yeeyo n'akuyambako mulungi nnyo bamuyita Ronnie Sekate waali awo
naye nga tuli Namanve factory yaffe weeri. It's a good factory.
Namanve Industrial Park.
Wanje?
Namanve mu Industrial Park.
Mu Industrial Park. It's a GMP eri ku international standards. Same GMP the facilities that tulina wano entono mu ggwanga, so we to producingira Pombegad. Ne bw'oba otwagadde okumanya ebisingawo era osobola contacting STI bakama baffe abo
baba bakutusaayo omutujali.
Temulina namba ya simu?
Enamba ya simu eri 0 mukaaga, I mean 0 musanvu 0 mukaaga mukaaga emu emu 2 mukaaga mukaaga.
Okay, tweyanziza nnyo.
I think kyenjagadde mu byonna kyekyokuba nti kati tufunye ekintu because hangover abantu badde bagiteebereza. Nywa amazzi, nywa supu, nywa ku soda.
N'omusulo ogw'omutamiivu omukadde nagwo mbuguwonya, so ebyo byonna gambolingi yagwawo.
Kale tweyanziza nnyo abatulaba okumanya
ogira ng'otuukako nga twongera okwogera bizinesi.
Tujja kwogera twongere okulambulula.
Naye kati tulekerewo ku sampo wano buli omu ne boomulekerawo obuwera.
Kubanze nina omukolo leero.
Nange leero
nze ne wano wendi siri bulungi njagala kutereera naye nsaba ng'omukulu bw'akola ekyo production team mutuleetera omukulu okuva mu Standard Wave tusobole okuba Standard Waves Uganda Limited twogereko nabo tusobole okubeera nga tugenda mu maaso.
Sebo tweyanziza nnyo bakayita Pombegad anti-hangover bwekati bwe kafaanana bannange. So abantu abanaabeerabeera ne hangover ojje wange nenkuwaayo kamu.
Nze nina omukolo leero.
Okay.
Katumala okukola mukasa.
Tuli mu national
omwami ofuna ennamba ye
tuli mu National Science Week nga production ey'olwaleero tulina ttiimu ya Kasuku Live naye nga yeegatiddwako ne ttiimu ya The Garage okusobola okubeera nti mutufuna yonna eyo gye muli. Wabaddewo hiccups entonotono. It is the first time we are doing this, so ezo challenges zibaawo, but next time round team zimaze okukwatagana buli kimu kitegeddwa, we shall do better. Twegatiddwako
Sweet Nina nga sinamulabako
yakola ki
okuva mu garage boosi waabwe naye mulondo bw'avaako Sweet Nina n'addaka
kasita mulondo ye waali
katusigaze mulondo n'omwana oli agabula cyayi bakola bulungi. Twegatiddwako Duncan Kigenyi okuva mu Standard Waves. Sebo ogamba otya?
Ndi bulungi sebo.
Mwami Kigenyi twogere Luganda tugende mu Luzungu.
Ennimi zonna tusobola zitambuliramu bulungi.
Oli bulungi. Standard Waves mukola ki?
Namusizaako awo wonna abatulaba. Standard Waves amannya agange nze mwami Duncan Kigenyi. Era nga ndi wano ku Standard Waves Uganda Limited. Standard Waves tukola ebyuma by'emmotoka eziri mu Uganda. So what we do basically, we manufacture spare parts. Era tukola ebyuma ebyenjawulo naddala ebyo ebikozesebwa mu servicing. Omuli oil filters, omuli air cleaners, omuli wipers, omuli brake pads. Era ng'ebimu ku bye mulaba wano byenzize nabyo by'ebimu ku byuma ebyo bye tukola. So emmotoka zonna ze muvuga Standard Waves Uganda Limited eba esobola okukola ekola spare part w'amamotoka ago.
You manufacture from Uganda?
Yes.
Nga parts ki? Filters?
Filters tumanufacturinga ebyuma ebisukka mu 8 replacement parts, era emmotoka okuli ez'obuyonjo n'okuli ez'ennene nga woolaba Fuso, nga woolaba Isuzu Elf, zonna tuzikolera ebyuma bino, era ne nzikiriza nti ne Toyota nga motoka yo tusobola ogikolera kati ka breakthrough kano ke mulaba byonna ebintu bino bikolebwa wano mu Uganda. Endowooza eriwo Abannayuganda basinga balowooza nti ebintu bino tebisoboka, era bangi b'oyogera nabo ne bagamba nti muyinza obba mubireeta buleesi, naye kyenjagala bakakasa nti ebintu bino bikolebwa mu nsi yaffe Uganda, era kampani yaffe eri ku Masaka Road awo bayitawo Kyabadaza afunye obudde aba asobola okuyitayo. Twebaza aba Ministry eya Science, Technology and Innovation okubanga batukwasizzaako okusobola okuzibula bannayuganda amaaso n'okukola ebimu ku bintu bino.
Duncan, njagala kubuuza, how competitive are you in prices? Bw'ogamba nti mukoze brake pads, kati waliwo n'ezireetebwa okuva ebweru, mwe muyimiridde mutya?
Ku nsonga y'emiwendo nandigambye nti mu katale ojja kwesanga ebintu byaffe birungi nga woolaba brake pads zino, right away from production yo nga yo ne packaging, so ekintu kyonna tukitunza nga kirungi ddala, naye ng'ate era ku miwendo egitakaabya, ku miwendo abasinga ejjo nyina abantu be nabadde nkwatagana nabo nga mbagamba sente kwe tutundira ezaffe, n'akwata ku mutwe n'aŋŋamba banzibaziba dda. So ffe ngaffe tuziteera lwaba nnyinza okwonoonera abamu ku bakitunzi baffe.
Tofaayo, nja kubuuza kimu olw'obudde. Omuntu alina edduuka lya sipeeya ayagala okukolagana nammwe abafuna atya? Kuba nsuubira sisinza kujja na mmotoka yange ne munguza brake pads PM seeti emu.
Kituufu nnyo ekyo.
Muguza baddiira bajje batutunze, siwo? Kati omuntu abafuna atya?
Omuntu yenna eyanditwetaaze, tuyina bakitunzi abatambula okwetooloola eggwanga lino lyonna, era nga nsuubira abamu ku mmwe muyinza obba mukweseza ku byuma byaffe naye ng'oluusi tomanyi. Osobola okukuba ku namba zino okuli 07 066 1 oba 0772 99 29 12. Naye ate era ne mu Kampala mwennyini tuyinamu amatundiro ku Nabugabo ne wa Kisekka. Eyandyetaaza ebintu bino oba oyo ayagala okukwatagana naffe osobola okutusanga awo. Ne ku mikutu gya mugatta bantu kwe tuli nnyo.
TikTok handle ki?
TikTok handle eri Standard Wave Uganda, Twitter Standard Wave Uganda, ne ku Google era osobola oteekamu Standard Waves Uganda oba ojja tulaba bulungi nnyo.
Okay. Abatulaba tuwagire bannayuganda ebintu bye bakoze, maybe naffe nga abawagira ate tubaako n'engeri gye tufunamu. Olinayo message gye wandyagadde okuwa munnayuganda mu ddakiika 2 nga tetunnakusiibula?
Message gye nandiyagadde okuwa bannayuganda ffenna abatulaba nti twongere okukkiririza mu bintu byaffe ebikoleddwa wano. Abasinga tukyawagira nnyo ebintu ebivudde wabweru. Badde ndaba mwami Kasuku ng'akookunywa kamuwoomera, naye ate nga kawano wennyini. Naye ebintu byonna bye tukola mu Uganda tukkirize nti bintu birungi nnyo, era osobola kikozesa bulungi ne kitaba na bulabe bwonna, oba ku mmotoka yo oba ku bulamu bwo, era tugende mu maaso n'okuwagira ebintu ebikoleddwa bannansi abaawano.
Tweyanzizza nnyo gwange bwe gutyo bwe gubadde sebo kankuddize
akazindaalo
ekintu ekivuga.
Yeah, as we leave here, twagala okwebaza Ministry ya Science, Innovation and Technology. I hope I got it right. Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you. Abantu abasinga be batulaba wano bayinza olowooza twazze buzzi. But now this is bulijjo bye twogerako nti aboogera oluzungu abakola bye tulowooza nti biri complicated tebazzeeko eno gye tuli. Kati olunaku olwaleero ministry ezze omuntu wa wansi gy'oli. Bw'obanga obaddeko gwe ngowooza twagala bya kisiru olwo gavumenti ekuleka. Ebintu bino tubireese mulabe tulina made in Uganda. Abavubuka ng'ono bali wano bakola brake pads, filters, brake fluid, ebintu biri wano. And bino bye tukola tukulaga nti kati Uganda etandise okukyuka. Basi bazireese ebintu kati bitambula bikola ki. So nsuubira okuba nti abalala bajja kukoppa ekintu kyekimu. Eddoboozi mulisembezeeko eno. Abantu mubalage mukola ki. Oluusi tubeera eno tugaa nti bino bya kisiru n'ebino abantu bye balaba nga bw'olabye leero ku YouTube the overwhelming numbers that have been on. So keep coming closer to us. Explain to us the programs eziriyo tutegeere. National Science Week ekyagenda mu maaso weeri wano. It's going to be closing tomorrow. And tomorrow bagenda kuba unveiling electric buses wano. So pass by Kololo ceremonial grounds. Ebintu bingi on display wano waliwo supermarket ya made in Uganda. Products nyingi byosobola okujja wano n'ogula n'olabako ebintu bye tukola wano ewaka. Okusinga w'onoolinda okuleekaanira ku social media. Leero bagambye ffe katujje aye tubibalage. Special thanks egenda eri the Garage Group. Mwebale tulowoozaako ne mugaa nti abasajja baffe kabajja ekintu ate bakyamplifying kati suubire temujja kukoma wano n'oluddako era ate ministry endala nazo ziwe garage bategeke ekintu nga kino kye tubadde tukoze. Ku byuma tubaddeko ne Mr. Ronnie ne Mr. Mutyaba. On the camera Garage Group yebaddeko events team ya garage.
Communication ebaddeko Joel.
Joel abadde ku communication naguno naguli kutuweereza ku mazzi byakunywa. And gwe Ronnie emmotoka yange temwajjeyo side mirror bana.
Nedda naawe tuleke n'emmotoka. Emmotoka ey'omulembe. Mubeere
bulungi mweraba. Motokayo.
Iyo.
Tebajjeyo side mirror. Mubeere bulungi mweraba.
Of the Science Week. At the beginning of the week, we had a hackathon going on. We've also been having different events happening, not on this location. At Kolo, we started on Thursday, and tomorrow we'll be wrapping it up with an award ceremony for the guys who have been participating in the hackathon, but we'll also be having an after party, a Zawi, Elijah Chitaka, Joshua Baraka will all be here. So if your family members are not here, tell them to come, bring their children, let them experience the gaming zones. Let them come to shop here. Weekend shopping. It should be here. Made in Uganda products, the supermarket is full. Some of you are also working on these things in your churches. Come and we onboard you as vendors for Made in Uganda, so your products can go into the supermarket. This afternoon, we are launching something absolutely amazing. It's called the Packaging Center of Excellence. And you're going to be hearing about it. But of course, we know products that go to market mostly need a lot of work on branding, on design. So this center is going to be helping do that for manufacturers. They'll be profiting a lot from that. So to start us off, allow me to welcome Kathy Mumza, Superintendent of Support Services, to come and speak to us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm assuming at least you passed by Made in Uganda to get something to eat. So we should be a bit more vibrant than this. But you're welcome to National Science Week 2026. You're also welcome to one of the most important conversations that we're going to have that we're having during Science Week. My name is Kathy Muumuza. I'm the Superintendent Support Services. I take innovations to the market. Now, in my role of taking innovations to the market, for the past 5 years, there is, as you do your work, you get to notice either certain things or gaps or hindrances that make your work difficult. And one of the things that I noticed a couple of years ago is you'll get a brilliant product. And if you've walked through the exhibition, you've interacted with innovators, you will attest to this. We have brilliant products in Uganda. And I interact with a lot of innovators. Of course, they come to you to bring their innovations to assess whether they are able to go to market or what support they need. And most times what breaks my heart is the fact that a brilliant product is packaged like it should go to trash, not to the shelf. And when we opened up Made in Uganda, one of the challenges that they also quickly noticed was the fact that our branding, our packaging states otherwise. So today I just want to share with you my problem, which I think we've finally gotten a solution. Now, in most interactions, you find that we have not appreciated that the product, regardless of how good it is, packaging is the product. It is the difference between why we are importing chocolate, yet we have chocolate here, or we have cocoa beans here, but we are importing the chocolate or the coffee. Packaging is the product in whatever form, be it the material, be it the branding. Packaging is the product. And you find that we have world-class products, those that are working on either coffee or even products such as what we've seen this morning, the car parts. But because they are not packaged well, they are treated as substandard products. If you walked into a supermarket today, you'll find that we have, quickest example that we all enjoy, ketchup. Imported ketchup is on the shelf, in the top of the shelf, because it looks good. It meets the eye level of the consumer. And our products, because they are not packaged as good quality products, are placed on the bottom. Because we believe they're not viable to be seen by a client. So we do possess good products in Uganda, but the fact that we are not presenting them as excellent products, we don't get the value for it. Now, research shows that 7 seconds is when a client makes a decision whether to buy your product or not. Now, those 7 seconds, someone cannot read the nutritional content, they are not reading where it's made, it's just the visual of how something looks. And you could say, don't judge a book by its cover, but we are visual creatures as human beings. The first thing that makes you make a decision is how something looks like. And the men will attest to this. The first thing that you look at, before you know that your wife is intellectual, she can, cook, the first thing is how she looks. Do I like how she looks? Is she light-skinned? Is she dark-skinned? Is she, is the hair good? That is the first thing that you look at. Now, all these other things are just ensuring that you're indeed making a good decision. And that is the battle for the consumer's mind. The first thing they see when they walk into a supermarket is not even the price of the product. It's the product. You pick it up, then now the nutritional content, the price is just getting your decision there to say, okay, this is worth what I'm going to pay. So we are losing the battle of getting to the consumer's mind. And that battle it's not something that we cannot win. The good thing, it's not a battle where we need guns. I think if it was one where we needed guns, I would be the first one out. But we can quickly change this by ensuring that our products look good. Now, you start with how the product looks on the shelf, and then you go into the details. And the Made in Uganda team will attest to this, you can take the same product and simply change the packaging, and you will price it differently. You'll price it differently, it will look different on the shelves, there are products that you look at and someone says it's made in Katwe, but because of the packaging, you're saying, no, it might be imported. That is why you find that we were engaging with Kasuku's team after here, and he mentioned something where he says the car parts that you are seeing here could be some of those that they are selling down, but they put them in boxes of made in Germany. There is a reason why when someone sees made in Germany, they trust it more than made in Uganda. Now we want to change that narrative. We want to package our products better. One of the key activities we have under support services at STI is consumer trends. So every year we send out a group of young people. They go and ask people, what do you buy? How much do you spend? Where do you buy? Those questions. And one of the things in our last consumer trends was asking Ugandans, why don't you buy made in Ugandan products? Beyond them telling us we don't know where to find them, the other reason was that Ugandan products are poor quality. Now, if they are not buying them, how do they know they are poor quality? It's usually because of how we present them. So you could have a product. Let me give an example. I know Pombegad is not here. We've gone through the process of changing the branding for Pombegad. And you find that what you'd call the elite are now comfortable holding Pombegad because of how it looks like than when it was before. He used to sell a bottle at, is it 3,000? Now it could sell for 10,000, for 5,000. And that is just on just tweaking the branding. Now you could say it's even expensive to do good branding, but it's not. Because if you calculate the value it adds to your product, if I could package a product 10 times better, that means I can also increase the pricing of the product. Now, our products are perceived as poor quality because of how we present them. Not even just to the international community, to even our own people. People don't trust our products because of how we package them. Now, beyond it being just a buzzword of let's brand and package better, it's also a big business. Like how we have sectors, the oil sector, the textile, packaging is a big industry. And I want to hail the current manufacturers of packaging that we have in Uganda that realize that this industry needs to flourish. It's estimated that it will be about 1.75 trillion, 75 trillion by 2035. Now, this is not just for the manufacturers. If you're looking for a new business idea, that means there is market. You could also enter the business of creating good packaging. The value capture, like I've mentioned earlier, around branding and packaging is quite high. Let me give you an example of chocolate. In Uganda, we have cocoa, right? We have cocoa. We have vanilla, right? We have shea butter. Why don't we have the Cadburys and Nestle's here? Yet the people that don't have them are the ones that are dominating that industry. And it's simple. It's because for them they've mastered the art of packaging and branding. We will get Ugandan chocolate. Most times we even price it at a lower price, exact formulation, but because of the packaging and the branding, the value is completely different. And these are things that we don't pay attention to. Like I've mentioned, I work with a lot of innovators bringing their products to me, and for you, most times I look at the products and it's clear this is a global product. But because of the packaging, because of how it looks like, you don't give it light of day because of that. So we need to think, and if I've not mentioned this enough, to think of how we present our products. We honestly do not have a quality problem. We have UNBS. It ensures that what we send out to the market is of good quality, so it's not a quality problem. It's not even a formulation problem, because you formulate your product, it's already good. But it's just a visual problem. And like I mentioned, with what we are doing today, I don't think in a year's time this will be a problem. We need to just critically appreciate what we put out. Now, like I mentioned, we need to also package and tell our story better. Not to just go to, and I appreciate them, NASA Road, the ones that design our packaging, and say, put here blue, put here red. This one should be yellow, this one. Does all that tell your story? Do you believe that your packaging, when the client gets it, it tells a story of what you're trying to communicate? But I also understand the fact that as a product developer, you're not good at everything. I could be excellent at telling product stories, but I'm not good at developing a product. And that is why we want to build the ecosystem of, if I'm a product developer, I concentrate on ensuring that I develop a good product. Now, the ecosystem, the people doing the branding, the people doing the packaging development, we should have a developed ecosystem of such individuals or companies that support us. I go to them with my product. I tell them I'm going to package coffee or chocolate. It should stay solid. Even when it's hot, they figure out the kind of material you need. And then you say my target market is, I'm going to ship it to Kenya, or I'm going to ship it to the Gulf, Dubai, so that they are able to tell you, okay, now we need to translate a bit of it into Arabic. Honorable, you're welcome. So our packaging should be able to tell the story. Now, what we are launching today is it's not just any other platform. And like I've mentioned, it has taken us time to study. We are taking products to the market. What do we need? Also, we've listened to what Ugandans are saying. They're saying our products are not of good quality. We need to present our products better. So this is the first of its first, not even just in Uganda, in the entire continent. There has never been a packaging center of excellence where you walk in with your product, they advise you on material, advise you on branding, advise you on the standards, because I know so UNBS has standards on what should be on the label, what shouldn't be, so that at the end of the day you walk out with what you know is going to be approved by the market, but also approved by the regulators. So I want to encourage you to embrace this as we are building it together, because at the end of the day, our win is that all our products are on the global shelves. I believe the Ugandan market is quite small if we are all going to thrive. But the African market, the global market is quite big. And we cannot keep ourselves just creating products for our mother, father, and the neighbors. We need to create products that look good on the shelf. Before we even say boo-boo, let's support the supermarkets to ensure that what we are giving them is of good quality, that if they put it on top of the shelf, it looks good. They're not doing us a service. I was going to say, praise God. I forgot I was here. But, but indeed, praise God. Let's support Made in Uganda to sell our products. I remember when Made in Uganda was at Gulf Food, we made sure that people test the products. Now, for me, and I think I'll always remember this, is we gave a gentleman from Ukraine to test millet. You know our millet porridge? And for us, if that millet porridge doesn't have sugar or milk, it doesn't taste good. Now we gave him to taste the millet porridge. It didn't have sugar, it didn't have milk. And he was so wowed, you know. So it's like giving someone the food you know you've cooked, but it's not nice. But for him, it was really good. And he took another sip of the porridge. He was serving it straight from the flask. And he's like, what is this? We told him it's millet. You know, you try to explain how the millet looks like. And anyway, that wasn't important to him. He asked us, how long does it take to get ready? We told him it takes about a minute. You know, if for those that went to boarding school, you'd put hot water and just, without a charcoal stove, you just heat it and you have porridge to go. So that's the experience we use. We told him it takes about a minute. He said, this is a perfect product. Ukraine, there is war. We don't have time to cook. Now, that goes to show you that even our products with a bit of minimal value, they have market. Now tell me how our porridge was packed. So anyway, he ended up ordering. But imagine if we had thought of that client, you'd find that by just putting the millet in a cup, someone just opens, pours hot water, heats it up. But we've never thought of that. And that is just a bit of materials science. Someone knowing that we need a cup that can take hot water, when you heat it up, and that is what we want to do with the Center of Excellence. We want to ensure that our products are fit for purpose, but also good on the global shelves. Our goal is that the products are good for global shelves. So I won't really go into the details of the platform, because I know they'll talk to that. But we want packaging and branding to be research-based. There is also, I think I see some of the people here, we held what you'd call consumer, it's not consumer testing, but we bring your target clients. We bring your target clients. So you'll tell us, my product is targeting maybe people that don't take milk. So we'll bring them in a group and we give them the product. They test it out and tell you, I don't like the taste, it doesn't look good. So that when you go back to improve, it is research-based. Then also the global compliance. Our products could meet UNBS standards, but if we are to take it to Dubai, it needs different sort of standards. So we need to ensure that you guys are about to make me run off and remember that I was here when I'm out there. But we need to remember that the target is the global market, so we need to have global compliance. Then the materials knowledge. Who advises you on which kind of plastic you use for your product, or paper, or whatever you need? And then where do you source that? That is the supplier mapping. So today, I want us to embrace what we call reclaiming the value of the Ugandan products. They are good quality products. We just need to ensure that that is what it says. You know, it's like saying, I'm a proud, I don't know what to use. Maybe I'm a proud Ugandan, but my mannerisms are different. So I need to say I'm Ugandan, and indeed, I'm kind. I know Ugandans are nice, and I depict what Uganda is all about. So I know you've labored to put a lot of intellect, a lot of energy in ensuring that your product hits the market. Don't let packaging and the branding hinder you from doing that. So I want to thank you so much, and I am praying and hoping that you will embrace this platform. We are going to use it to also get a lot of data that we'll then share out with you, for you to know that, okay, when we put out a product that is coffee, but we place it in a pouch, people don't like using it. So that we inform you of what exactly the market is requiring. So,
been able to see how
as we launch the Packaging Center of Excellency, please know that this is not an STI thing, it's not an MIU thing. This is our platform as Ugandans. This is our platform. And let us utilize it to take our products to the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kathy, you've heard. One of the things that has caught my attention is that as an innovator, you spend 5 years plus. In fact, when we hear some of your stories, this thing, it is so dear to me. My grandfather, the stories are so rich. When we see this, the product that has been there for 14 years taking long, we are like, this can't be your grandfather's inspiration. I'm sure your grandfather is saying no. No, this is very bad work, right? Yes, and the truth is, some of you, your products, they need a lot of work. They are great, but we can't even take them to the neighborhood kiosk, right? The supermarkets in our neighborhood. Because tuchiitako, they don't stand out, they don't have any visual direction, so I'm glad there's finally a solution for you. Don't be there saying, I have my uncle's son, my niece. That niece can design things. Don't suffer locally. Some of you, I see you are suffering with Canva. You go and design a thing, you design it in Microsoft Word with the New Times Roman font. You guys, you know, it's time to speak truth to some of you. Muzanya nyo. My friend Kasuku there says, tuve mu byekisiru. Yeah? Some of you, your products are fantastic, but you need to be serious about them. So I'm glad the MIU team is doing this. I'm glad the ministry has come up to help you to take your products to the next level. So we're going to have a very short conversation about the benefits of this for you to understand more about the center. Before we do that, I want to show you something, how you can shop at Made in Uganda. All right, thank you very much. Production. So, miu.ug, yeah? Open an account, browse, shop, and those products will get to you. Let's now welcome Dr. Ezra Muhumuza to come and join us on our panel. Please, you're welcome. Dr. Ezra Muhumuza is the director at the Uganda Manufacturers Association. Please welcome with me also Dr. Julia Chigozi, the Dean of the Faculty of the School of Food Technology, Nutrition and Bioengineering at Makerere. Yeah, clap. Moses Byaruhanga, who is the venture lead at Made in Uganda. Welcome. Please welcome with me Franklin Muchunguzi, the senior legal metrologist, pre-package and control division. Welcome, sir. Rosemary Senabulia, who is the sales and marketing manager at Luca Plastics, plus Mr. Hilary Bainemisha, the director of Fauna Health Foods Limited. You know him in other areas, but here is, he comes as the director of Fauna Health Foods Limited. Welcome. And of course, also in the audience, our panel, we have members of the media. So if you have any questions, we'll take them in a few minutes. Let's start with you, Dr. Ezra. Please talk to us from a manufacturing standpoint, some of the biggest gaps in packaging.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to such a pertinent matter regarding packaging. So I'm asked to say, what are the gaps? The first gap is very simple. Packaging is for who? The biggest gap lies in the mind of the product developer in respect to defining why do we need packaging and packaging for who. Most of the time, our innovators come with products and they say, this is my color. Hello? This is my initials for my name. I'm Ezra Rwanda. So the product must be MR. Wrong beginning. These are my preferred colors. I like light blue. Wrong beginning.
I even wear only blue.
You've lost it. So the bottom line is, whenever you think about a product and then packaging of a product, because to us in marketing, packaging is the face of a product. You should think them, not I. What do they want? What is the market saying? Gap number 2 is on management of packaging paradox. What should be on the package? The paradox is that packaging in the current world does 5 functions. So the paradox that you face is, of the 5 functions, how many do you have to bring onto your package? What is the basis? What are your considerations when you are developing your package? First thing, why we need a package is the psychomotor. Psychomotor looks at the handling of this product. The material that will be in this handling pack is what we must be looking at. Because when you're talking of packaging, there are two facets you look at. The cognitive valuation what will be in the mind of the consumer, but again, the ability of the consumer to handle this product, which we call psychomotor valuation. Now, we first fail on that to balance these two facets. Now, when you go into the facet number 2, which is about satisfying the consumer's cognitive valuation, in other words, the mind of this consumer to appreciate the product, you again get lost. Should we concentrate on a package that aims at describing the product? This is now the raw material you used in terms of the content. For instance, you find someone struggling on coffee. You want to bring a cup of coffee being hot to be on your package. You again want to bring coffee seedlings to be there. Coffee seeds themselves to be there. Then after that, you want to present a face of someone who has drunk coffee. Because you went and saw in cosmetics, someone who was presenting usability, someone's hair that grew after using this thing. There we are presenting usability. But again, you want to present functionality, that this cosmetic is for skin or for hair. You want it on your pack. Then on top of that, you again want to indicate the values, the chemical composition, the nutrient value, these ingredients in the content. Now, pose a question. Who has the time? You find a pack that actually is like a book. Then you start to fight with the people in the supermarket that bring this face. Which of the four, let's say it's a box, which of the four sides of a box should be at the display? Is it the price one? Is it the descriptive one? Is it the usability one? Is it the functionality? Which one? So you get fitted on your own packaging. So that is GAP answering the packaging paradox. Gap number 3, when we are packaging, do we differentiate the difference between packaging, dressing, and wrapping? This is the simple thing. For us, when you are giving a meaning to anything in this world, there is what we call the theory of similarity. You try to create a difference between similar things, then you attach meaning to either of the two. Now, when we are talking about dressing, you put something, the way I'm putting on this t-shirt, but when you look at my face, you say, this is Ezra Rwanda. Because I have dressed part of my body, the other part is not dressed, and it becomes my identity. But if you wrapped me, the whole of it, like a dead body, then I am wrapped. You will never know that this is until you have opened to look at some of my identities. Now, when we are packaging a product, what is in our mind? Is it to protect the product? Because that's the job of wrapping. Wrapping is entirely about protection. But dressing is about contuned identity. Then packaging is a combination of the two plus others. The functions I've just spoken to be able to convince a mind, the core function of packaging is to create a model in terms of reality. That when I look at this pack, I will get convinced that what is inside is represented by what is outside. For some people who have been into fashion modeling, they show you how a dress will look like on your body. They will show you how you look smart and how if you walked in this way. Before actually we bring this dress to you, that is a representation of the reality they want to create in your mind. So when we are choosing this packaging, there are certain things we need to put into consideration. And lastly, because I see he's warning me, lastly, you must address the fundamental constraints of packaging. Fundamental constraints of packaging involve one, where do you lie in the sector you are into? Most of us have a problem. You want to be unique in this whole world. Who tells you that you can be unique entirely? So the best unwritten rule is that continue to align with what is existing. If you are into coffee, do research and find out how do the people in coffee do brand their things, do package their things. Now, the other thing I want to speak about as I end, we are starting this center. Trust me, if you don't do your own some form of research, and you come with questions, we come with some level of report, this will not be helpful. You should come with questions, as I said, Banange, this product, should I consider, should I give my packaging 100% to description? Should I balance only description and functionality, the two? Should I involve all the functionalities of packaging? Then that's when we'll be able to leverage the value of this packaging. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You've heard the difference between packaging, dressing, and wrapping. And when it gets to the shelf, which side faces the clients. But let me go to you, Franklin. You are in charge of the standards. According to where you sit, what does market-ready packaging mean?
Well, thank you so much, Brian. As UNBS, we are happy to be part of this discussion. And Kathy, you realize that we are your #1 partners in this journey. Basically, at UNBS, we are in the business of creating quality MSMEs. We are in the business of holding SMEs by hand and leading them forward by creating the necessary standards, by giving certification to those products that have been made in conformance to those standards, by carrying out enforcement of those that are not complying, but also doing sensitization day in and day out to those who may not be aware of what they need. So when it comes to packaging, we have a fully fledged division called Prepackaged Control Division, which by chance I am the head. So prepackaged control is we are in charge of the products that are packaged in the absence of the buyer, because you find this thing on the shelf. So Uganda has a law on weights and measures, CAP 84. But under that law, we have a regulation for sale and labeling of goods. So for those who are listening to me, we need to know that actually to put a label on a product, that label has to be approved. One of the reasons why that label has to be approved is because UNBS is the custodian of the knowledge on packaging globally as far as Uganda is concerned. We are the national inquiry point of TBT. We are the body in charge of ISO certification. We are the body in charge of certifying products locally. We are the body in charge of verifying imported products. So, in a nutshell, for a product to be market ready in the packaging, we would say conforming to the requirements of labeling. For the purpose of those who are hearing about such for the very first time, the first thing we will require of any product is the name and address of the manufacturer. When I say address, I mean physical address. If you are making it from Chadondo Proti 41, I should be able to read on your product and come up to the factory without giving you a phone call. Then you, the manufacturer, must have identified yourself on the product. So that is one of the major things that must be on the product. Number two, the name of the product. You see, some people confuse their brand and the name of the product. So for example, you can say your brand is Good Coffee or Brian Coffee. But the buyer doesn't know what you mean by saying Brian Coffee. They want to know, is this roasted coffee beans? Is this coffee maybe powder? Is this coffee circuit? So when we go down there are many products that look to be in the same category, but actually they are not. Anyone can call something a gin. Anyone can call something a wine. Until you go down, you find that we have fermented alcoholic beverages. We have ready-to-drink beverages. Some are wines, some are gins, some are... So you find that when you go, the product has different categorizations. For example, there's a difference between a fermented beer and an opaque beer. So you find that until you come down and we see where does your product actually belong, you may not know, even you the manufacturer, what your product is called. For example, what's the difference between a lotion and a cream? A lotion, a cream, a gel, and a jelly. So you find that you are making something, but as far as you are concerned, maybe you call it body butter. But is it really a body butter? If I went to China and bought a body butter, if I went to America and bought a body butter, I went to New Zealand and got a body butter, do they have the same characteristics? So these things are harmonized on a global scale so that what you call your product here in Uganda is the same thing they call it in Australia or Rwanda, so that when we are on the same international market, we are talking about the same thing. So the name and address of the manufacturer, the name of the product, then we have talked about the quantity of the product. Now when you say quantity, a figure like 500 has to be qualified with a unit. Is this 500 grams? Is it 500 kilograms? So as simple as that.
Do you weigh the product? Because some people, they tell us it's 500 mils, when in actuality it's 350.
Yes. We have the privilege of visiting all the manufacturers and weighing and verifying what they are packaging. Why I was telling Kathy that I would be her number one partner is that I have all the contacts of the manufacturers in my phone. So somehow, somewhere, we have to partner so that all these people come on board.
Yes.
But you see, before you weigh products to verify the quantities, someone ought to have declared the quantity so that you are checking against a quantity that has been declared. It will surprise you that a very big part of the population don't know how to write a symbol for a kilogram. Because a kilogram, someone with a lot of zeal will put capital K and small g, or capital K and capital G. But in science, a kilogram has to be small k, lowercase k. When you make uppercase k, you are not talking about kelvins. So any unit in measurement in physics or otherwise that is named after a person actually is in capital letters. If it's not named after a person, it is in small letters. So if you say kilogram and put capital K and capital G, if you take it to another market, they will not know what you are talking about. So you find that even for the small details, guidance is key. Apart from that, because Uganda is an observing member, actually is a member of the wider organization that looks at measurements in trade. We even regulate the height of the characters on the package. So when you say this is 1 kilogram of coffee, you will see me putting a ruler on your package to measure the height of the characters of the word kilogram, so that you have the actual height. That is how science is. So for something to be market ready, it's important that someone submits their label, it is verified, then the corrections are made before actually they print in a big scale.
Yeah.
My sister from Rukaya will tell you that sometimes you have to make a plate, then produce in mass.
Yes.
Now when you produce in mass something that has an error, sometimes you get a problem. I was talking with a certain client the other day. They had spent 900 million on plates and packages from China, and they had errors. So it was like, please help me, allow me to use this product so that I don't lose my market.
Yeah.
But I was like, you want me to allow you to commit an offense? Somehow, somewhere, we had a problem. So if you submit your labeling and it is verified, I mean, already that's a good way to start.
Yeah.
Then, last but not least, if it's a food item, if it's a food item, you should be able to indicate the expiry date. Now, as we go deeper in the conversation on labeling, that issue of expiry date and how to indicate it is one of the leading challenges in the market. Because much as you can produce labels in mass, you cannot pre-print the manufacture date and expiry date. And most of the micro enterprises don't have capacity to acquire, can I call it state-of-the-art printing equipment to print on finished goods. So you find that they have to improvise. You find goods with a stamp, some of them even are handwritten. So the discussion continues. But for the beginning, we have to know that it's important to indicate that this product was manufactured this day, this is its batch number, and this is its expiry date. Thank you very much.
Some of us even, the words there are best before. Then, after the expiry date, we say it is good after. We determine the quality of the food. So they said best before. It's okay. A day later is still now good. Doesn't mean bad. But Dr. Julia, people are talking about expiry dates. For people who are still wondering, they're asking, still, then what? Because I'm already selling. We have these night economy markets. They call them toninyiras. They come with the product, they are selling. I don't need to use all that money. How critical is it as people move the products into the supermarkets in terms of shelf life, in terms of safety? How critical is packaging.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll stand already on the protocol already observed. And again, as Makerere University, we are happy to be part of this conversation. Like you already mentioned, we started off by telling everybody that they need to be serious. And why were you saying that? It's because of the appearance of these products. And one of the things to really understand with products is after a product is made or processed, it is actually delicate. Anything or any way you handle it will contaminate it. So your packaging is actually meant to be like a policeman to keep out certain things or elements that will contaminate it. For example, there are so many microorganisms that we do not see with our naked eye. And you touch something, if you left something just open there, someone else comes, touches it, you don't know where they've been, what they've been touching. Before you know it, your juice is fermenting. Why? Somebody has introduced something wrong. We had a case recently in a processing plant. They made juice which was worth 1,000 liters, but one of the workers did not treat this juice well, and it got spoiled. And that's a whole big loss. And it also happens with processors. When they haven't handled or kept their products well, you get spoilage. So it's very crucial to have packaging that already keeps the integrity of these products and keeps it safe. We also have other elements, for example, just moisture. If a product is not stored well, then you'll find crisps which are maybe softened. Why? You have moisture that has come in, so that packaging has not been a very good barrier to your product. You could also have light. If your product is sensitive to light, you could have it destroyed in some form. Or it could be the gases. Sometimes you've picked up a product and you thought it smells like soap, for example. And why? Because that packaging hasn't protected it from that particular odor of sorts. So a packaging material is also very important in that it keeps the quality of your product, the taste, the safety, so that by the time a consumer comes to buy it, they are not disappointed.
Thank you, Dr. Julia. I actually bought some chocolate recently from one of the supermarkets there. I don't want to mention, but I think it's the only one there. At Game, the chocolates come like in a crystal ball, right? Very nice. But when I tasted, the things were smelling like jik. Jik. It's like, Oba, maybe it is me who doesn't know chocolate, but it makes sense. I want to go to Luca Plastics. We see the brand out there, yeah? We've heard stories, very sad stories of 900 million shillings lost in the wrong things done. What are some of the cost drivers in this area and mistakes that manufacturers can avoid?
Okay, thank you, Brian. Yes, so some of the key cost drivers, or some of the things that, the cost drivers and the mistakes are two different things that I'll handle. But to start with the cost drivers, as a person who is looking at building a brand, we should not just look at selling products. We should actually look at creating a brand, making sure that if I've placed a product on the shelf today, tomorrow someone will come back looking for my same product. That's the only way that we are able to grow brands. So some of the things that we ought to be looking for, we need to look at the final user of this product. An earlier speaker already mentioned that Sometimes we create a product and we are not looking at the user. You have your idea and you've not gone out to see how is this person going to use this product? What is it that this person expects of my product? So that as you're developing the product, as you're looking for the packaging, you're getting something that will suit your final user. So you need to look at the final user. How are they going to use this? Maybe you're packing a 1 kilogram product and it cannot be consumed in one day. How do you ensure that the consumer is able to keep this product with the right, maybe test until the product is totally used up? So we have to look at all that as we're determining our packaging. So you need to look at how is this product going to reach the final user? In how many hands is it actually going to go through? Is it just 1, 2? So even as you're packing your product, you need to see that the product is well packaged and it is safe, so that by the time it reaches the final user, it is still exactly as you intended it to be. The same taste, the same smell, the same quality that you intended for the final user to actually get it at. And then also as you're looking at your product, you need to be looking at building a brand. If I put out a product today, tomorrow I shouldn't come back with another packaging. So you need to look at the font, the colors. If I'm targeting children, what is it that children want? What is it that will drive them to actually buy my product and keep reminding their parents to come back for the same? So we have to look at all those attributes as you're thinking of packaging, as you're thinking of putting your product out there. And some of the mistakes that people make is sometimes people look at the look without looking at the function. For example, when I'm packing coffee beans, the package for coffee beans is different from the package for the ground coffee. Yeah? And also the package for coffee is different from the package for maybe snacks. So you need to look at the function. We need to look at the product that we're actually packing. Don't just pick up any polythene or any kind of packaging, put in your product and put on the shelf. We have to look at all those things. And then also you have to look at the shelf life. My product, in how long will it still have the same attributes that I intended for it to have? So as you're looking at shelf life, you have to look at, we have to advise on what kind of composition, because as we are supplying packaging, we have different kinds of packaging. If you want a product to stay for a longer shelf life, there are some attributes of that package. If it's a product that is going to be, maybe it's just a holding material, then you don't need to put in so much money in terms of investing in packaging. So all those aspects have to be looked at. And then also, of course, on the legal aspects, some people forget that we have regulators. We've heard from UNBS. And if you put out a product, even the people that are going to sell it will reject your product. So what use is it to produce, invest in some kind of fake packaging, and then you don't sell? Yeah, so we have to look at the regulators. What do they need? What do they require? And thus, as the people providing packaging, we are able to advise on all those fronts. So sometimes people want to move very fast. I've already made my product. It needs to be on the market. You're delaying me. But the process is actually very important in terms of you putting out the right product and creating a right brand that customers will keep referring to. Yes.
Hey, I've seen people struggling with juice packaging. They get the wrong bottle, the sizes, it's just a mess. And now the conversation is going to ESG. We want biodegradable materials, right? Yes. Then for you are like, nze chintu change nchagala mu chikebe. Nze njagala chikebe. Like, but that's not where we are going. I actually know, for example, KCCA will come to you if your branding is littered all over the street. Yes. There are rules like that. Some of you at an event like this, when people drink your water, it's the one on Monday morning, it's on Kololo Lane, right? Wampewa Avenue, everywhere. Yet there are alternatives now. Dr. Hilary, Fauna is in the market. Talk to us about how packaging has helped you with market access.
Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to say I am glad and honored to be here. I'm a director, founding director of Fauna Health Foods. We do 3 products now. One of them is ant porridge. Ant porridge is a composite flour. We mix several flours into one, and we market it as ant porridge. We mix different flours at different ratios in order to aim at a high nutrition quality per quantity, such that in that 1 kilogram that you're buying, you're not buying just porridge, you're buying a health product that will keep hunger off for some time, keep a doctor away, because it will improve your nutrition, your immunity, and also we ensure that it is delicious enough. And I'm glad to say that all these members of the panel have had a hand on our product and porridge. And if any one of you has bought it, we are grateful. Packaging is integral. There is nothing much I can add on that because packaging is everything. And I want to speak on behalf of entrepreneurs and innovators. We are so grateful that we are receiving this information and want to use it. But we also want to say that sometimes it's a question of affordability. The quality that we want is often not the quality that we use at the beginning. It is something you grow into. You test the market. The most important thing is to have a good product. But also, it is unfair to get a good product and put it in a bad packaging. It is even unfair for the product. So the good product deserves a good packaging. But we grow with it. Even you at home, your parent will first decide whether you need a shirt of 10 million before they pay your school fees. They have to first pay school fees, make sure you have food, then they decide on what cloth to wrap you in. So sometimes we start with poor, and you know that your quality is not good, but you need to first reach a certain amount of revenue before you start working on the product. And so, sometimes a decision of which comes first, the horse or the cat. But it is always important to know that that is where you want to go. And product colors, appearances, of course there is UNBS's standards. There is the market that you go to and you compare, you see other products. They are highly subjective. Someone likes this color, someone hates it. There is no absolute. That's why you need experts to come and give you some advice. And as the professor said, it is not about what you want, it's about what the market wants, because you are not going to buy your product. You can come with the primary demands because of your history, because of the passion that you have. But someone who is an expert in design will tell you, and that's why on behalf of entrepreneurs, we want to thank the Packaging Center of Excellence. Because you do not know what financial burden you are going to alleviate from companies. If I have a company, I have a budget, I must produce, I must pay workers, I must market, I must pay rent, I must pay revenue, all these costs come whether I sell or not.
Yeah.
And I must live. That's actually my primary motive. I must survive and I don't die.
Yeah.
So then packaging comes. Packaging, you have to design. You have to use experts to design. Sometimes you need a market survey to see whether people like it. Then you must come and produce good quality. And you find that as a component of cost, it eats into a lot of the stuff on your table. So when you get a person coming and say, okay, for me, I'm going to give you advice free of charge, then we can talk about the rest. That already is a boost to the business.
Yeah.
That already, for us at Ant Porridge, we have received 5 applications of white label businesses. These are people who say, okay, give me your product, I package it differently, and I sell it under a different name. It's allowed in business. It's called white label. But it shows that those people are not happy with your product. They think if they got a better product, they will actually sell double the amount of money you're selling.
Yeah.
They'll buy from you at the market price, just change the product and sell twice your money, and actually outsell you. People are taking the same thing. We have received 5. So that shows that, yes, our product needs to change. In fact, we are 10 years now in business, and we are planning a rebranding to mark a decade in business. Because we are aware that the way we started, we have changed, we have improved, but we haven't reached there.
Yeah.
And even when we rebrand, there are things that change. New fonts come out, new designs come out. Technology is so good that certain colors now blend, colors that used never to work together. So it is a continuous process.
Yeah.
And the more you make the product better in terms of appearance, the more, because a product is your ambassador. A product actually is your, it pays you, it pays your salaries, it pays everything. With a bad product, you have no life.
Right.
So we want to thank the Packaging Center of Excellence. We hope to take advantage, and I'm encouraging entrepreneurs. I'm going to tell the entrepreneurs in my circles that now we have an opportunity that wasn't there before. And this opportunity is going to cut certain costs. There are costs that we will have to meet, but that is one cardinal point. And then if we have good quality products out there, then we'll be proud of the product you have put before. Because it hurts to know that I have a good quality product, but people are
But
passing
no one is
by,
buying it.
passing by to buy a quality that doesn't compare just because it is packaged better.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hilary, and congratulations on the 10 years of Fauna. There are even 2 snack products that I see on the shelf. It's like they are competing against each other. They've changed branding in, like, okay, let me just look for the name. Today, they are switching up the packaging of the, some of them are my friends. You find groundnuts today, they are in different packaging. Tomorrow you find the cashew nuts different. That time the crisps are different. They are refining even the quality of the material they use now to package their stuff is really amazing. I also saw Sam's here. Check out their store, but they've done really a good job. Moses, we are having this conversation before the Center of Excellence was actualized. You know, you went into the market. How big a problem is this? Or we are just, you know, just tujubisa. Is this real? Is there a real gap? What did you see when you went to when you spoke with entrepreneurs, when you spoke with these stores?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I think I'm going to anchor my response to the previous speakers who have agreed that we do not have a product problem, but rather a market-ready system problem. And with the few exhibitions that Made in Uganda has been able to do, we've been able to demonstrate at the highest level of competition that Ugandan products are indeed superior. The issue which was addressed For example, in Dubai, where we managed to go to the Gulf Food Expo, the biggest food and beverage expo in the world, we demonstrated 16 different product lines, managed to garner almost $5.8 million in pipeline sales. But two issues came up. The first one was logistics. Why is your product expensive? The second one was, can we white label, private label? Packaging. So indeed, there is interest in the product, but the reason as to why we're struggling is simply because they cannot uptake our product in the form that it already is. So the problem is there, it's big, but it's not one that I would say we cannot solve.
Thank you, Moses. And now with the center, speaking to how manufacturers can engage with the center, what do they need to be a part of the center so you can help?
Okay, so the center is, it's open to all manufacturers and vendors of Ugandan products. The first thing that, the first pre-qualification is that you'd have to have a Ugandan product. The second bit is that our doors are open to all the manufacturers, and at the point when you get there, the first thing we do is a product assessment test, which will then be able to give us an idea of where you stand, and even you as well, on where you stand in terms of the minimum threshold of what ideally a global shelf product should look like. So that's ideally what the Ugandan would have to do to be able to access the center. I think maybe one of the other things that I wanted to highlight is around what the other panelists have spoken about, and obviously these are industry experts, and it's important to kind of understand where the issue is and how we're going to solve it. I think we have a good opportunity at being able to grow the Ugandan ecosystem, and packaging is one of the things that can drive us there. I think if we used some form of a multi-layer approach towards solving this, we'll be able to be in a better place later. I think just around, for example, compliance, if you look at the compliance layer, that solves it at a systemic level, that's standards. If you're talking about commercial, I think I had somebody speak about MOQ realities, cost, etc. That's also what's going to solve it. If you look at branding and the communication layer, I think there was a presentation there that clearly addressed that, your product is actually your packaging. If we're able to address also that problem at a systemic level, then that's movement for us as Ugandans. And finally, I would say also the supply chain layer, which then addresses the issue of scale. Ultimately, sustainability is not going to be achieved if we are not able to scale these products. So I think packaging is one of the things that's going to move the needle for us on that front, and I'm quite glad to be part of the team that's going to drive this boat on the Packaging Center of Excellence. And of course, with the different people who are on the panel, I believe we should be able to support the different manufacturers and vendors. Thanks.
Yeah. Before we, yes, Dr. Ezra.
Mr. Moderator, Moses and other speakers, especially the manufacturer, is speaking to one aspect that is a big hindrance to our packaging industry. We can sit here and blame our entrepreneurs a million times, but it is a very big constraint we call the cost. Now, the current cost of packaging material is so high because as a country, we have a challenge that most of the packaging material we use, we import it. Now, there are two, go anywhere in science, there are two sources of packaging material. it is either petrochemical raw materials that is put into plastic and any other processed form, or plant material, including what we see as wood, the paper, the boxes, that is plant material. Now currently, globally, there is a problem of environmental degradation. So we are being pressed not to rely so much on plant-based material. So we are resorting to use of waste plant material to make packaging material. But at that level, our technology is still low. And I think in the further discussion at STI, we need to see how we come to facilitate innovations for packaging raw material that is coming from waste. The discussions are on at the national level, but we think we should be able to fast track that. The second issue on plastic-related packaging materials. We import most of these things, but we have hope that when our refinery eventually gets here, and I think this I'm speaking to our minister, that she continues to fuel at that level so that the refinery starts to produce some of these raw materials for us to convert into packaging materials. Until these two have really taken shape, our cost is going to continue to be up. Lastly, I want to pose a question. Most of our people here, I know they are going to pose questions for us, but now let me pose theirs first. Ask your neighbor, how much money in terms of the investment budget has been set aside in your own company for brand development or packaging? Because packaging is a component of brand development. How much money have we planned to invest into that side? So, going forward, identify the brand development, identify packaging as an investment area. We have most of the time concentrated on product developing in terms of content. If you cannot answer that question, let me give you a rule of thumb. Where we are, because we are producing things we bring to the market, most of you range in over 200% profit levels. If you are below 100% profit, go and close that business. Yes, these are rules of thumb.
Please
now,
say that again. If you are below
100% profit, when you are producing something direct to the shelf, go and close it. Now, we expect, if you calculate very well, whatever you people produce must be over 200% profit. Now, what happens is that of this 200% I'm talking about, if you don't invest, the rule of thumb talks of 59, but I normally say put it at 60. If you don't invest 60% of that profit back into brand development, you are going to close. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I know you are going to close, because the companies, we have done these studies that were there before you. Those you hear, in Uganda, business start and close. They miss on some of that pertinent advice. So invest back 60%. However, of the 60%, 40% should be in brand development, then 20% to continue with the product development. So that's a rule of thumb, and it's a solution that will take you from the starters Because for us in the nomenclature of business, all these entrepreneurs are at starting level.
Yes.
None of them is benefiting from economies of scale. And it will then eventually advance you to a mid player before you come to an industrial player. I thank you.
And doctor, let me report to you, when these people come to us, branding and marketing specialists, they want very low prices, so they start crying. But we are a startup. But we are a startup. These people. Then you also give them startup branding. New Times Roman font. Because they are always crying. Am I lying, Moses? It's true. But I want to wrap this up. Dr. Julia, research, industry, what are some of the gaps that you have identified? And speaking into Dr. Muhumza's submission, how do institutions like yours, Makere, support industry?
Thank you. As academia, we present a good opportunity to be able to do research. We are saying, is this packaging appropriate for this product? So that's research that we can do. Is it truly acting as a barrier against moisture or light or oxygen or microorganisms? This is all research that we can do. What packaging is appropriate? What layers should we put in so that it's appropriate to keep the integrity of that product? So it serves as a good place that we can do research, as well as even coming up with new ideas, innovations in packaging that could still take the packaging industry to another level. Being able to check, I always think that it's not enough to be told that this is good enough. Test it yourself and ensure. Sometimes someone will sell you something because they want to get it off their shelf. But is it what you really need? So in a place of research, you can actually understand, why am I doing this? And what do I really need?
Thank you very much. A question for Franklin. How do we maintain standards early on? You talked about the things that we need to think, market-ready packaging, but from a wider conversation, how do we adhere to those standards early enough?
Thank you so much, Brian and Tim. As we get ready to scale for innovation, there are some questions we must answer. And you're speaking now to preparation. When we say packaging center for excellence, we are speaking about two things in one. We are talking about the process of the packaging. We are also talking about the finished product, the package. Like Doctor was saying from Makere, if you are going to pack juice and your boys are fetching juice with cups, putting in the tins, the chances of contamination are high.
Yes.
So when we come as UNBS and we are trying to certify your product, we look at your process. Now, most of the manufacturers always think product. They don't think process. How will I pack this flour? How will I pack this juice? How will I pack this water minus contaminating it? Now, the question the entrepreneur has to answer is, how can you come up with that process that is acceptable? The question we have to answer as a country is, how do we enable the micro enterprises, the small enterprises, to acquire those capabilities? Some may not be fully automated, may be semi-automated, but some turnkey solutions that can make a whole world of a difference. Because let's say you are making cosmetics. If there could be a market entry machine this person can acquire that can help him in filling, so that he is not filling manually, it will protect the integrity of the finished product. Then, when we are labeling also, you see those labels that are peeling off every now and then. People are putting labels manually using cassava flour, using sellotape, using office glue. So meaning that sometimes, much as we like to shy away, it is a question of capacity. Now, it's the duty of every entrepreneur to acquire a certain level of capacity before they launch out into the industry. But when they come to the center of excellence for packaging, they need to be guided on which competence to acquire, and if possible, even guided on where they can acquire such competence. Because if there is, for example, a partner, we can partner with a manufacturer who can bring some of those equipment or machinery nearby, then we say you need a machine that can put labels, go to that place. If you need a machine that can print a batch code, go to this place. If you need one that can seal, go to this place. So sometimes people desire those capacities, but they don't have a place of information where they can actually locate those capacities. Be the one telling him where to buy that machine. But remember, you have not gone to promote any business for that matter. But if this center helps to bridge the gap, to know this person is making soap, but for the soap not to lose moisture, it needs to be put in a sealed bag made by Luca Plastics. But there is need for that machine that does the sealing. Where is that player from Bundibujo going to acquire that competence from? So to be able to have a synergy of services that these innovators and manufacturers can go to, say, okay, now that I've reached at this center, I have reached home.
Yeah.
And the good thing the minister is here, as we lobby the government, we can create mechanisms. You see how many Ugandans are acquiring cars? They go to the bond, they pay some small money, they be paying as they drive. So if government could make such possible for the manufacturers, so that you acquire a turnkey solution, then you pay as you go. It would help the young entrepreneurs to come up. Because someone comes to with a capital of 5 million, the machine they need is 50 million. You know that deal is actually not going to work out. But if there is a process that is guided by government, that is underwritten by the Ministry of Finance, then some people can acquire those competencies because they know them, they desire them, but they are kind of having their hands tied. Though I didn't want to go, minus allaying your fears on your area issue, because I don't know how many other opportunities I have. You talked about short weight. Some manufacturers, entrepreneurs, packers, processors, when they enter the market and the competition is hot, they overpromise and underdeliver. So you find someone has indicated on their bread 1 kg and they are packaging maybe 800 grams. So number one, we have introduced what we call prescribed quantities. Because one of the leading misleading practices is everyone packaging the quantity they want. You know, like in the bread industry, people know there is small bread and there is big bread. But we say the small bread has to be 500 grams. The big one has to be 1 kilogram. So this thing of me I pack 450, me I pack 900, we eliminate it by having prescribed quantities. So in some of the industries, even before you think of packaging, know that there is a quantity that is prescribed that you must pack. Number two, we have prohibited what we call misleading practices. You know what they call a false bottom? You make a big tin, but under the tin there is a depression. Now that's called a false bottom. So there are also false side walls. You make a big tin, but inside there is another layer of material. So actually you are misleading the buyer into thinking that this thing is too much when it's actually too small. Then there is what you call the non-functional slack fill, leaving too much unnecessary space inside your package. You see, you can pack, for purposes of an example, you can pack your coffee in a very big bag, but put very little coffee inside. So even if we weigh it, and it is actually 1 kilogram as you have promised, but if the packaging is disproportionately bigger than the packaging you are packaging, we call that a false practice, because you are trying to give impression that change, this is much. So people need to know that some of those practices have been made illegal by the regulation. So you have to pack modestly. The outer appearance should be in tandem with the inner realities of the package. So we are ready to give any support to the industry. We are ready to give any support to the manufacturers. We are available. They have said the STI is here in Naguru, UNBS is here in Boyogerere. Our details are online everywhere.
Yes.
Come to us. Let's walk you through this journey so that you don't lose your investment.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Big round of applause to the panel. If you have any questions, I encourage you to speak to each of them. We have Uganda Manufacturers Association, we have Makerere University, which can help you with research. We have Luca, who make the packaging, UNBS, who set the standards, and someone actually who is in market and has benefited from this. You know what I've also heard? When you say, but this is not 500 grams, they say, Auntie bisanuka, but it is still 500 grams. Banage packaging, apuse packaging. But Honorable has a burning question. Please, sir, come and give Honorable the microphone so she can ask her question. Nkomuntu, I had to ambush him.
Thank you, Brian. I know you didn't have time for questions, but I felt that there are some issues I needed to ask on behalf of this side. I believe that these questions have arisen to some of us. One, I wanted, especially going to UNBS, the question of innovativeness and variation vis-a-vis trying to blend everybody to look alike. How does it come in? How do I differentiate myself when you want my font, my label size, and everything to look the same like everybody? Where is my innovativeness? Including, you know, you are saying if this is a butter, it must exactly be like the other one. But innovation is about variation. So, how do we get away from that? Because if somebody is making a lotion, and that lotion is working certain way, if I'm innovating to vary from that one so that my lotion has a different advantage. But if you, the regulator, wants to standardize that everything called lotion should be exactly the same, then we kill innovation. Similarly, I want to ask, you can hear some clapping, so I think I'm speaking for some people. The other question is also to UNBS. Why would you want to prescribe quantities and sizes. I don't think that should be in the role of UNBS. That should be the role of the market. Because if I have said 50 grams on the package and you verify that my content is 50 grams and the market is buying it, and now you say, now for this product we have said 100 grams only. Because those sizes are prescribed by market. I've seen certain sizes, for example, Blue Band, at one time it was just 500 grams, then bigger, then you see the bigger ones are disappearing, and then we had this one which is for one application, and when it doesn't work, it disappears from market. I don't think that we should, as regulators, prescribe. Let's leave the market to determine that.
Okay.
But you should be able to say that if you said that this bread is 20 grams, let it be what?
20 grams.
20 grams. But if you fix it that bread must be this size, then we have challenges. You look in every conference room where we serve water of 500 mils, you are going to find half drunk bottles, and so some people introduce 200 mils, and you find very empty bottles. So I think you need to think again about that. Thirdly, I actually had this, and I'm speaking on behalf of a manufacturer, especially in the packaging of snacks and dry content. The technology now is that you put nitrogen in the pack, and that puffs it up. It serves, one, as a preservative, but two, it stops breakage during transportation. Now, if you prescribe that you shouldn't leave much space, that space is actually required technically for the market of that. So I think before we adopt some of these things, anyway, UNBS, you are the one I'm asking. Can we have some dialogue with the market before we make decisions on behalf of the clients and the manufacturers, such that we don't make decisions which, for example, certain breads you don't finish. People might be asking for, in my home we used to like to buy buns only, because you get a half kilogram and it goes bad because we are not. So do you do research and consult on the market before you make those policies? Then I wanted also to mention
UNBS.
let me also mention, because this is also UNBS. You talked about machines. Now we know industries that thrive on traditional handmade. Where is the space of our traditional technologies, and how do we provide for them such that I can package something hygienically, safely, and some things don't even need to be hygienically packaged because the product is not to be eaten. I mean, if I have my clean hands and put on kavera or gloves, it can be acceptable. Must we have machines? Do we have space to accredit traditional processes? If I want to use my gourd in the making of yogurt or a certain version of milk, can it be approved? Then I wanted I just wanted to make a comment, especially to the manufacturers, the innovators. Please, as we go to packaging, part of the brand is the name. Many times you really find very scandalous names of products. and people don't think about the name as part of the brand. And sometimes they bring the product and they are very attached to the name. See your product sitting on a shelf in New York and you have given it a certain name. Will it sell? Will it flow? Will it? So that is a comment from me. So as we talk about The other question, of course, was to Madam from Luca. One of the things killing Ugandan products is really the cost of packaging. Some products you find over 50% of the price is just in the packaging. How can we work to pull down the cost such that our products can compete? And I also wanted to ask the PI, Dr. Chigozi, what kind of research is going on there in terms of packaging? What kind of research initiatives are going on at the schools so that we can have that? And lastly, sorry, too many. Lastly, again, this goes to our producers, and I'm going to complain, and some of these are big brands, but I'll not mention the name, but if you know it, we ladies, we like to do our nails. The people packaging water, they put their very tough plastic, and I have to peel it off, and invariably it's the one that sends me very quickly to the salon all the time.
You have to use teeth.
Because you have made it so difficult for ladies to open the water bottle. That wrapping there is costing us. My nails don't last as long as they would last if I wasn't opening water bottles. Please hear me. And then, ladies, do you copy?
Honorable.
and then sometimes also opening of the water bottles. I always have to ask a male neighbor to open the water bottle. I know you're trying to be safe. Can we innovate how to balance safety and usability? Thank you very much.
Honorable, even beer. Let us start opening beer with a simple, you know, just a quick thing and you move on. So, I think Honorable speaks on behalf of everyone, right? We are going to have the questions answered. I know Hakim Wampamba, Mr. Hakim Wampamba, okay, from NBS, please keep it very short. We have the questions answered and we launch the center. I'm only giving you because you're wearing suspenders. Go ahead.
Many things. I think this will go for, I think the minister herself, because I want to be very direct. I want to tell a story of how many brands and how many product ideas are seated in the loop waiting for UNBS, for the UNBS green light. I want to tell a story of 17 brands ideated, incubated, all the way and are waiting for UNBS's green light so that we can be able to move around with the same discussion.
Right. That I think is even Franklin's question. Franklin, Bakuwekumazi, have you worked on your nails, Kubanga? We can open for you. Franklin, let's start with you. So many. Go ahead.
Wow, thank you so much. Madam Minister, I'm so honored. I don't know whether that's the right appellation. I am supposed to be saying honorable. Over in Uganda, I'm supposed to be saying insensitive. Say, who am I that I can answer your questions? I've tried to write some down. If I've forgotten, I beg to be reminded. I want to begin with product differentiation. Within the arena of standardization, is it possible to differentiate at the same time standardize? The answer is yes. When we are making standards, we are not making standards of let's say, recipe, but we are making standards of safety. What is the acceptable amount of metal, the acceptable amount of this and of that? So if someone is making butter, they might differentiate it in a specific way, which we have no problem with it, but it has to fit in the description of what a butter is. However, if someone comes up with something totally new, something the world has never seen, a prototype, we have a system that you work with us, we develop that standard for that particular system. You have to understand that annually we make more than 500 new standards. Right now we have more than 5,000 product standards. So if you have created a new fork, maybe it is made of wood, then let's come and say this is now the standard for a wooden fork. In that standard, we shall not standardize the size or the type of tree, but we shall say, since this fork is going to be used for eating food, don't use paint that has lead to paint the fork. So we will help you guard against a practice that could be drawing you backwards in the industry you are trying to innovate in. So for the innovators in the room, we are willing to work with each one of us to develop a new standard that is in agreement with the new product they are producing. So we are in the business of making new standards every day. Then we also had a discussion about prescribed quantities. Should it be government? Should it be the market? Now, again, the discussion we had earlier, there is what we call a misleading practice. You see, those of you who buy wine, when you go to the market, you say, a bottle of wine, please. It's just that you are not careful to note that each bottle of wine is 750 mils. Because globally, wine must be 750 mils. Now, if...
For us to say, mbo muzinga.
So the muzinga, Uganda Waraj cannot come up tomorrow and say, mine is 720. Reason being, the buyer, especially the Ugandan buyer, may not have the time to read the label of this is the package, this is the weight. So somehow, somewhere, mpakiro ya sukari. So the one who is packaging 950 grams will not flinch, they'll just give you, because it appears like a kilogram. Now, we are trying to work to fit in the global market, to fit in the regional market. So as I talk, we are actually saying, if it is made in Uganda, in Rwanda, in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Malawi, it must be the same quantity. The discussion is no longer in Uganda, because Uganda has imports and locally made goods. So it doesn't make sense to outlaw 600 grams locally, then allow someone from China to bring them. So we are saying, can the whole world make the same quantity? You see biscuit, I can give an example of biscuit. If you buy a biscuit of 1,000 grams, the question is, how much biscuit have you bought? For milk, we know that this is a liter, this is half. But for biscuit, how do you know how much biscuit you have bought? So if there is a standard quantity, it makes it easy to know that I have bought 250 grams of biscuit. However, the discussion is open. With the minister present, we need to come together as all the ministers, at least in the African continental trade area, so that we know that if we are standardized, if we are making products in Uganda and they go to Morocco, they will not be rejected. So you find that if something has already been ratified at a continental level, you have to take the discussion to the continent so that now the space is opened. We were in such a meeting with Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and even me personally, I was arguing that there should be no prescribed quantities. How much is soda of 1,000? all of us know that kamini is rukumi. But how many meals are in that bottle? Are they 230, 270, 300? So is it necessary that all the manufacturers of soda actually pack the same quantity? So we find that at the end of the day, if you are trying to protect the consumer, you have to think like the consumer and act in the interest of the consumer. But at a national level, act in the interest of the market you are interested in. Because I will mislead you. If I say pack 360 grams, and then you take it to Kenya, and it is rejected.
Yeah.
So we have to understand that you think like the market, you think like the consumer, not the way you would want it, but the way it has already been set. But like I said, at higher levels,
those conversations,
the discussion
can
continues.
Be had. Yes.
That's why innovation is there. The discussion continues.
Right.
So on the issue of handmade versus machinery, every production system is verified on its own merit. If someone is making mats, if someone is making locally made shoes, locally made leather products, the argument may not be much. But there are things that are easy to contaminate. You are packing wheat flour manually. What is the chance that hair might fall in? What is the chance that you can sweat holding the cup? So some of the industries, it's not that you totally eliminate human effort, but at what point of the chain can someone interact with the product and you do not contaminate it? Yeah, you have been talking like, let's use an example of things like crisps, things like G-nuts. You can actually fry G-nuts in your factory, and you're using a wooden stick and you're frying.
Yeah.
But you might cough. In the process, you might cough and contaminate the food yourself. So in most cases, we will not even be the ones reporting you. You will get this erstwhile perfect product, take it to the laboratory, then they will say, we have found bacteria. You will ask yourself, at what time?
At what time?
Did this bacteria enter?
You
have your cloth in the kitchen, which you use to clean the plates and the cups. According to your mind, this cloth is clean. But according to chemistry, this cloth is not clean. So in most cases, someone comes to you and says, I have taken this thing to the laboratory 3 times. I have even gone to the other laboratories that are accredited. I am failing. Then you say, walk me through your process. Then you're like, but here, you are parking from here. People are walking past there. Don't you see that dust will enter your product?
Yeah.
So it's not that we do anything to put the manufacturer to a disadvantage. However, we open the manufacturer's eyes to see this is where the problem is coming from. Because science does not lie. If there is heavy metal in your juice, there is a reason why there is heavy metal in your juice. You see these people who make vinyeva in downtown, ginat paste. If the machine you are using is mild steel, after many years of use, you will find it is worn out, which tells you that actually these metallic particles went with the G-nuts. So if I say no, let's use stainless steel, it means a scientific study has already been made that has made us arrive at a conclusion that this particular steel does not work. So it's not that we are against the industry, we are for the industry. Second, last, we talked about the crisps, those things that they pack with nitrogen. When I was mentioning the point, there is what we call functional slack fill and non-functional slack fill. You must provide for the injector nozzle, if it's a drink. You must provide for that air, the carbon dioxide and the nitrogen. Like for crisps and other things, you must provide for that packaging. However, that does not apply to all industries. These people that are making chocolate that I don't want to mention, where you open the tin and the contents are halfway, clearly they don't need the space in the tin. So we are saying leave space which is necessary for the product. That's what we call functional slack fill. But if that space is unnecessary, you are making petroleum jelly. The tin is big, but I have to first dip my finger halfway to reach the contents. You did not need this space.
Nitrogen wachi mu bizigo.
So somehow, somewhere, we have to come to a point of agreement that here, this space is needed.
Yeah.
Here, this space is not needed. So someone talked about the brands that are waiting. I want to allay their fears. Number one, we have automated a lot of our systems. We have made very many new standards. So the team is working day and night to make sure any backlog for the products is cleared.
Yeah.
Part of the process, we have accredited 22 other laboratories that are not for UNBS, but if you go and test from there, we accept the results.
Awesome.
So that means the waiting time for the laboratory results has reduced. Number two, we have created regional laboratories and had them accredited. We now have a laboratory in Mbarara. We have a laboratory in Gulu. We have a laboratory in Mbale. So in the past, you all had to line up in Boyogedere.
Yes.
But now we have decentralized a lot of those services. There is a laboratory in Jinja. So someone in Jinja doesn't have to come to Kampala. There is a lab in Jinja. So very soon, there will be zero backlog on the permits that are waiting to be issued.
Right.
So I thank you so much.
All right. Please clap for Franklin. He has ably answered. I want to... Okay, quickly, Rosemary.
Yeah,
Cost.
Thank you, Honorable. So it's just, cost is in two ways. One is, first of all, as you're starting, we have different levels of packaging, but all are still having all the right attributes to protect your product. So as of course you're entering the market, you may not enter at a level of someone who has been in the market for 15 years. So as you're trying to see how best to place your product, you need to be able to place it accordingly based on how best you have also planned. One of the earlier panelists mentioned that people actually get into production without thinking of packaging as an investment. So you produce your product, do a lot of research on the product, and you've done zero research on packaging. Yet this should have been part of your initial cost. So we encourage that as people are coming into production, they should always have packaging as a key focus, as a key area they're also planning for. That will help you plan earlier in terms of what you need to invest. But another way is also a lot of support needs also to come from the minister and the regulators, because as also earlier mentioned, it was already highlighted that all of the materials we use are actually imported. And you know, as we're bringing in imports, there's a lot of levies that come with it.
Yeah.
So, of course, a lot of that also affects the final price of the product. So with the Packaging Center of Excellence, we believe that those are some of the dialogues that we need to have and see how best do we support local entrepreneurs and people who are coming into production to see that we can be able to charge a fee that enables them to start up well with the right packaging. So those are engagements that we expect to have with this Packaging Center of Excellence and see how best we can support.
Right.
Yes.
Awesome. Two more quick answers. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to also stay around because the mobility guys are also going to give us the report. We heard earlier that the eBus Express has started services. What are they up to? Are they bringing for us SUVs? That report is also coming. It will be very short. But before we officially launch, Dr. Julia, what is going into the research currently? And then I think Dr. Mumza, you'll answer the question for Honorable. Our Chutex, our inner, our nails are breaking because of the tight seals on these products. Dr. Julia.
Thank you, Brian. Honorable Minister, the research, we do a lot of research on shelf life studies. In that case, we're trying to say, okay, this packaging that you're using, how long can it preserve the integrity of that product? So we'll be able to check the moisture content, oxygen levels. We should be able to show, okay, given the time, the change in time, are we keeping the nutrition? Are we keeping the chemical properties? Are we keeping the sensory properties? So that will be for a package that you have provided. In other instances, we'll be saying, okay, given that we change this packaging, what effect does it have on your product? So we're trying to assess, could another packaging be better? Currently, some of the work that we are commissioning, we're going to be trying out different layers of PET for pouches and trying to see how do they affect the different crops that the different products that we have, say dried products, so that we think to ourselves, okay, when we pick a package from China and they say it's 3 layers, yes, but it's of these different micrometers, or you're trying to understand, okay, if I vary that, which is best? Can I get something that is more economically viable, or do we have to go with what they have? We're trying to understand for that study is what is best? Why do we do what we do regarding the different layers in pouches? Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Julia. Dr. Muhumuza.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for the question of a double seal on the top of a bottle. The history to it is, for those of you who tested products sometime like 20 years ago, the expiry date used to be written at the bottom. So the consumer protection bodies pushed us. I say, you are hiding it. Now, we want it somewhere on top. When I hold this, I should be able to see. So it first came as where you write separately, you don't write anything else there. The other content, write it on this. You hold the bottle you are holding like this. Where you see the blue on the sides, anything else write, but the important information about the expiry should be independent on the seal on top. Because the assumption then was that there is no way you drink this water without removing, and therefore you cannot forget to see that important information about the expiry. Now, along the way, actually the welfare question of the nails is very, very good to us because it's rising. Along the way, we have had engagements with NEMA. NEMA, they were saying that this part, that thing you remove, that plastic, is very, very difficult to manage. Because when you drop it there, even wind cannot pick it. You try to clean, it gets lost in between. It is so tiny and mobile. So they raised this question. We did the testing, because when you notice, it's not there on soda bottles. It is on water bottles. Now, we have earmarked that at sector level, and the manufacturers are now willing to remove it. But as our colleague from UNBS put it, you don't just wake up and remove it. We have to notify at regional level. We have put it under notification. When you are changing anything, you notify a body. That this body will build into a committee we call STIFI. It's a committee of ministers on trade, investment, and finance, who will eventually say, okay, as the region now we agree, we remove it, and the product remains a regional product. The same committee's report will be tendered at an international body which reports to UNCTAD and WATO to ensure that wherever our product goes, it is clear and general knowledge that it is acceptable, so that it's not one company innovation, just remove it. So when you put it, you notify. When you remove it, you notify. But I wanted to confirm to the minister that we have realized it has to be removed. Going forward, we will maintain our beautiful ladies' nails.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Nail polish lives matter. Yeah? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you here, I request you, give us 30 minutes of your time. We're going to launch the center and then also hear from the mobility team. So, I'm going to request you to rise to your feet, invite the Honorable to come and launch the center. I didn't know packaging was this difficult to understand. Eh? And also UNBS, who regulates taxis? There is no taxi with Wi-Fi, SC like the Kayola. Are we together? Hey, no Tulamu taxi. Anyway, those problems are now over.
Sorry,
Honorable Minister and UNBS, we are going to give you your own glass. And you go.
First of all, I really, really want to appreciate the organizers of this session. As you can see, there has been a lot of interest, and if Brian had given the floor a lot of time to ask questions, we could be here up tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, when we were beginning, we thought it was just going to be about research, about product development, and when we set up support services, we had not yet understood the scope of work. But now we have taken a lot of analysis to see the scope of work, what it takes to take an innovative product to the market. Because if you ignore packaging, which we have discovered is one major barrier to market entry and also market prosperity, because you could enter the market, but will people buy your things? Will you supply enough to break even? And we realize that there is a lot to do. And this center is going to be very, very busy. I want to call upon the innovators, the clients, be very open-minded and make use of the center such that you get proper guidance, you get proper knowledge, proper information, and reference. Because I'm sure the knowledge at this center is going to support me as I work with UNBS so that we can now come up with a harmonized packaging. So this Center of Excellence is a great innovation for us, and I was told I was supposed to launch from somewhere. Okay. So thank you so much, all our panelists, and you formed the first think tank on packaging so that we can be able to move forward. So with these many, many remarks and a few remarks, I take this honor to formally launch the Packaging Center of Excellence.
We'll take a picture if the team can come closer to the front, just to the front. So the Honorable will also launch, we'll hand over the hampers to our speakers, our panelists. Please hand over. As you can see for us, we've already packaged ours as well. Please hand over ours are already packaged for the international market. I do remember when we went from the Pearl to the Cape, people couldn't believe. They were like, no, these things are not made in Uganda. It's not possible. Because they were already packaged for the international market. They couldn't believe that it is coming from here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, as we officially launch the Packaging Center of Excellence, a big round of applause. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. Now you can come to the center and you will be helped to get your product to the next level. Thank you so much, our panelists. The center is in Nakawa, at the Made in Uganda offices at UMA. So please make sure you go there. We also have the guys who are branded MIU. Ask for details, get the phone numbers. Let's make sure we continue the conversation. Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you. Another Obugalo. Please don't go. Please don't go. I request for 15 minutes of your time. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't leave yet. Please don't leave. Hey, no, you can take your seats. Thank you. Thank you. After here, kindly go and check out the rest of the stores, some great things that are happening. Our production team, I think this is wrong packaging. Thank you. All right, now, we've been hearing about the different bureaus that Science, Technology, and the Innovation Ministry Secretariat has. You have pathogen, you have Industry 4.0, yeah? You've been hearing people talking about all these things here. But there's also mobility. Mobility is where everything that moves sits, okay? And Alan Muhumza, the team lead, is going to share the mobility report. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Mlondo. A good afternoon to you all. My name is Alan Muhumuza, and I am the team lead of the Mobility Bureau at the STI Secretariat. I'm going to be giving you an overview of what we've managed to achieve in the space of e-mobility. The year ended December 2025. We always do publish an outlook report as the Bureau every year. And this is the report for 2025. So I beg your indulgence for a few minutes so that you can live when you're even more empowered beyond the packaging. You've been well packaged, now let's put the contents in the package. So Uganda is currently strategically positioned itself as a regional e-mobility hub through a very focused strategy that involves developing domestic manufacturing, boosting battery production, expanding charging infrastructure, and cultivating skilled human capital. And we are specifically implementing the National E-Mobility Strategy that has 7 priority areas that we are pursuing. And each of these has a specific target we are working towards. So this report is really aligned to where we have reached in relation to the targets that we set within the strategy. Just as an overview, local manufacturing is top on agenda. with a target to have installed combined production capacity as a country of 500,000 electric vehicles per year, with up to 65% local content, with battery manufacturing capabilities up to 1 gigawatt hours, with electrification of public transport. Brian was talking about why the matatus, the taxis are not properly branded. We have now properly packaged them and metamorphed them into bigger buses, which I'll be talking about later. Having the robust charging network, the human capital we need, as well as the standards. There were some conversations on standards with UNBS. We are working very closely with UNBS to develop the requisite standards for this space. Now, to deliver this, we have organized the ecosystem into a very, very, very integrated, comprehensive ecosystem that is coordinated at the Mobility Bureau with over 80 players. And this wheel, for those who saw it last year, has since expanded. We have new players on board, especially on the two-wheeler space and charging infrastructure. And we are excited to see how this space is growing and contributing to the goal of $500 billion economy by 2040. So now I'll dive into the real gist of why we're here. So the first aspect is local manufacturing. Right now, in 2024, we had, in that year alone, we had produced about 3,300 electric vehicles. That includes the motorcycles, bicycles, and buses. In 2025 alone, we 6x'd that to 20,000 units. And that brings the total production since we started of 2019 to 25,464 units. This is a mix predominantly of motorcycles, 94%, about 6% bicycles, and a small fraction of buses as we ramp up production at the plant in Jinja. Local content is still up to 40%, and the growth drivers in this space have been the rapid scale-up of electric motorcycle production facilities. Right now, against our target of 500,000 electric vehicle production capacity per year by 2030, we are about 16% of that journey at about 79,000 combined. So if you bring all the production plants we have established and add up their capacity they have, we can comfortably produce 79,000 vehicles per year. You might want to know that every year we import about 85,000 cars and 150,000 motorcycles are registered every year. So that gives you context of the opportunity just within Uganda alone. Just to highlight, in this year is when we launched the Kira Motors Corporation, the vehicle plant in Jinja by His Excellency the President, and now it is online. In terms of lithium-ion batteries production, the battery packs specifically, in 2024, we produced batteries. We had an installed capacity of 20 megawatt hours. Our target is 1 gigawatt hours. So we are still quite far from that, but there are inroads to get us there at the moment. And we have more than 2x it to 55 megawatt hours production capacity in 2025. And the dominant use cases is in micromobility space, the electric bicycles for the motorcycles. For those who know, there's a battery swapping of the motorcycles. So most of those batteries are currently being assembled and built here. A key development to note, I don't know if Solel Power is in the room, but if you go to the mobility exhibition space, you'll find Solel Power. They completed the construction of East Africa's first production scale lithium-ion battery assembling plant in Uganda. It is towards Kapeka, with a production capacity of 40 megawatt hours per year. The picture you see there is on their production line. And they are supplying batteries for mobility, but also for battery energy storage systems, for solar systems, and many other aspects. In terms of actual production, we had a dip, we had a decline in production from 16.3 megawatt hours in 2024 to 13.7 megawatt hours. And the main reason was that in that year, 2024, there was overproduction for 2025. So that there was more production in 2024 in anticipation for the demand of 2025. But we expect that to increase significantly this year, especially as Spiro, one of the new entrants that set up a production line for their motorcycles, should also start assembling the batteries here. So I will request production to now take us through what we have prepared for public transport on electrification.
The eBus Express service, a forward-thinking public transport initiative with Chira Motors Corporation, utilizes locally manufactured Kayola electric buses. Supported by STI, this innovative solution is designed to serve the daily commuter while empowering transport entrepreneurs.
My name is Engineer Ian John Kavuma, and I have the privilege of leading Team eBus Express. eBus Express, we've brought something revolutionary in the transport sector of not just Uganda, but Africa and beyond, using cashless payment systems. You do not have to worry of balance wango ogenze naye. No, you just have to have a card. You just have to have your Visa card, your payment card, your QR code ticket, your Momo, anything cashless. We've brought convenience to public transport. We are operating 3 specific routes that are really one. We are doing Jinja Mutai. We are doing another route from Jinja to Nachibizi. We are doing another route from Jinja to Uganda. We've been able to transport close to over 250,000 passengers in just 9 months, with a fleet of just 9 fully electric buses. In terms of electric kilometers, we've covered close to over 180,000 of these. But of course, we are mindful about sustainability, environmental conservation, with over 182 metric tons of carbon emissions avoided. That really well aligns with the overall Sustainable Development Goals straight from the United Nations. We are very intentional also to expand strategically to roll out close to over 1,500 buses. Imagine that. Just one bus alone can replace over 4 drones, and we are decarbonizing the cities. So through our fleet of 1,500 buses, our fleet of over 260 DC fast chargers, we are bringing eBus Express to the Omuntu wa Wansi. The time is now for us to take back and provide solutions to Ugandans, built by Ugandans, for Ugandans, Africa, and beyond.
So that is eBus Express. So in 2025, we completed the validation of the business model in Jinja. Engineer Ian Kavuma was highlighting the routes they were operating. And starting Thursday this week, we have started operations in Kampala. So with a target of 15,000, if you recall, electric buses rolled out in the entire country, eBus Express is going to roll out 10% of that in the next 5 years, 1,500 buses across all urban centers in Uganda. So that is something exciting that we are working on. And tomorrow, please, we invite you to come. We will be officially launching eBus Express right here at 10 a.m. Please, if you can make the time, it will be a pleasure to have you. Now, after the buses have moved you, the bus normally doesn't take you to your doorstep. You still need some other means to reach home. Or you've ordered food, the bus might not bring the food, but someone else is going to bring the food on a motorcycle or a bicycle. So how are we doing on that space? We have 2 specific case studies One is Safe Border, that is handling both delivery of goods and as well as the movement of people. They, on their platform, for those who use the platform, you know you can actually ride-hail an electric motorcycle. So in 2024, they had onboarded 124 riders with electric motorcycles. Of 2025, over 300 electric motorcycles were on their platform, with over 200 active riders per week. Glovo had about 40% of their deliveries in 2025 done with e-mobility. And they actually indicated that Uganda is leading. Of all the places they're in around the world, Uganda is leading on deliveries done sustainably with e-mobility in the whole world. I think that deserves a round of applause. Their target is 70% in the short term. An honorable mention, I saw Mr. Segona from Senoga from Union. They are also at the forefront of ensuring that electric motorcycles get in the hands of the riders. I think they are working with Spiro to roll out, I think you have so far rolled out about 13,000 electric motorcycles. That one will also applaud the interventions in that space. Now, how do we charge these vehicles? So our DC fast charging network increased from 14 in 2024 to 18. So these are chargers that you can charge very, very fast. For those who have not seen one, just on Wampewa Avenue down, there's a Total. You can find a charging station right there. Free of charge, by the way, to charge if you have an electric vehicle, free Kalango. You can charge for free there. You can charge for free at a charging station owned by Ministry of Energy. Those were specifically set up in 2024, but we had 4 more going online, specifically one in Imbara, for those who use that route, in Butevo, which became the first local government to have an electric bus in their fleet, and Entebbe International Airport. The swapping network for the motorcycles has exponentially grown from 134 stations in 2024 to more than 540 within 1 year. And we have an 80% coverage across the country, with 108 districts of the 135 districts covered by swapping stations. And we believe that this year should be the year we close into 100%. Now that is on the buses and motorcycles. How are we doing on the other passenger vehicles? As of URA data and the Ministry of Works, in 2024, excluding the 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, we had 1,100 electric vehicles registered. This includes those which are fully electric, those which are plug-in hybrid, and those which are hybrid. And they represented just under 1% of the total vehicles registered in that year. This more than doubled to 2,300 units, which shows that there is a strong uptake happening, with the share of the total registered in that year jumping to 1.7%. Our target is that by 2040, we should have also transitioned this space to sustainable mobility. So you can see how the trend has been from 2019, where you can barely see a vehicle, to now 2025, approaching 2,500 units in a year. It's not cumulative, it is in that year. Impact. How have we raised money and what has that money done? In the year 2025, between 2018 and 2025, we have invested a cumulative amount of $175 million. And this is across 14 companies. And close to 70% of that investment has come from the government of Uganda. I'll repeat that. Close to 70% of that investment has come from the government of Uganda, which shows a commitment to de-risk this space, to pave the way, and attract private capital to come in and scale. What has this done? We more than doubled the revenues, the taxes remitted by the e-mobility players from 11.7 billion in 2024 to 24.2 billion shillings. This is money that is going now to build our roads, to build hospitals, to add value in the economy. We generated revenues of close to $30 million within that year of 2025 alone. And more than 2,100 direct jobs have been created across all areas of manufacturing, after-sales support, operations, ticketing, and other services. And we estimate about 20,000 indirect jobs that have arisen as a result of that. Because when I have a ticketing system, for example, and I need to top up mobile money, a mobile money agent is going to start earning more money and create more opportunity for them. So with that, it brings me to the end of my very brief presentation. And I encourage you to scan this QR code and sign up so that you can receive the detailed soft copy version of the report in your emails. I will leave that there so that you have enough time to scan and sign up, and we'll send you that report so that you can digest, internalize, and also share with friends and family. So with that, I thank you. I don't know where Brian is, so that I can hand over back to him. Mr. Mlondo. Okay, I think it's still on his way. So with that, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to wrap up this session and wrap up the day. Thank you so much.
Hello. Are we still awake? I think we have been sitting for a long time. Could you just stand a bit? Just stand a bit. Shake a bit for the next few minutes so that we do not have... Okay, we can sit down. Brian, wherever you are, you have been replaced. Thank you very much, Alan. Many Ugandans have been asking, what have you done? I have answered in abbreviated forms, but these different reports give you the details of what we have been able to do so far. And I think we have demonstrated that we have provided some things end to end. And that experience has equipped us now with the readiness for the next phase, which is the just actual takeoff with the qualitative leap. I want to congratulate Alan and your consortium for the great work which has been done, the great organization, the data that has been collected. These people collect meticulous data, and it is very, very useful for you to report when you have collected good data. Thank you so much for the targets and how you're moving. I just want to warn you that we are not going to adjust the targets, so you better adjust the speed because we are not going to move the targets. We are going to demand that you meet the targets. So the faster you move, the better that we shall move. Tomorrow, we are welcoming the eBus Express in Kampala City. Officially, the launch will be done, led by the Minister for Transport, Minister of Works and Transport. General Katumba Wamala, and the ministers for Kampala, the ED for Kampala, and all the many stakeholders and players in that field. We are working together, all well coordinated. We couldn't say the details, but the detailed arrangements will be shared tomorrow when we are doing the formal launch. Please be here tomorrow so that you understand how the bus system is going to work, and we shall respond to demand. We are launching a few. As demand builds up, we are going to be very, very responsive to that demand so that we meet the customer needs. These buses are really comfy, very clean, they move on time, and we have Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. We still have free Wi-Fi? Okay, free Wi-Fi on, so you can connect, but don't just connect to use Wi-Fi. You can also charge the phone on the bus. I think this is good modernization of the transport sector. And I would like to call on the sector-wide. The introduction of this modern segment should flow into the details. It flow into all those who are linked, the two-wheeler segments, the border segments, the delivery segments. Let us speak not just the etiquette, but also the ethic, the etiquette of keeping time, of being faithful, of being honest as you work, such that as we begin using technology now to serve the people, providing a modern transport system, many people thought, oh, well, you are going up country, Ginger, how will they use these modern facilities? It has done excellently well. And I really believe that we are shifting to the next level, the qualitative leap. We are going to be the qualitative leaper generation. We are the what? The qualitative leaper generation. So I want to once again thank you and to officially launch this report and avail it to the public, read it, give us feedback, give us comments. We want to be very, very accountable. And I would like to thank you so much, everybody who has been here for today, those who have been in the audience throughout the different segments. Tomorrow is the last day. If you miss, you've missed this fantastic show. You've missed this fantastic National Science Week 2026. But tomorrow is going to be full of activity here. So many activities. We have had hackathoners, people who have been innovating, and tomorrow we'll be listening to what they have come up with. We'll have judges, they'll be looking at them. Tomorrow we'll also have the celebration of science over the past 5 years, and we'll be having the launch of the eBus Express, and then we shall have the formal closure of National Science Week 2026. So be here tomorrow. Let us be here tomorrow. Let us interact. Let us celebrate. I think we have come an extremely long way up to the end with science touching the economy. Thank you very much. God bless you. The show is still open. Move. Thank you. Naye ndowooza mujja kunnyongerako omusaala. Sisaana. Don't I deserve? Because I've...
Surely. Obugalo for the Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go check out the stores. Like you've heard, tomorrow is going to be great. e-bus launch, and of course the hackathon. We're handing over money to some guys who have done extremely well, and then the after party. Huh? So call your people, call the kids to come and experience this. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
If we talk about the experience of the day, it has been something out of the world, because I've been able to see Ugandan innovation move across the limits that I thought. I've been able to see how Ugandans are able to solve real-world problems. For example, the Kayola buses that are dealing with zero emission, the e-vehicles that are simplifying navigation. I'm really seeing that Uganda is able to solve its local problems locally, and I'm so impressed about it. If we talk about Uganda right now in terms of technology, as I've come here today, I've realized that there's a lot of things that was happening behind me without me acknowledging. Because I've been able to know that Ugandans are also now printing their own PCB boards. Because most time me, when I'm doing my projects, I had to import the things from outside. I didn't know that we have our people within the country that are also manufacturing the things locally. So I'm impressed. If I see STI is really the real deal. If you talk about STI, it's like the engine in the vehicle, because I've seen that the vehicle of Uganda was moving slow. It had 2 horsepower, but with STI, we are having 10,000 horsepower, because I see where we are going. If we are able to travel from Uganda to South Africa, really STI is taking us somewhere. That one guy that sounded like magic. There's that one presenter who was presenting to us about the Kayola coaches. He was really out of this world, because he explained everything and made me fall in love with Uganda more and more.